Good morning and welcome to Elections with TOI. I am Richa Jain Kalra. The EVMs and the postal ballots are all about to unlock who holds the key to power in 4 states and 1 union territory. So will it be I am Richa Jain Kalra. The EVMs and the postal ballots are all about to unlock who holds the key to power in 4 states and 1 union territory. So will it be that we are all set to decode and peel off with the reasons, strategies and election arithmetic today here with some of the best minds who will analyze and make sense of today's election results with me. I have an illustrious panel of experts joining me today. I have with me in the studio Dr. Abhishek Pratap Singh. He's political commentator and professor at Delhi University, and I also have with me Professor Ayushi Ketkar, political commentator and assistant professor at the JNU. And joining me from Kochi is our editor TOI Kerala, Vijay B. A very good morning to all of you. I want to start off by hitting the ground first in Kerala. Coming to you, Vijay. What is the sense?
We are all expecting.
Yes, a big day today, and this is a very important election, not just for the Chief Minister, Pinarayi Vijayan, for the whole left front, because this is the last state that the left is ruling in the country. If they get routed today, they'll be nowhere effectively. So what is the sense that you're getting, Vijay, there on the ground? Are the left cadres anxious? What are they thinking? What is the sense?
Left cadres, for a change, they are very silent and we have not been. I think they're sort of. I wouldn't say they're sort of looking at a very loose. They're sort of looking at a very losing trend, but they're very unusually silent. Usually they come on TV and they give lots of statements, but this time they're very unusually silent. But UDF seems to be in a very buoyant mood, and that's a mood that's the initial mood that we are getting, and survey after survey is showing that UDF is coming back to power. So let's wait and see. We just have 1 more hour to talk about that.
Exactly, just little less than 1 hour when the trend starts streaming in. Vijay, is it the exit poll effect that you sense that the cadres have kind of morally feeling down, or do you think that actually the wind is blowing against Vijayan?
See, in our podcast itself, we have been talking about this. We have been discussing about this whole brand Pinarayi. The brand Pinarayi. He's been there for the last 10 years, and I would always call him as an empathetic patriarch. I mean, Kerala went through huge crisis. We had this Kerala floods which occurred in 2018, and we had COVID pandemic, and both we should give LDF credit to sort of take it forward. But then that was first phase of the LDF government. But the second phase, as you all know, there was a lot of governance issue. That's where the decline of the brand Pinarayi began, I would say. Of course, and then we had lots of other issues apart from governance issues. We had this minority consolidation which is happening. Probably we'll discuss about all those things. That's I think one of the reasons I would say that Pinarayi would be out of power would be his own arrogance. I mean, he's politically, the way he's been conducting in the last 6 months, as if nothing matters to him. He and his family matters. So probably that is one reason. Now, let's see. I mean, I am putting my own predictions that the UDF might come.
Political commentator Abhishek, what do you think is the most striking part of today's election results, the assembly elections that we've had in 4 states and 1 union territory? If you were to list out one striking part of it.
I think in my opinion the biggest striking part would be that these are the battles being fought in the linguistic states. I mean, when you see either West Bengal or Kerala or Puducherry, I mean these states have been very high stakes for the Bharatiya Janata Party, the ruling government. The Modi Shah phenomena that has been winning elections in the last more than a decade in India. So the striking part is that whether BJP will be able to make inroads in the Bengal
get comfortable share of votes in Tamil Nadu, and also some number of seats and increase in vote share in Kerala. So I think that would be a striking part to see whether their strategy, their ideology, their campaign, the political hardship, that they have all been able to bring together. So whether this collective strength of the BJP will be able to take them away in these states, which are basically the linguistic states, which will largely remain out within the influence of the Bharatiya Janata Party.
Right. I'd be talking about the BJP with Viju, but before that, Ayushi, I want to bring you in. If you were to think about Kerala, of course, is staring at a comeback of UDF. It's often said that Congress loses because of its own reasons, less because of the opposition, but
not just in Kerala, but you'll see this happening even in Assam. So it's very important for them also to, are they going to capitalize on this anti-incumbency, which seems to be the law in Kerala? You know, it regularly happens. It was, in fact, Pinarayi Vijayan who broke this in 2021. So we'll see whether, you know, because for both the parties, it's survival, for both of them. So how would it be? And as Abhishek has mentioned, it is BJP which stands to gain any which way. So if the BJP makes inroads now, it will be a win-win situation for them, but for the other, it's a zero-sum game. So if the UDF or the NDF, whichever wins, for the other parties, it's going to be really bad. So
let's focus on the BJP here, and I want to bring in Viju again. Viju, people are talking about LDF losing, UDF coming. That's fine. That we know it's a revolving door in Kerala every 5 years, except the last election, which was kind of an exception. But I want to talk about one aspect which most people are not discussing, which is the BJP factor. The BJP has been growing its vote share in Kerala silently, and even if not so silently, over the last few election cycles, we have seen it grow from strength to strength. How do you assess this going forward in this election? Because last election, they had a vote share of 11.4%, and they did well in Lok Sabha elections also. They did well in municipal elections also, capturing Thiruvananthapuram.
Yeah, that's true, Richa. I think BJP might get, the broad calculation is that they might go from 0
Viju,
to 3.
I'm not able to hear you.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
No, Richa, the broad calculation would be that BJP would go from anywhere from 0 to 3 seats. That's because they did quite well. And they captured the Thiruvananthapuram Municipal Corporation. They captured the Tripura Municipal Corporation. So they might get a few seats here and there. But broadly, I think what BJP should understand is, BJP knows that very well. Broadly, in Kerala, the problem is again about demography. Christian population, as you know, is 23%, and Muslim population is around 28%, and they are all broadly dispersed across the 14 districts of Kerala. So, if you want to come to power in Kerala, you need minority votes. That's for sure. That's the reason that they had this coalition. The whole coalition movement started in Kerala. Yeah. So if BJP wants to make a mark in Kerala, the first thing that
Viju, I'll just request you to halt for a moment. There's some trends we are getting some trends, earliest trends that are coming in for this election in Kerala. Let's have a look at those trends. As of now, the West Bengal trend has come in. BJP is leading in 2 seats here. And we will just get a sense of the Keralam trend as well. Tamil Nadu, no trend as of now. But the earliest trend that we have now is of West Bengal, where BJP seems to be leading on 2 seats. And Keralam, we would I think it's coming in any moment from now. Assam also no trend yet, but West Bengal has hit the ground first, it seems, in terms of trends. And do we have the Keralam trend? The left is leading on 4 seats. I've got this information. Yes, we have it on the screen now. The LDF is leading on 7 seats. The UDF is leading on 4 seats, and others are leading on 3 seats. So now we have 14 trends. That is 4 seems to be going to CPIM, CPM 3. That means 7 to the left front. And it seems like 14 trends. These are very early trends. These can change anytime as we proceed with more votes being counted. So as of now, Vijay, what's your sense?
Yeah,
what do you make out of it?
I just want to know where these seats are. If it's in Malabar, then it's an obvious thing. I mean, LDF stronghold is in Malabar, so we just need to look at where the seats are coming in.
I think that will be clear in some minutes from now, that from where these trends are coming. Which are the areas that you think LDF is set to perform well in this election?
Traditionally, they're what we call the Red Fort is in Malabar area, Kannur and Kasaragod district. If UDF is able to crack those areas, those districts, then UDF, because last time if you look at it was abysmal in Kozhikode and Tallied, Kannur and Kasaragod, all those Malabar area, they got very few seats, even in South Kerala, which I think Rajiv would explain. Rajiv, my colleague, is there. Thiruvananthapuram, I think he will be joining shortly. So these are the areas traditionally, I mean, for Kollam, for example, all these areas, Alappuzha, for example, all these areas are traditional left strongholds. So if they are doing, if UDF manages to get seats there, then we can sort of see there is a small swing there. But right now, we just need to get the numbers exactly.
So the trends have increased to 19 trends from 140, Viju. 6 have gone to CPM, CPI 3. That means 9 seem to be going to the LDF here, and the others are also inching up. Yeah.
Very interesting. Very interesting. So the initial trend actually show that LDF is on the upper. Is swing. I wouldn't call it a swing, but I would say it's UDF is not in a very strong wicket. Maybe that's what we should understand. Right? But we'll have to, again, I would say we'll have to see which are the seats that are coming up right now.
Right, of course. Of course, these are very initial trends, and these can change.
I just want to know which are the seats that. Is, I mean, is it in Malabar?
Yeah, I think that will be clear in some time from now. We have one trend coming from Tamil Nadu also, where neither the NDA nor the SPA seem to be leading. The other is leading here on 1 seat, not even the TVK. It could be the other regional small parties or an independent here that could be leading. So that is the initial trend that we are getting from Tamil Nadu. Assam is yet to open its account in terms of trends, but any moment we can expect the trends coming out over here. And the earliest trends that we have as of now are from Kerala, and they're increasing. 19 trends had come till now, and 9 seats seem to be going. And now it has increased to 31. 6. Saying that we need to know which areas these are. Yeah. Yes, Viju.
Yeah, it's true. But here, locally, they are saying that UDF is showing 63 for UDF and 63 for UDF and 50 for LDF. I mean, this is one of the law.
Yeah. Viju, do you think in terms of the rotation of governments that we have been seeing in this state for a very long time in election cycles, except वैसे तो ठीक है, but it just keeps coming out. तो वो कब निकल आएगा, I don't know.
LDF 52, but again, it's very initial, so I don't want to risk my predictions right now. So let's wait for half an hour more.
Yeah, I'm sure in half an hour or 20 minutes from now, we'll be having a better sense, a better view of how the trends seem to be shaping. And I want to come back to you, Abhishek. When we talk of the Saffron expansion, especially in states where the regional parties have done very well, whether it's Trinamool, whether it's DMK or the left in Kerala. How has the BJP worked over the last few years in taking its Gujarat down south and towards the northeast?
You see, the Bharatiya Janata Party's outreach program and the campaign, whether it is West Bengal or in the northeastern states or the state of Kerala or Tamil Nadu, has been a quite organized and a very comprehensive campaign. So it is not just only the political battle that the BJP has been fighting. You see the case of Assam also, whether you see the case of West Bengal or you see the case of Kerala and Tamil Nadu. Apart from the political battle, it is also a kind of ideological battle that has been fought. Because the parties, whether it is the CPIM, the LDF government or the TMC or the DMK government in the Tamil Nadu, so they have been pushing their ideology which is not in contrary, which is in contrary to the Bharatiya Janata Party's ideology. So it is an ideological battle, it is a political battle, and also it is a battle against the regional parties which have been in the power in these states for quite a long time. But they have also come, there are serious questions on the issues of welfare, there are serious questions on the issue of development, and there are also serious questions on their understanding and vision about the state. So Bharatiya Janata Party is looking at a political battle, looking as an ideological battle. And over the last 1 decade, I mean, you see the case of West Bengal, it is not just that BJP is fighting the West Bengal election only in last 6 months. I mean, if you see the last elections in the West Bengal, whether it is the 2024 Lok Sabha elections or the 2019 Lok Sabha election, 2017, 2021, in all the elections, whether it is the state or whether it is the union elections, there has been a consolidation of the vote behind the BJP, and this vote percentage has constantly remained same, around 40%. They had a very good strike rate in the Lok Sabha elections, then they had a good strike rate in the Vidhan Sabha election. So there has been a gradual rise. The same case has been also in the Kerala. They have been fighting the ideological battle as well as they are also fighting the political battle. They're on the ground. They performed well in the municipal elections, as you see. And in case of DMK, they have also been relying on some kind of political adjustment and coalition parties. So I would say that this political...
I think when you say coalition partners, this reminds me of Bihar. For a long time, BJP was a junior partner in Bihar with the NDA. Now, Bihar has a BJP chief minister instead of the JDU. So, I think eventually the strategy is to start small, be a junior partner wherever it gets entry and build base. So, whether it's a Bihar, whether it's a Maharashtra, or now we're staring at other states. It could be South in some years from now. Do you think that possibility happening?
Yeah, of course. You have very rightly put it that they have started from the small, they have started from the certain areas where they have been popular, where they have got the ideological acceptance, where they've got the political acceptance, and gradually this is being transformed into a larger desire for acquiring the political power and coming to the seat of power, whether it is in Kolkata or in the Chennai or in the LDF. I think what BJP is looking is that based on their organized campaign, how much inroad they are able to make into these areas. In case of Bengal, of course, they are looking for the political power. And in case of Tamil Nadu and Kerala, they are looking to make inroads so that their political presence, their legislative presence is realized and they are able to advance their policies, their agenda in the larger public discourse.
Right. I want to go back to Viju now. Viju, we have some 49 trends pouring in from there, and LDF seems to be leading on many of these seats, more than 20 seats it seems to be leading there. You just talked about in the last 6 months, the Chief Minister showed some arrogance. If we were to scale on a scale of 1 to 10, how's the sense of discontentment or dissatisfaction on a scale of 1 to 10 amongst people?
Richard, governance-wise, I mean, we should say the second term, governance-wise, LDF did a pretty decent job. But politically, the problem was like, I think they became sort of overconfident and they thought they are unsurpassable. They, as in the CM thought, I mean, if you look at the high-profile PR campaign that Pinarayi Vijayan did in the last 1 month, they used crores of rupees of public money to.
And this is quite unlike for the left. Correct me if I'm wrong. Left has not been used to this kind of spending on PR and showbazi.
Yeah, that's very true. So that sort of, I feel that sort of must have sort of boomerang. I mean, Kerala voters, as you know, they're very discerning. Unlike Tamil Nadu, I mean, we don't go by the image. I mean, people here vote because because there is some substance. All said and done, you can't just wipe out LDF. They have done a good job. But then this arrogance is sort of, I think, one of the reasons. I mean, if in case they lose, if they had been a little more humble and a little more subtle, because if you've done good work, people will look at that and just vote for you. No, you don't need to sort of be bombastic about it. So that might sort of boomerang. That's what I feel. That is one reason, and of course there is minority consolidation. I mean, the Muslim community is this time with UDF. I mean, that's a big thing. Unlike in the first term where they saw Pinarayi Vijayan as their savior, vis-a-vis BJP. So this time it's not that. Then the Sadiq Ali Tankar, for example, the community leader, he's come out openly supporting UDF and VD Satishan. So that's a big chunk of vote that you're talking about. That's what I was.
Yes, because normally the UDF,
yeah.
Yes.
And if you don't have votes, that's what I was earlier talking about BJP. You asked me a question about how can BJP, is there an inroad that BJP will have in Kerala? I mean, they might. I mean, all you know, because in Kashmir, for example, BJP tied up with PDF, isn't it? So you never know. BJP might tie up with Muslim League maybe 10 years down the line. But that is a strategy that they needs to sort of address if they want to come back to power in Kerala. If you want to be in power, you need support of two major communities, which is the Christian community and the Muslim community. So that is very important.
Right, and UDF seems to be hitting the right notes in terms of the religious community support, as Vijay is just explaining. So now we have 52 trends coming in from 52, 26 seem to be going to the LDF. These are initial trends again. We can't make a story out of it, but still. 19 seems to be going to the UDF. So this is the picture. 19 seats seem to be going to the CPM, 13 to the Congress, 6 to CPI. And Puducherry trends are yet to come in, but the Bengal trends have also started rolling in. And the sense that we're getting from the initial trends is that the BJP seems to be leading in more. I'm also joined by two more experts on the panel. Let's go to them. I have with me Prabeen Kalita, Chief of Bureau Northeast, Times of India, and I am also joined by Manu Sharma, who is a well-known psephologist. So welcome to the show. Manu, first I'd like to come to you. If we keep the exit polls aside, Manu, because exit polls we've seen they can go anyways. They can hit the notes and they can also go wrong. We've seen it many a times. Between Assam and Kerala, where both the incumbent governments of Himanta Biswa Sarma and Pinarayi Vijayan are wanting to come back, how has the social welfare performances done? Because they are tom-tomming it big time. Do you think this is going to make a dent? Do you think this is going to be impactful in the final outcome?
Well, the recent trends, in the Indian polity have that whenever you have micro welfare
your audio
intervention.
is not very clear to me. I'll come back to you in a moment. Now? Yeah, we'll try to fix this.
Okay.
Yes, please go ahead, Manu. Let's see.
Yeah, so in the recent electoral cycles, we've seen that the micro welfare measures have been.
I still can't get a clear audio from Manu. Seems to be some technical issue. We'll try to fix it. By then, we can go to Prabeen. Prabeen, can you hear me? Prabeen Kalita, editor, Northeast TOI, is joining us. Prabeen, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes. Yeah. So, I want to start with you, Prabeen, now. As far as Northeast is concerned, and also West Bengal, what is your first sense? Looking at the trends, what is your reaction?
See, the trends that are coming in now, it's very early. You can't make a clear indication out of it because the postal ballots are now being counted. But on the ground, it's BJP, NDA being on governing the state for last 10 years. They certainly have an advantage. And Congress-led alliance, Congress alliance parties are mostly very small regional parties, some just 2 years old. So, and they of course have a left which doesn't have that much of base in Assam. So we'll have to wait for a few more hours to get the clear indication. But yeah, BJP being in the government for last 10 years has certainly an age.
Right, and as of now, if I look at the trends in Kerala, the fight seems to be neck to neck. You talked about the smaller parties, Praveen.
Right.
When we talk about these parties, whether it's Rajor Dal of Akhil, not united with the Congress, and that led to the fragmentation of the anti-BJP vote. But this time it seems that they have learned their lesson. You think it's going to make an impact? A unified opposition can pose a better challenge?
See, it will be, I'll put it this way, they don't seem to be ready for these elections. Their acceptance level among the voters hasn't reached to that level that can hoist them to the government. But BJP, on the other hand, if you look at, if they win, they will be winning on women votes. Because the kind of welfare schemes, women-centric welfare schemes they have rolled out in this last financial year, you know, women, when I say girls from class 11 to an old woman, 5,900 crores of welfare schemes. And the Chief Minister has promised more if he comes back to power. So BJP winning will be, and if they win, it will be entirely on women's vote. And
that's an interesting point because women's vote has become very important, whether it's Assam, whether it's Bengal, where the Didi has been nurturing the women's vote very assiduously over the last many years. And Tamil Nadu, we see cash transfers. Kerala, I want to come back to Viju on this. Viju, how has been the social welfare performance of the left government, especially because the cash transfers have been happening in Kerala, though of late, but has it made any dent? Has it made any effect? Do you think it will pay off for Pinarayi Vijayan?
Yeah, they've been on that front. They've done quite well. But interestingly, the UDF manifesto has gone a bit ahead, and they've said that they'll give free passes to women on public transport. Imagine. So the state is in a huge debt, and so UDF has gone one step ahead, I would say. But as you know, LDF has always stood for socialistic welfare policies, and we give one of the best pensions for the unorganized sector, for example, for fishermen and all those people, for the marginal community. So that's been always there. I mean, that is one of the pioneering. I would call it the pioneering methods that LDF has been doing always. But then UDF is also, if you look at their manifestos, UDF and LDF manifestos, there's not much of a difference. And both are talking about welfare.
And right now, both the coalitions are kind of neck to neck. LDF leading on 30, 27 seats seem to be going to the UDF.
But again, I would call it, it's an initial trends.
Initial trends, of course.
Yeah, it's an initial trends, but then if you look at the trend, UDF is gaining the lost territory. I mean, as compared to last year, last election they just had 42 seats. Out of that, 22 seats. UDF just won 22 seats. Congress just won 22 seats. The rest were won by the Indian Muslim League. So that way, if you look at the trend there, this is quite positive trend for UDF. But let's wait. I would say let's wait for half an hour probably to get.
Yes, of course. In another 20 to 30 minutes, the picture would become better in terms of clarity. And 13 trends from West Bengal, 8 seem to be where BJP is leading, 4 seats where TMC seems to be leading, and 1 state where Congress seems to be leading as of now. So this is the trend that we are getting. And Tamil Nadu trends have increased to 27, where the DMK-led SPA is leading on 22 seats. The NDA, where the AIA-DMK is running, with BJP's leading on just 1 seat. It's interesting to see how the TVK is doing. It's leading on 3 seats, a very small number as of now, though we have just 27 trends from the state. In the state of Assam, it is 7 trends that we have, and NDA seems to be leading on all these 7 seats. But these are again very initial trends, and the picture would become clear as. I'd like to go to Manu. Manu, can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Manu, can you hear me? Manu Sharma is a zoologist. Yes, now your audio is clear. Manu, we were talking about work for women. Women have come up to be a very big constituency. I want to take this to you. How has the women factor, you think, affected all these 4 states, whether it's in West Bengal, whether it's in Assam, Kerala and Tamil Nadu? Because all the parties who are in power, they are giving dole-outs, they are giving cash transfers. Do you think women will turn the election in these states? They'll play a pivotal role?
Well, there are 2 elements to specific electoral targeting of women. The first one is that because they are in charge of running the families, they are better appraised of what's needed. So micro welfare intervention schemes work the best when they are addressed straight up to the women or those who are in charge. And the second element is that over the last decade or so, in polling we've observed that women voters tend to even cross religion, or caste or even linguistic lines when it comes to ensuring that whatever is the best for the family or best for the community. So that is why political parties treat them as a very fluid vote bank that needs to be, for want of better words, appeased by well targeted welfare measures. And the very fact that you've seen scheme after scheme from both sides of the aisle targeting women vote across all the 4 corners of India, basically, if you look at the recent electoral trends, then it's quite clear that women are playing a pivotal role, and in this election it's no exception.
Of course, and we'll see how the women vote plays out, especially in West Bengal, where we have a lot of schemes from Kanya Shri to Rupa Shri to Lakshmir Bhandar. And similarly in Assam, a lot of cash transfers are happening by the Hemanta Biswa Sarma government to appease women, as Manu just said. We have 19 trends flowing in from the state of West Bengal, where 11 seem to be going in favor of the BJP and 7 seem to be favoring the TMC. And these are again early trends, and this situation can change as we proceed with more results and trends pouring in. We have 28 trends where 22, a big landslide, I would say, the margin for the DMK-led SPA, and the TVK seems to be leading on 5 seats as of now. And now let's continue with our discussion. I want to go to Praveen. Praveen, we talked about women, but let's talk about the real issues. Assam, we know, has had an annual problem of flooding. Unemployment is another issue. Low wages is another issue. These have never been an issue, or the parties don't want to talk about it because they don't have anything to show.
Even on the counting day, the polling day, there was flood in the city. But people mostly in rural areas, and now rural women are also working in cities. So they are completely, I'd say, blinded or swayed away by the cash transfers. Just a week before elections, every woman got a cash transfer of 19,000 rupees. Just imagine.
That's direct bribing the voters, isn't it?
It's bribing the voter. But Hemanta Biswa Sarma, when asked, he says, no, it is continuation of our scheme. It's a welfare scheme. So all these issues are nowhere in the picture.
Also, Praveen, when you say nobody wants to talk about it because maybe they don't have much to show and they want to give dole-outs and cash transfers to make people happy, to keep them silent. I also want to talk about the communalization of the election, especially in Assam this time. The hate speeches that we've heard from the highest office of the state, Hemanta Biswa Sarma. Do you think these are deliberate to actually drive polarization for election results because they don't want to talk about the real issues?
Unlike in past election, there is nothing called polarization this time. What has been very cleverly done is the delimitation exercise. So all constituencies where the Muslim voters had a decisive voice, they have been huddled into a limited number of seats. So there is no polarization actually, because Muslims, the number of seats where a Muslim candidate or a candidate supported by Muslim voters can win is just 21 seats. Out of 120 seats, there is just 21 seats. So you don't need polarization here. So
you say the delimitation has done the work, so polarization is not needed. Then what about the hate speeches that we've heard so much in this election in Assam by the Chief Minister?
The hate speeches are actually, if you go through the entire videos, whatever you have, you see, it's actually his response to questions by media. So when the media is asking so-and-so, Badruddin Ajmal, how will he win, how much seats, then he'll go back to that speeches. If you ask how much seats Gaurav is going to win, then he'll go back, go to those kind of speeches. But actually they are not spontaneous speeches. It's only responses to media.
So Praveen, in your opinion, it seems that when he targets the Miyas, the Bengali-speaking Muslims, it's just in response, not by design. Are you saying that?
Absolutely, because he'll first tweet, then the media will pick it up from there, ask him in, on the sidelines of any campaign meeting, and there he goes.
Okay, so because the narrative that has been made is that he's been targeting and wanting the Bengali-speaking Muslims out of Assam, and there have been drives also regarding this.
See, if you actually wanted to say that, you would have put it in your manifesto. Your manifesto doesn't speak about it. Almost all his speeches, campaign speeches, doesn't speak about it. Only when Mr. Amit Shah comes, you find a spike in those speeches.
Oh, so you think that it's directed more by the center than in the state?
No, see, when the state government is doling out these cash benefits, even Muslim women are also getting. So why would BJP not want to get votes of Muslim women? They would certainly want to have more.
It's kind of a brahmastra, Praveen. It seems that give cash transfers to women and keep them silent, get their votes. Ayushi, you would like to comment on that?
I think women and youth both are very important vote banks in this elections. You see that, especially in Tamil Nadu, it's the youth. And the entire Vijay TVK party is banking on it. So definitely these two things are there, and fortunately or unfortunately these freebies, whether in the form of
I think we seem to be getting the reaction of Gaurav Gogoi. We'd like to play it up if it is there. I can see him speaking from Assam. He's the candidate of the Congress party from Jorhat. Team, can we have the audio here? We'll try to fix it. Yes, Ayushi.
So yes, that's exactly what I was saying. That women and youth both are very important vote banks, and every party is trying their best to woo them. You will find some successful in it, obviously, and the freebies, as I said, monetary and non-monetary, I think it's become a part of the election process, unfortunately.
And nobody wants to talk about the burden, the financial burden that the state exchequer has to bear because of this. Everybody wants to see the election going into their favor. We now have 31 trends pouring in from Tamil Nadu, where 24 trends seem to be favoring the DMK-led SPA, where the DMK seems to be leading on 22 seats. TVK seems to be leading on 4 seats. And AIADMK and NDA seem to be not doing so well. 11 trends from the state of Assam, where all the trends seem to be favoring the BJP. BJP seems to be leading on 9, AGP on 2, AIUDF has not opened its account in terms of trends, and so has the Congress. But these are again initial trends and not the results. We'd like to underline that these are not the results. 81 trends are now in front of us, where 37 LDF, 35 UDF. Viju, it's anybody's guess now. Seems like more than half the trends are here. Still, the picture is yet to unveil, but a very close and tight finish.
Yeah, and also BJP NDA is leading in 4 seats.
Yes.
Very surprising. Yeah. So looks like the vote
from 0. If these were to translate into votes, from 0 to 4.
These are leads, of course, but then it would be interesting to see who has been impacted more. Is it LDF or UDF? The BJP votes, because it looks like it's neck to neck for BJP. Sorry, LDF and UDF. 64 locally. They're saying that LDF is leading in 64 seats and UDF is leading in 69 seats, and BJP is leading in and NDA is leading in 4 seats. So it would be interesting to know where the votes are, who has been impacted by this chunk of vote that NDA is taking. I mean, very interesting to know. I think we'll have to wait for some more time.
Last time also, Biju, the LDF vote share was 41.5%. The UDF vote share was 38.4%. And the NDA vote share was 11.4%. So that means the difference in terms of vote share between the two blocks was not a lot. It was hardly more than 3%. But the difference in terms of seats was huge, between 94 and 40, more than double the difference in terms of seats. And the NDA didn't open its account, but it had a vote share. So now, this time, with the competition seeming to be very neck to neck, you think BJP could be a kingmaker or could spoil somebody's party?
Definitely, Richard. If that's the case, we'll have to wait. That's what I was saying. We'll have to wait for some more time. It looks like we can't say, because again, it's just second round happening. 70-63, they're saying now. So they might just scrape through UDF. Even, that's what I feel. But then BJP, if it's a hung assembly, yes. India might be the kingmaker. Who knows? We'll have to wait.
Yes, NDA might be the kingmaker, and it'll be interesting to see if these trends transform into election results. Who would BJP like to ally with to make the government, or if these trends have some great change. Right now, 39 trends from the state of Tamil Nadu. TVK does not seem to be doing too well as of now, but these are again trends that can change. We can see Pinarayi Vijayan, the live shots coming in from the state of Kerala. He's waving in to people. It's a big day for him. He's been into the saddle. He's been leading the state since 2 terms now, and it was quite historic last time because LDF, despite being in power for 5 years, came back, which is quite unusual in the state of Kerala. Kerala has been known to rotate its governments between LDF and UDF for a very long time in every election. So last time Pinarayi Vijayan got another term, which was history in itself. So this time, can he deliver a hat-trick is a big question. And as far as the trends go, 81 trends we have as of now, it seems like he's giving a good fight to the UDF, Congress-led UDF, and BJP's increasing vote share and seats seem to be doing some real spoiler for both the blocks. We'll have to see, because BJP has been making inroads into the state of Kerala since many years now. 33 trends from West Bengal, where 18 seats seem to be going to the BJP. BJP is leading here. 13 seats where TMC is leading. So Kerala seems to be very interesting as of now. Viju, as far as Pinarayi Vijayan goes, this is not a battle for survival just for the left front, being the last state where it's ruling in the country. But if the LDF stands to lose ultimately, it will be kind of curtains on his political career also. Is that right?
Correct. He's over 80 years old and he's also ill. He's not keeping well. So I don't know whether he, in case LDF loses, I don't know whether he'll take up the position of opposition leader. We never know that because being in the helm of power for the last 18 years, as 8 years as the party secretary and 10 years as chief minister. So he's been always in power for the last 18 years. So in case he loses power, I don't know what decision that he might take. Because of being an opposition leader, I mean, especially in a politically sensitive state like Kerala, you need to be up and you need to be very aggressive. And I don't know whether he has the stamina to do that and whether he wants to come back and do that. I don't know. He'll have to wait and watch for that.
Right. I think another 30 minutes would throw a better picture in terms of clarity regarding the trends. But again, these are trends. Don't take them as election results. The election results will take some time to be confirmed, and we'll let you know. We'll keep you posted about each and everything that is happening on the ground. The left seems to be confident. I was talking to Biju earlier and he was saying that they're unusually silent. But here, as the chief minister hits the ground, it seems the cadre are also on the ground and they're also sensing that, maybe they've not lost it as of now. I want to go to Manu Sharma for this. Manu, with the election trends showing that it's a neck-to-neck, very tight call between the LDF and UDF and BJP also doing well on many seats, surprisingly. What do you make out of this?
Well, the first clear trend is that there was some kind of anti-incumbency, but that anti-incumbency did not remain bipolar. So that anti-incumbency vote has fragmented, and as a result of that fragmentation, we are perhaps seeing a fight that is closer than it should be for now. Still early days, I would say. We need to wait for about 30-40 odd minutes to have some better trends. But prima facie, it looks like that the anti-incumbency vote did not actually play out. So you have the impact of BJP and other smaller parties in place that have managed to reduce the level of angry vote, so as to say, against the incumbent government. Now the only question is that what's the quantity of it and whether these trends hold.
Right. I want to bring in. 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 I want to bring in.
Of it and whether these trends hold.
Right. I want to bring in. BJP. As per the exit polls, a lot of exit polls had predicted the BJP victory, though these are again initial trends. What is your sense?
I think there will be a neck-to-neck fight between TMC and BJP. BJP for the first time getting momentum in their campaign in all the constituencies in West Bengal. But the politics is different nowadays. In Assam, you can see the beneficiary politics there in Assam. In Assam, the main public issues have not been highlighted in the campaign. Suppose a poor road condition, damaged dikes, chronic flood problems, unemployment problem, and
we just discussed this, Sharanan, before you joined us with Prabeen. I want to focus on West Bengal here. You said it will not be. You said it's going to be a close call between TMC and the BJP here. Against the trends, the trends seem to be suggesting that the BJP is leading here on 28 seats and 16 seats seem to be going to the TMC.
Initial trends, very initial, very early trends. These are very early trends.
Yes.
May be changed in later hours.
Okay. So we are also joined by Rohit Khanna, editor TOI West Bengal. Rohit, what is your take? As of now, the trends seem to be suggesting that BJP is leading. What's the mood like there?
See, if we go by the trends, it is, as Shraddhananda said, that it is too early to say. And we also have to keep in mind that, BJP in 2026, when they started, they were trailing by around 10% votes in comparison to 2021. And they had 77 seats. BJP leaders like all the BJP leaders, including the Home Minister Amit Shah, he had been saying that BJP will form the government with a simple majority. That means at least they will have to get a 77 seats jump. Now, given the turnout, it is very interesting. Bengal has never seen this kind of a turnout in the recent past. But this gain of 77 seats needs a lot of momentum that the BJP leaders, they have already expressed to us that, to get almost double whatever they had got, these 71 seats, it will be difficult. It will be a big challenge, especially given the second phase of polling, where there are districts where BJP, it is not the core constituency of the BJP. North Bengal, they might have an advantage, but when they come to South Bengal, there are a lot of disadvantages. There are demographic challenges. There are other challenges where the Matua votes, it has been impacted by the SIR. So given this scenario, as Sadananda was saying, that there will be a tough call, there will be a keen contest. So as the day progresses, we can expect a lot of surprises as the rounds are counted.
Absolutely. These are again early trends, not results, and these can change any time in some time from now. I want to go back to Manu Sharma here, the psephologist. Manu, let's talk about the SIR impact on the West Bengal elections. The whole electorate has been trimmed by over 10%. Over 90 lakh voters could not vote here. What do you think? Is it going to play in favor of the BJP or against the TMC, or it's going to have some boomerang effect?
See, electoral exercises like SIR, which have an inherent element of controversy around them, because they are not merely electoral exercises. They also have some ramifications for, a person's citizenship status, or even about, let us say, one can accuse things or the process of being tilted against or in favor of some population groups. So what happens with this is that although there are significant efficacy yields, that is, the electoral process becomes better, your electorate better, and there is a greater amount of integrity around the whole polling process. But at the same time, you also have this element of distrust, not regarding the process itself, but regarding, the wider...
No, people have raised voices against the process itself, huge voices against the process itself, the role of Election Commission.
Yeah, that's why I said not necessarily. In some cases, they've even raised huge, I would say, question marks regarding the process also. And what that leads to then is that, electorally speaking, the net impact of this exercise becomes muddled. So the conventional thinking that has been going around is that, well, SIR is there and it would lead to perhaps benefit for one party or the other. My own take from, what I've been hearing and listening to is that it's not going to be that simple a case. Yes, there will be some benefits for the incumbent at the center, but at the same time there is also
you think
anger.
The TMC might gain?
See, that's why I'm saying that the net effect is muddled as of now. The direction of whether this is purely positive for the BJP or the TMC is hard to surmise, because different places, it's a heterogeneous electorate. So in different districts, you are seeing different impacts play out from the very same exercise. So
right. I want to bring in Ayushi here. Ayushi, SIR has been talked about a lot, especially the critiques are saying that it's a ploy to, cut off the Muslim votes, though Hindus have also been affected. We've seen the Matuas being affected. What do you think is going to play out in terms of the SIR impact on West Bengal elections?
Richa, SIR was supposed to be a national security issue, because this is not a Hindu-Muslim or a vote bank politics thing. It's actually, you're trying to get out the illegal migrants, yes, the infiltrators out. So it's unfortunate to see this become a highly political issue.
A
because
political potato, I would say.
Yes, absolutely. Because for me, I mean, teaching national security at JNU, we see this as a national security issue more than a political issue. But definitely it is going to have a major impact on the elections. It's about consolidation. Like, you know, if which group is able to consolidate there, and then which party seems to get the benefit out of it. Because undoubtedly the minorities, the Muslims, have been a huge vote bank out there. Like it or not, that's the reality of the place. So how does it pan out? It'll be interesting for me to see, because for me, I don't see this just from the electoral point of view, but it has larger ramifications and you know, on the national
Your
front.
view on the same?
No, I think SIR issue has to be taken up as a measure, as a necessary measure for the correcting the electoral list. I mean, as Aishi was mentioning earlier also, we have seen the lot number of people who have come to the electoral rolls in the West Bengal, especially the infiltrated other people who acquired the illegal documents and who have become the part of the electoral process. It was basically a corrective measure to ensure the fair play. Because the
did it ensure the fair play? Because a lot of families saying, you know, the mother or the son or few family members are going to vote, the others are not. They have the documents, everybody didn't get the chance to, you know, get heard. It was too short a time for such a mammoth exercise.
I think all the necessary mechanisms were being played by the Election Commission. Also, the Supreme Court has intervened in that regard. And of course, partially, I mean, the electoral rolls have been rectified. But of course, I would agree with you that, of course, I mean, the timing, I mean, they could have been given more time in order to address the concern of the voters. But as far as
I
SIR...
think it's 90 lakh people taking off the electoral rolls is not a mean thing. It's massive in a country which is known for, you know, protecting its democracy. So we are getting some visuals here. We're getting some visuals. We'll have to confirm the location. Okay. These are not the live visuals. These are the old visuals. I would like to go to West Bengal and get a sense from the ground from a TMC supporter, Siddhabrata Das. He's joining us from West Bengal. Okay. Siddhabrata, we'll go to him in a few moments from now. We're just checking the line with him. Is Biju with us?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, Biju, it's too tight a call now. As the trends keep piling up.
Yeah, right now apparently the local the news that I'm getting is 83 seats for UDF. They're leading in 83 seats, and LDF is leading in 52 seats, and NDA in 4 seats. So the gap is widening, as you were saying.
The gap seems to be widening, but if the gap is not much, what do you think could be the factors that influence the LDF doing so well?
No, I don't think LDF is doing well. That's what I was trying to say. It looks like this is just a first round. So that's I think we should.
You still think that there's a long way to cover and the picture is still baki. Okay. The picture abhi baki. Okay, let's go to West Bengal.
I'm betting on UDF even now. Yeah, so let's
you are still betting on UDF. Okay, we'll keep coming back to you for that. That you know, what did the UDF did right and what the LDF could have done to prevent this. As of now, 42 seats. UDF seems to be leading. As Vijay was saying, the gap is now marginally rising.
82 for UDF and 53 for LDF. That's what.
Oh, that's a wider.
That's a trend. That's a trend that we were. Yeah, that's a trend we had predicted, and NDA is leading in 4 seats. That's very interesting. So
that is very, and I think that trend has not changed. Viju, if I'm correct.
Looks like we have been talking about that. The Irava community vote, which is a traditional CPM vote, we talk about it in detail. That vote seems to have shifted to NDA. NDF, the core Hindu vote. I mean, LDF is always, CPM is always known in Kerala as the Hindu party, especially the Irava community. The core vote was always was part of CPM. I think that has shifted a bit. Let's wait and let's wait for some time, and probably we can talk about that.
Right. Also, Biju, when we talk about the left front as such, Vijayan has been doing things like PR to boost his image. He seems to have, started the cash transfer schemes also lately. But when it comes to the whole left front, CPI, CPM, and within CPM also, there have been strains amongst the left leaders, with some not getting the desired seats, with people like KK Shelja being put in, the strongholds of other candidates. How do you think this affecting the LDF performance?
Absolutely, Richa. You hit the nail. I mean, the main problem with the LDF was selection of candidates. Shailaja teacher is losing, by the way. I mean, the trailing, by the way. And G. Sudhakaran, he's a heavyweight. He's a non-corrupt PWD minister, the Public Works Department minister, and he was sidelined. And he's standing as an independent from Ambalapura. And he's also apparently leading. So, Shailaja teacher, Thomas Isaac, he was not given a seat. So selection of candidate is a major problem, and the acolytes of Pinarayi Vijayan got many seats. I think the selection of candidate, if they had proper selection of candidate, and there are a lot of troubles. And within the CPM, within the party itself, the workers were quite dissatisfied, and they feel that it's better that CPM stands out of power so that they can come back very strongly. That's a feeling that I got when I spoke to committed Cadre party workers.
Right. We have Neerja Chaudhary, senior journalist, joining us. Welcome to the show, Neerja ji. Neerja ji, it looked like a close fight in Kerala between the LDF and UDF, but now it seems that UDF is rising ahead of the LDF. How would you like to react to these trends? You think the polls were right, or still the picture is baki?
No, I think it's too early to say anything, but generally the exit polls have given a lead to the UDF, and ground level feedback also has pointed in that direction, that people want change, but that the LDF should not be way behind, but just behind, almost catching up with the UDF. That itself is a tremendous, it's a testimony for Pinarayi Vijayan's leadership after 10 years, that he is not a washout. Normally, Kerala elects the other side, the other government, it's a two-way affair. But the LDF has been there for 10 years now. So I find this very interesting to study and look at the leadership of Pinarayi Vijayan and the way he's handled the state and the large base that he's managed to create for the left parties, for the CPM, and not being a washout. Of course, if he wins, the left is nowhere in the country in power. So that has enormous implications. But one needs to look at how Pinarayi Vijayan has conducted affairs in that state.
Right, I'll come back to you. I want to go back to Rohit Khanna, the TUI editor from West Bengal. Rohit, 61 trends as of now from the state, 41 seem to be favoring the BJP, and the gap between the BJP and TMC lead seems to be growing a lot. What factors do you think could be influencing those? Still, these are trends and this can change.
So if you look at the preparation of the poll, since the beginning, the poll narrative was divided into two parts. One was against the BJP, which was anti-SIR. The other was against the Trinamool Congress, which was against the corruption, which was against joblessness and other factors where the Trinamool people feel that Trinamool could have delivered more. Now, as the poll progressed, we have also seen a number of efforts to consolidate their core vote banks. Whether it was Prime Minister Narendra Modi, he was responding and he was reacting to the situations and he was delivering his messages. Whether it was Mamata Banerjee, who was again reverting back. And in both the cases, we have seen a strong effort to retain the core vote base. So for the BJP, as I earlier said, they had an advantage in 2021 when it comes to the first phase, districts under the first phase. But when it came to the second phase, the issues were more diverse and the demography was diverse. There were a number of issues. There, both the BJP and the Trinamool Congress, they have to fight based on their organizational strengths and organizational push that they can provide. Now, as we have seen in 2021, BJP was lagging behind in terms of organizational strength, where this was Trinamool's advantage. And you should also keep in mind two factors, that we have almost 2% or organizational strength, where this was Trinamool's advantage. And you should also keep in mind two factors, that we have almost 2% or in this election. Every percentage of votes, every percentage of swing would count.
Exactly. Now we have the TMC supporter Siddhabrata Das joining us, and let's go to him. Siddhabrata, thank you for joining us here today. The trends that we have from West Bengal seem to be suggesting that BJP is leading. How would you like to react to it?
See, these are very early trends. Rather, I will say that no trend has emerged right now, because as far as from the information I am getting, many seats the counting is yet to start. Even the postal ballot counting is yet to start, and the numbers that you are seeing are the numbers of the postal ballot counting of the election duty officers who casted their vote. The EVM counting is yet to start. So let's wait for some time, at least an hour. We will get the trends then. And I don't think there is any issue. Trinamool Congress is clearly winning, and it will be very clear by 10:30. You will see the trends.
I have some trends from Tamil Nadu. Out of 234 seats, 89 trends seem to suggest that DMK is pushing way ahead than its competitors. TVK is leading on 16 seats, DMK is leading on 65 seats, and AIA DMK seems to be leading on 3 seats, and BJP is yet to open its account in terms of trends. In Assam, out of 126, 26 trends we have where the BJP is leading along with its partners. The Congress is way behind in terms of these early trends. And I want to go back to Neerja Chaudhary. Neerja ji, this time Bengal made history for 2 reasons. SIR, of course, was one. The other was the highest voter turnout after independence. Okay, we'll go back to Neerja ji in a moment from now. We're checking her line. I'll go back to my panelists here in the studio. Very unusually high voter turnout, Abhishek. 92.9% people voted. Do you think the SIR pushed them in large numbers? What do you think made so many people turn out?
I would not only say that the SIR made them to turn in high numbers in the Bengal case. Of course, SIR was one factor, because there were larger concerns among the people that they are not able to vote this time in the election. Maybe they might lose their voter ID, or they might lose their name in the electoral list. But apart from that, whenever we see from the political point of view, the high turnout was always looking for a change. It is always against the incumbent government. I mean, in the political analysis, it's a sign of an anti-incumbency, and of course, it's also a sign of the government in terms of whether their performance. And this was the case in Bengal. We see whether it was the issue of corruption, whether it was the issue of a syndicate, whether it was the issue of failure in bad governance, a law and order situation, women's security, middle class unrest. All these issues have been continuously being discussed by the people of the Bengal, by the observers and the leaders. And I think that was the area, and that was the issue that led to high number of turnout. Of course, in areas where there has been loss of voters, in the case of SIR, in the Murshidabad area, in the Malda area, there has been a reason for the high voter turnout. But this happening in across the Bengal, in the presidency area, in the Howrah, in the North Bengal, in the South Bengal. And as the early trends are coming, I could see the BJP also leading seats in North Bengal, in South Bengal, in Diamond Harbour area, in areas which largely BJP has not been able to make into that. So it seems that the high voter turnout was a kind of an anti-incumbency for the TMC government, and that is now transferring into the leading force for the BJP, that they are getting accepted in the Bengal.
Somehow I don't buy that point, because Tamil Nadu also had a historic voter turnout this time. 84.69% voters turned out in large numbers, the highest so far. Ayushi, if we were to go by that logic, Tamil Nadu again seems to be going the DMK way.
I won't say it's DMK way or
because the lead is huge even in trends. These are trends, but yes, the lead is huge.
One thing we have to understand that amongst these voter turnout is first-time voters. So the youth, especially those under 25, and the way TVK mobilized it. Vijay is a star. There is that star power element in South India.
TVK seems to be leading on 20 seats out of the 103 trends that we have as of now. So. Did we make too much out of Vijay?
This only, as you said, this is just the trend, and let's see how it turns out in terms of the final results. But definitely, he's one person, apart from the star power, which is a main attraction in South India, and especially after MGR, might be Vijay could turn that again. But there's also the element of a non-BJP, a non-Congress alternative in politics. So TVK somewhere, Vijay is trying to project that, or that is what the water turnout seems to be. And coming back to West Bengal, I think one of the main issue has been law and order. We cannot ignore that. Of late, and especially, you even have a victim's mother who's contesting the election, the RG Kar victim's mother. So law and order and women's issue are very important. So I think you'll have to keep that in mind, that women and youth somehow in these elections will play a very important role.
When we talk about Mamata the West Bengal women with so many cash transfers, Rupashri, Kanyashri, Lakshmir Bhandar, all that, giving a lot of money to them, but still safety matters, is your opinion?
Very much, very important. Okay. Because you can dole out all those, you can have the best policies, but if that is not being translated into security and stability, that is a big issue.
Okay, the trends are increasing from Tamil Nadu, 112 trends, out of which the DMK-led SPA is leading on 70 seats. A broader picture, 67 seats to DMK, TVK 26, it seems to be catching up now, 10 to AIA DMK. So as of now, the trend suggests that the opposition could be TVK instead of the AIA DMK. We still have to wait for some more time to get a better picture, but seems like TVK could be the opposition party here as of now if we were to go by the trends. We will try to get in Nirja ji here in the show, but Manu we can go to. Manu, you think AIADMK could be replaced by TVK as an opposition?
I mean, still early days.
Yes, it's still early, but is that a possibility that can happen?
Yes, see, that possibility is already there, and the reason behind that possibility, and perhaps why some pollsters were talking about that possibility, is that there is a face vacuum, so as to say, in politics of the South. Okay. Yeah. So
yes, go ahead.
Basically, yeah. In politics of the South, you do need ideology, but you also need a face to carry that.
Could you be a little louder, Manu, if I may request you?
Yeah. So currently, what's going on is that the place for the opposition is open. So in terms of ideology, it's there, but a person to hem that ideology and provide a face, that seat is open, and that is where perhaps TVK can really come in and take the spot. But so far, as of now, it remains a numbers game. Until and unless they bring the required numbers to the table, it will be hard to anoint them as the next big opposition leadership. But until then, the space is open, and I guess they have a very good shot at it.
Right. So TVK seems to be in the mode of entering into the opposition space, because as far as the leads suggest, the DMK seems to be coming back according to the trends that we have. In Kerala, now it's, let's go back to Vijay. Vijay, our screen shows 47-47. Can it be better than this?
Yeah. That's true. What we had predicted is coming. See, VD these losers, he'll go for political exile. So, so probably he won't do that now. Yeah. Initial trends are very, 90 for UDF and 45 for LDF. Looks like a land for UDF. Interestingly, NDA is leading in 5 seats. Karakuttam, Nemam, Manjeshwaram, and 2 other seats. It's very interesting. NDA is leading in 5 seats.
Also, Viju, though you are betting on UDF to come back to power, but if LDF does come back to power anyways, what do you think would go in its favor? What would favor this kind of performance?
Of course, the first thing would be that Pinarayi kind of politicking and Pinarayi kind of Pinarayi brand would be all powerful, and he'll have a higher say even in the PB at the PB level. a sudden Pinarayi will become CPM, all powerful. I mean, CPM will be a party which is only in power in Kerala across the country. So that gives the CPM a big upper hand if LDF comes back to power. I mean, so it's a big thing. But
if we were to analyze, Viju, we were to analyze 2, 3.
LDF comes back to power. I mean, so it's a big thing. But
if we were to analyze, Viju, we were to analyze 2, 3. Yes, please go ahead.
Yeah. So that is one thing that, and their organizational structure is quite strong even now. You can't, though LDF, you might say that even if LDF doesn't come back to power, you can't say that CPM or LDF has been wiped out of Kerala.
I think it's giving a run. It's giving a run to its opposition parties. I mean, it's not, the story is not over yet.
That's true.
And if this trend is to continue, I mean, if CPM does make it back, I mean, it'll be something nobody predicted and something, a history in itself. I mean, for the consecutive second time. I mean, this is something that was...
no, the initial trend, now the trend is fairly going to, the wind is blowing towards UDF. I don't think it's going to happen. If you look at the trend, 92 and 43, the leads. 92 UDF and 43. So
I think it's yet to come to us, those figures that you're talking about. But
it's a local figure. So let's wait for the final official.
Let's not jump onto it. And... let's have a look at the West Bengal picture once again, where the lead suggests that the gap between TMC and BJP seem to be growing. I have with me Siddhabrata Das, the TMC supporter, joining us from West Bengal. My studio guest, Dr. Ayushi, just said, Siddhabrata, that law and order is a major issue that cannot be ignored. There's been a lot of violence, crime against women. These have to be taken seriously. What is your opinion? Did it matter?
Central government NCRB report suggests that West Bengal is topping one of the best state and Kolkata one of the best city when it comes to women protection. See, the people.
No, it's not just about Kolkata. It's not just about Kolkata.
May I finish my speech, madam? See, the people of West Bengal is not fool. Yes, there has been some stray incident in West Bengal, but we also know what is happening in entire India and what is happening in the BJP ruled states. BJP ruled states does not have the numbers to say that West Bengal has a great law and order issue. We know what is happening in Uttar Pradesh, in Bihar, in Haryana, in all those states where BJP is in power, and how BJP is treating them who are the rapists there, and all the atrocities happening against women. See, this time, this election, there is only one issue that concerns the people, that is SIR, where 1.25 crore people came under adjudication and 92 lakh names were deducted, out of which 57 lakhs are Hindu Bengalis. You must understand this. 57 lakhs Hindu Bengalis name get deducted in this election, in this SIR. So the people, the large number that you are seeing is a reflection of that. Yes, there is incumbency, but you must understand BJP is also a government and there is incumbency against BJP as well. There has not been any big event in the last 12 months apart from SIR, and the reflection that you are seeing is exactly what The people are 250 people died in the SIR process.
You think it's
And according
not
to the
just a West
numbers,
Bengal problem?
just one line, 20 seconds, and the numbers that you are seeing in the screen.
Actually, your audio
these
is not
numbers-
very. Your audio. I'll come back to you. I'll give you a chance. Your audio is not coming very clear to me. So I'll come back to you. Let's go back to Manu here. Manu is a well-known psephologist. Manu, what do you think could swing the tide against TMC if these leads were to translate into results as we go ahead?
Well, behind crystallization of this kind of, I would say, lead setup would be two main reasons. The first would obviously be that the opposition, which is the BJP in this case, at the state level, their promises to undertake sweeping governance changes, they are being taken rather seriously. Second aspect is that there could be some creeping anti-incumbency that the government, which is the TMC government, may not have really paid attention to. So other than that, to say that there is one specific, very clear statewide topic that is being missed by either pollsters or let's say the leadership within the TMC, I think that would be a hard stretch. So for now, it looks like that, yes, what the BJP is proposing, that could be working in the favor of the BJP. And the other bit is the regular anti-incumbency, which, unfortunately, most parties don't have.
We have some initial trends suggesting that the superstar TVK is fielding the chief of TVK. C. Joseph Vijay is trailing from Tiruchirappalli East, and O. Selvam, the former CM of Tamil Nadu and a DMK candidate, he also seems to be trailing. Akhil Gogoi seems to be trailing from Shivasagar in Assam. Hemanta Biswa Sarma is leading in Jalukbari. Gaurav Gogoi from Jorhat is also trailing. Though again, these are trends that can change any time. And we have some key trends coming from Kerala. Rajiv Chandrasekhar is leading in Nemom. K. Surendran is also leading. Veena George, she has been trailing as of now from Aranmula, the CPM candidate. She is also a minister in the LDF government. So some big names trailing over here, especially Vijay is trailing, but these are again trends that can change in some time from now. Vijay is trailing from Tiruchirappalli East. So he's running from 2 seats. We'll have to see how he's doing from the other seat that he's fighting from. I want to go back to Rohit Khanna to West Bengal. Rohit, when we talk about the law and order situation, the poll violence that we've seen, how do you think this affecting the electorate? Does it weigh on their minds?
In 2021, if we talk about 2021, we had seen a lot of post-poll violence, especially. And BJP's estimate is that more than 300 of their workers were killed. And they had alleged that thousands of the BJP supporters, they had to leave home for months. Now, that had definitely had an impact. But this time with ECI being very proactive, this is perhaps the first election in past few decades when West Bengal had reported 0 deaths from the violence. There were deaths, but that was not related to poll violence. So definitely there was a surge of confidence. There was a surge of confidence among people, and there was a sense of fearlessness that led them to queue in front of the polling stations and vote in large numbers. And also we have to keep in mind that while there were deletions of voters, there were also addition of nearly 40 lakh or 45 lakh plus new voters. Now this new voter, as the BJP says, is always open to experiment. And when
you say the new voters, sorry to cut you in, when you say the new voters, are you talking about people voting for the first time, the Gen Z types?
Mostly, yes, the Gen Z type, mostly. There were some additions, people who were left out, they were added, but that is not a very large section. It's mostly the first time voters I'm talking about. So for safety and security is a very sensitive issue to them. And again, I would go back to the figure of women voting this time. There was 2% more women voting this time. And the safety security narrative in West Bengal have been centering around the incidents like RG Kar, incidents like Durgapur Medical College, so and definitely Calcutta Law College. So in urban pockets as well as in semi-urban and rural pockets, there is a concern, there is a palpable concern over the safety and security, especially for women. And BJP has also taken some issues, some statements of Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee ahead, where she said she had asked people, women, not to step out of their homes after 7. So BJP had made this an issue.
Right, and we also have seen that RG Kar victim's mother being fielded by the BJP in the poll fray. We're yet to find out what is the trend there and how is the candidate doing there. But as of now, the big any time, but this is something that was not expected given the star power he commands. Yes, we can go to Siddhabrata now. Siddhabrata, now you may continue your point before I go back to the next participant.
See, what I was saying, I don't know how much I was audible then. The thing I was saying is that it is true that some stray incidents happened when it comes to the RG Kar incident and these things, but people of West Bengal are smart and they are aware what is happening in the entire India. It's not like that they will
But
vote
as Rohit just said, Siddhabrata, when the Chief Minister says and advises women not to venture out late, do you think the atmosphere is safe enough?
No. The incident that you are saying, that it is completely, media has shown it in a very different picture than what the Chief Minister had said that day. The thing is that it was a ladies' hostel where there are certain rules that in this time every hostel, it is not a fact, it's not a private residence, it was a hostel, institutional hostel, and there were rules that by this time you must come inside. The Chief Minister said that when you have some laws, why don't you follow those laws? That was the Chief Minister said. West Bengal is very safe for women. Every day, thousands of women go to the night shift job in the IT sector, and there is absolutely no problem. We have communication, we have buses and on everything, even around 12 and 1 a.m. Kolkata is one of the safest city in Kolkata, and these are the numbers, not our numbers, these are numbers of the Home Ministry and the central government. NCRB report year after year has shown that West Bengal is one of the safest city. One or two stray incident can happen anywhere in the world. You cannot claim to have 100% safety. That is not possible. But one or two stray incident does not change a picture. The people, the women in West Bengal.
That is the ruling party's. That you're fair at your place. That is the ruling party's view, and what is the view of the electorate? I think that is what matters as of now.
Of course. See the
trends.
The view of the electorate will be very clear in an hour or two.
Exactly.
But one more thing that I was saying even then I couldn't say. The numbers that you are seeing in your screen are the numbers of postal ballot. Many places counting is yet to start. I am getting my information, and TMC always performs badly when it comes to
yes.
Not something new. We all in West Bengal know that because of DA issue, there is a DA problem, that DA was not given to the state government employees. So many places state government employees votes against TMC. So let's not jump into any conclusion. Any conclusion. The actual numbers will be very different from what you are seeing.
Right. I hope your confidence translates into the results. As of now, 88 trends that we have, 58 seems to be favoring the BJP and 28 trends seem to be favoring the TMC. Tamil Nadu is unfolding a picture where 69 seats seem to be going to the DMK-led SPA and 28 to the NDA, which is being led by AIA, DMK and BJP. The big picture here is 45 seats, TVK is leading. But what is very interesting, a little while back we just saw that the TVK chief, Vijay Joseph, he has been trailing in both the constituencies. We'll keep tracking that, and Akhil Gogoi from Shiv Sagar is also trailing. I'd like to go to our panelist here. Shatanand is still here with us from West Bengal. Shatanand, we talked about women. Let's talk about the youth. As Rohit just said, 40 lakh new voters have been added, though 90 lakh have been deleted under SIR. How do you think this new voter, this wave of new voter affecting the election outcome today? Are they loyal to the blocks like the older generation has been, or they want change?
First of all, I want to clear that I am from Assam. Okay, so I can still
talk
about the West Bengal. So I think the new generation voters will may make the difference.
You think it will make a difference?
Assam, yeah, may. But these are early trends, and the situation may change in the afternoon. Or in Assam also, there was no SIR, but in Assam it was SR only, special revision. But though some voters names have been deleted from the list. But in Assam, the campaign was different from West Bengal. In Assam, there was only beneficiary politics, women beneficiaries, and Hindu-Muslim polarization. This was the two issues were mainly discussed in the campaign. And it was also come against the Congress regarding Gaurav Gogoi. It was a Pakistan link, but it did
Gaurav
not get
Gogoi, now we have
momentum.
the trend suggesting that he's leading. Earlier he was trailing in Jorhat. How big a battle this is for the Jorhat MP? He's the MP, now he's fighting the assembly elections, and Jorhat is a place from where his father started his political journey. So coming back to this place and wanting to stitch back the Congress coalition back from scratch, how important this is going to be for him, because he's put his seat at stake here?
In early trends in Assam, it's visible that BJP is leading in some of the constituencies. Okay, so the seat sharing of Congress may increase in this time, but the BJP may form the government ultimately, but the seat sharing will increase. But in Jorhat, though he's the MP still, but he's trailing. Maybe it's
no, he was leading just now. We saw the trend. He was leading.
Akhil Gogoi is trailing.
Akhil Gogoi is trailing. Yeah, yes. The trends are changing every minute almost. But yes, if you were to comment on Gaurav Gogoi here, what do you think? Yes.
So,
how important this election is going to be for him, for his political career?
Definitely, it's an important issue because a lot of allegations have been leveled against Gaurav Gogoi much earlier election by Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sharma. But now, just before the election, Pawan Khera, the national spokesman of AICC, also leveled serious allegation against BJP's Chief Minister's wife, Rinki Bhuya Sharma, that he has some business in foreign countries. He has passports of 2 or 3 countries, who has citizenship of 2 foreign countries. These are allegations leveled by Khera in a press conference in Assam. But later it was it went to court and now it is under subjudice. So this also affected the election campaign of BJP, definitely. Because
also I want to understand from you, Shadananda, about Assam, that this time Congress managed to get a lot of regional parties, around 6 more regional parties together to give a good fight to the Himanta Biswa Sharma government. Do you think it would help stop the fragmentation of the opposition votes that could not take place last time?
Definitely, it was one of the important issues. But now, in this election, Assam government, one of the allies of BJP, is fighting with the Muslim candidates. They are most of the candidates of BJP are Muslim. So, Hemanta Biswa Sharma, BJP's Hemanta Biswa Sharma always allies
But one more thing that I was saying even then I couldn't say.
for BJP, for Muslim. In Assam, Congress is doing Muslim politics, but the AGP has fielded all the Muslim candidates in Assam. Nowadays, after the distribution of beneficiaries, this Mohila Uddamita scheme, say 10,000 or every account they have poured. This will definitely play a role, and the voters, women voters who turned out heavily in Assam.
For the security, what about the concerns for the exposure, what about the concern for the institutions not being done in a fair manner, what about the concerns regarding recruitment not happening in the proper manner. So I think it is also necessary to understand that what approach the political parties have been looking up to. BJP has not only reached to the political parties through the women only from the point of view of the security. The manifesto has promises about the welfare scheme, their manifesto has promises about the law and order issues, also they brought in that law regarding the women representation. So I think we also need to understand by what approach you are approaching the women voter. You cannot simply just offer the freebies. It might affect certain section of the women. But what about the educated urban middle class women? Their concerns are completely different. I think, and that is equally applicable in the Kerala, equally applicable in the Tamil Nadu, and equally applicable in the West Bengal. So I think
so. It's basically cash.
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 That is equally applicable in the Kerala, equally applicable in the Tamil Nadu, and equally applicable in the West Bengal. So I think
so. It's basically cash. Now the party chief, the chief minister, is trailing from Kola. So that is again a kind of an unexpected unexpected trend that we are getting. Pradyut Bordoloi is leading from Dispur. He hopped on to the BJP from Congress at almost the last moment. And the shocker, of course, has been the TVK chief Vijay trailing from both the seats a little while back. We'll keep tracking these. I want to go back to Manu Sharma. Manu, we just heard Abhishek talking about working for women in the long term. When it comes to West Bengal, a lot of schemes are there for marrying young girls, for empowering women. But do you think women want more, or it will show off in some way in this election result?
Unmute.
Manu, I'm not able to hear you.
Okay. So I said that any election is a competitive exercise, and you have an incumbent and you also have an opposition, and both of them take their respective agendas to the electorate. Now, in this case, Mamata Banerjee and the TMC took their performance to the people and said, look, this is what we've done, and this is perhaps what more that we can promise. And on the other side, you have the BJP, which says, well, this is the government's report card, but we can do significantly better. And, the targeting is being done for the same demographic profile, for the same slice of the demographic cake, so as to say. So, basically now it is up to that electorate, or that part of the electorate, to decide whether they like the promises more or they're satisfied with the performance so far. And we've often seen that that the electorate can vacillate between the two. We've seen whereby people have said, no, whatever we are getting is good enough. And then we've also seen times like, for example, in 2019 general elections for Lok Sabha, Rahul Gandhi came out with a very interesting basic income scheme back then, which didn't cut much ice back then, although it seemed very lucrative to anybody watching it for the first time. So it can work, it cannot work. A lot depends upon the credibility of the person making it. So if people find that the new promises that are being made are coming from credible enough sources, they might strike a chord. But we will get to know quite soon, I think, within a few hours, whether that indeed is the case or not.
Right, and I'm joined by Neerja Chaudhary, senior journalist. Neerja ji, good to have you back. Let's go to Tamil Nadu. Tamil Nadu, it seems like though the TVK chief is trailing on both the seats, Vijay is trailing on both the seats that he's fighting, but his party seems to be taking the opposition space. A big spoiler for AIA DMK, it seems.
Yeah, the TVK phenomenon is an amazing phenomenon. We'll know about the seats, both the seats. You're saying, if I hear you right, that he's trailing in both at this point. Is that what you said?
Yes, Vijay is trailing in both the seats that he's fighting as of now.
As of now, yeah. But anyone you've talked to in Tamil Nadu, and I went there to attend a lit fest some months ago, and on the way as I traveled from Chennai, every young person I talked to, woman I talked to, they were all for Vijay. And even now, apparently, the stories coming in after the results of two people talking at a bus stop saying, they're going, it seems the exit polls are saying that DMK may make it, and a young man is standing there and is so incensed that he beats them up. And, the police has to be called. So this is the kind of...
So they brought in that law regarding the women representation. So I think we also need to understand by what approach...
Kind of showing that he seems to be everywhere. We don't know what the final results are going to be, whether the DMK will make it finally. But it is quite amazing. And I think, from early trends, if I might say so, one should hold one's horses. But one message that's clearly coming through is a desire for change and a fatigue with established way of doing politics, established parties. Of course, these parties have enough adherents. I'm not saying that. But the generation, Gen Z, if I may sum it up like that, wants something different. The upwardly mobile, the aspirational, and a section of women are also part of that in West Bengal. They want things done differently. They want livelihoods. They want economic betterment, and so on. So this is this is happening in India. It's not at the scale in which it happened in Bangladesh, for instance, or other countries in the neighborhood. But I think we have to look at this, how established, the politics of identity, the politics of, the old ways of thinking. The younger people want to break away, want to move ahead. They are impatient. That's the message that's coming across to me, at any rate, from the early leads.
Rightly said, Neerja ji. I also want to talk about identity politics a little bit more here, because BJP made this a big issue in terms of throwing out people who are outsiders, and TMC called it Bengal's identity. So how do you think this is affecting this election? Because the BJP is leading according to the trends in a lot more seats than TMC. You think this backfired?
Are you asking me?
Yes.
Yeah, this election has been, I would say, in West Bengal between BJP, which is, been on the upswing, and I would have said if Mamta Banerjee was not there like a rock, it could have been a deluge against TMC. Of course, there was anti-incumbency, there was anger against what is called the TMC system of, mafia, gundas, whatever goons you may call it, which were like a mediating agency between the government and the citizen. And people were very angry at the strong arm methods, and this happened, of course, in the last years of the left regime. The whole system moved to the TMC, so there's anger against that, anger against corruption, etc. But that, people did not blame Mamta Banerjee. They made a distinction between her and the party, and the reason was, of course, her pro-poor politics, her pro-women politics, but also her pro-Bengali politics. So that Bengali-ness was under threat. Our language, our food habits, the way we live, our culture, our religious practices, and that is what the BJP had to counter. The outsider tag. Now, whether it's been able to fully counter that, if it moves towards the majority, that means as I say, the younger people, the aspirational class, and what they want has overtaken the identity politics. Identity politics was strong. It's not that it wasn't there, or the people were not fearful that Delhi would rule Bengal. That was a very palpable fear also in large sections. That's why you saw in Bengal two parallel streams of thinking side by side, and each seemed to be, as strong as the other. And it was seen as a, 50-50, a close contest. Now, whether, one side is going to be weightier, BJP seems to be moving ahead, I think has big messages for our politics, not just in Bengal, of course. And Mamta has been a phenomenon, the way she's risen. So to get the better of her is a huge achievement for the BJP.
Yes, as of now, the trends are suggesting that the BJP is romping home here, and Mamata Banerjee is having a tough time, it seems like, and we will have some update from her seat of Bhabanipur, which
Mamata Banerjee ahead, where she said she had asked people, women, not to step out of their homes after 7. So BJP had made this an issue.
Right, and we also have seen that RG Kar victim's mother being fielded by the BJP in the poll fray. We're yet to find out what is the trend there and how is the candidate doing there. But as of now, the big
say, even in the at the PB level, all of a sudden Pinarayi will become CPM, all powerful. CPM will be a party which is only in power in Kerala, across the country. So that gives CPM a big upper hand.
Very high voltage election. And Suvendu here is leading against Mamata Banerjee. This is one of the most important election fights of this election in West Bengal. Rohit, what would you like to comment? Rohit Khanna, can you hear me? Shocking news that Mamata Banerjee is trailing from Bhabanipur. This is her garh. I think Rohit is not able to get my question. As far as Bhabanipur goes, this has a long history of Mamata's association here. And if I were to talk about the constituency of Bhabanipur, it has mixed population. It has the Bengalis who are called the Bhadraloks. It has the Matuas. It has the Gujarati traders, the Marwari traders. Rohit, can you hear me? Rohit, can you hear me? Siddhaprata is still with us, the TMC supporter. This is quite shocking. Mamata Banerjee is as of now trailing from Bhabanipur. Your first thoughts?
I don't know from where you are getting this news, but from the news that I am getting, in the first round, Mamata Banerjee is leading. I think that you must confirm your sources. See, I don't know from where you are getting this because there are a lot of channels that I am following
bastion. They're losing seats. Veena George, who's the health minister, she's trailing. So I see it as a slight. I won't see it. I won't tell it's a wave, but it's a sentiment. It's a UDF sentiment which we are seeing. So probably I think we'll have to wait for an hour to get an exact picture. But initial trend definitely shows that UDF is winning.
The local sources saying the gap between UDF and LDF is much wider than what is apparent on the screen. As of now, 56 to UDF and 42 to LDF as per our trends that we have. And the others include BJP, which could actually play a very pivotal role going ahead because their trend has remained constant, Biju. How do you see this playing out in this election?
Very true, because Surendran is apparently winning. Surendran from Manjeshwaram, and from Nemam, Rajiv Chandrasekhar, who is the BJP president, he is winning. Karakutam, BJP is winning, leading basically. So, and when Chatanu, BJP candidate is winning. So, 4-5 seats there, definitely they have taken a lead. It definitely is. It definitely shows that BJP has got votes, and BJP, the Hindu votes, I would say, the secular Hindu vote, which probably they used to vote for CPM, the Irava community, as I was saying. Seems like they are.
It seems like the BJP is hurting the CPM, the LDF more.
Probably will get a better picture, but that is initial trend. Just see.
Oh, and the biggest surprising thing is the TVK in Tamil Nadu, Vijay's party is leading now in 63 seats, one more than DMK. So this is the first time we see the TVK leading the rally here. It can change again, underline being these are trends and these can change, and Vijay is also now leading in Tiruchirappalli where he was trailing earlier. So as we proceed, the picture becomes more clearer. And we'd like to get somebody from the state of Tamil Nadu to talk about it. But Viju, if you were to give your comment, Vijay not only giving a tough fight to DMK, but like the trend suggests, one more than the DMK. Could the exit poll, exit poll that predicted?
Correct. I think that's the biggest story of the election. I think someone from Tamil Nadu should tell us about Vijay's coming back to this kind of glorified. I mean, it's a bigger story. I would say it's a bigger story. Vijay getting so many seats. It's a phenomenon.
Nobody has anticipated
that's a word. Yeah, nobody anticipated this. That's a for Axis poll, which said that.
Except one poll, Axis My India poll, which predicted that TVK would form the government big time.
It's the bigger story of all the 4 assembly elections. That's right. Because
exactly.
Because Kerala we knew, Bengal we knew, Assam we knew, but this is like unprecedented. This shows that what kind of phenomenon Vijay is. Also that you remember that accident which happened, and he was sort of
right.
That stampede which happened, and from there to come back to get so much. And Stalin all said he's such a powerful person. I think someone from Tamil Nadu should talk about the.
We are getting somebody from Tamil Nadu, and we'll also get Neerja ji to talk about this. The information that I have, and this should bring a smile on Siddhabrata's face, is that Mamata Banerjee is leading by 1900 votes in the first round of voting in Bhawanipur. So the game is still out, but it... Okay, no, we said with a caveat that these are trends. We're not saying that these are results, and the trends keep changing. So the trend right now is that the lead of 1900 votes. I think we have to keep that in mind. And as far as Tamil Nadu goes, Trichy East round 2, actor Vijay is leading here. Earlier he was trailing. Now he's leading here by a small margin of 3,299 votes. But again, since these are trends, a lot more counting is yet to happen, and the picture.
I can see Arun on the camera. I think he.
Yeah, I think Arun would be joining us from there. Okay, Arun Anand would be joining us in a short while from now.
Arun Ram.
Okay. Arun Ram is actually joining. Arun Anand would join us a little later. both the Aruns would be with us on the panel. Resident editor TY Tamil Nadu Arun would be joining us, and the bigger story here seems to be, as Vijay also suggested, that TVK, which people were not giving so much weightage to, is actually leading here. Now the DMK is leading, so it's a very close fight. TVK is giving a very tough fight to the DMK, and any moment the tally seems to be favoring either the DMK or the TVK. But one thing is sure, that AIA DMK seems to be out of the picture as far as the main opposition party is concerned. As far as I'm concerned, I think this is the sense that I'm getting, that TVK may or may not form the government, but it is certainly looking forward to take the main opposition role. Arun Ram, resident editor TOI Tamil Nadu, is joining us. Arun, the big story here, TVK could be actually romping home to make the government, or the main opposition. Could that be true?
There is a probability of hung assembly as of now. Also the probability of now talks must be already on between the AIA DMK BJP alliance and Vijay's TVK. Because as per the latest trends, TVK is leading in 100 seats, and AIA DMK is there almost 80 seats, 79 seats, and DMK has been pushed to the third slot. Yes, that's the latest I see. About 53 seats is what DMK has, and DMK has suffered huge losses.
That's the biggest story of this election, I think. Everybody was saying DMK would come back, and if DMK looks trailing, though, according to the initial trends.
Most of the exit polls indicated a DMK returning to power, but it looks like TVK, it's not sweeping, but then a huge gain for a debutant. It is a huge gain Vijay has made. 100 seats was something which nobody, probably only one exit poll had predicted. 125 seats for Vijay. Yes, it also signifies, I think, there is a great disconnect among youngsters, especially who thronged Vijay's rallies and road shows. It shows that people were waiting for an alternative, and Vijay has made the cut where even Rajinikanth and Kamal Hassan could not. It's all about the timing also. So clearly there was a disgruntlement, an anti-incumbency. It looked like there was no wave, but now it appears, on hindsight, it appears that there was a silent wave, much more than anybody anticipated. And that shows that people are tired of the two Dravidian majors and they badly want an alternative. And Vijay, with all his celebrity status, fitted the bill.
And when we talk about Vijay and his party's performance, which seems to be going spectacular for a debutant, people compare him with the NTR's performance in 1983, the way he came to the scene. But then NTR was a politician earlier as well, and so was MGR. But Vijay is completely new.
Yeah, NTR, of course, was a phenomenon. He was not just a godlike person, he was God himself for his fans. And NTR came to power within a year. That was a record which remains unbroken. And Vijay has come to power with little more than 2 years. That's quite an achievement. NGR took 5 years. 1972, he founded the AIA DMK, and it took 5 years. 1977, he came to power. But of course, MGR was a different phenomenon. He was a thorough politician for a decade before he actually launched his party. He was a DMK treasurer while being expelled by Karunanidhi. So he had a political background, a very seasoned politician, so to say, even when he was a superstar. Vijay is a novice for that matter. So it shows that he may not have the political maturity yet, but then it shows the desperation people were going through, probably because, they're tired of the two Dravidian majors alternating every 5 years. So Vijay has rewritten history, and his entry also marks the return of a Kollywood star to the top post, probably to the chief minister's So that's something daring, and nobody has dared to do in a song where he asks his fans to come with a barrel of beer. So that's something daring, and nobody has dared to do in a song where he asks his fans to come with a barrel of beer. So that's something daring, and nobody has dared to do in a song where he asks his fans to come with a barrel of beer. So that's something daring, and nobody has dared to do in
Assembly if the trends are what we are going to believe in, but these are again not the results. The trends suggest that TVK is doing much better than it was expected. We also have some trends from Puducherry where BJP is leading on 6 seats, Congress is leading on 5, AINRC is leading on only 2 seats. Also,
Arun, you will have to change your headline today.
I think Arun must have had something on his mind earlier. What if this happens? What if that happens? Right, Arun?
No, I just need to change the name of the scene. The headline was fixed a month ago.
Exactly. So, Arun, also I want to understand from you that DMK did a lot of welfare schemes for women. And we've talked about it in other states also, but here free bus ride and whatnot. But at the end of the day, if people are looking for change, that it means they're much more aspirational, especially the young voters, which are in huge numbers in Tamil Nadu, and that is what seems to be swinging in favor of Vijay.
You know, politics is a thankless profession, right? So you do all these welfare, people don't remember all that thing. But then, you know, always they remember the negatives. Of course, this government had a lot of corrupt ministers. Half a dozen ministers are facing corruption charges. There is also a kind of, the charges of nepotism, with Udayanidhi being waiting for his ultimate coronation. There is a perceived rise in crime. Maybe on the Crime Records Bureau sheets, it may not look so, but there is a perception that crime has been on the rise, especially crimes against women and children. So these seem to have gone against, welfare measures. Of course, the DMK government has done a lot of welfare measures, especially for women and students. The free breakfast and meal scheme for children, for school students, free bus ride for all women across the state, 1,000 rupees doles every month, which they promised to increase to 2,000. So done a lot of things for women empowerment. That's true. But then, as I said, finally what matters is what the negatives overshadow the positives, and probably people were waiting for a change.
And also, I want to put out a fact, Arun, that under the 2 Dravidian parties in Tamil Nadu, according to several central government reports, the state performed relatively well across key socio-economic indicators and on the scale of infrastructure development. But this new wave of voters seem to be overlooking that, because industrial growth has been enormous in Tamil Nadu.
No, Tamil Nadu, I would say that one of the best states when it comes to industrialization, maybe after Gujarat and Maharashtra. And human development indices, as you said rightly, it's always on top along with Kerala. When it comes to literacy, it's on top. When it comes to gross enrollment ratio, it's on top. When it comes to attracting investment, it's on top. It has been doing fantastic. It has a lot of debt, but then if you look at the GSDP ratio, debt to GSDP ratio, it's well within about 3%. So economic indicators are also doing well. I think irrespective of the party in power, and despite this alternating between DMK and AIADMK, there has been a continuity of governance, which is good, which probably is not happening in some other states. So Tamil Nadu has done well, despite seeing governments changing every 5 years.
Right.
Rohit,
can you hear me?
Richa, I would like to add one small thing. Also, it will be now interesting to look at the two patriarchs, Stalin and Pinarayi Vijayan. If both of them are very strong in governance, and as Arun was saying, in governance path, both of them are very strong. But politically, there is has been a gap. I mean, as Arun was saying,
you're talking about EPS because Vijay is yet to start off.
No.
Yeah, I mean the number of seats. Why Vijay has got number of seats, I don't know. Arun will be better to.
So Vijay just gave us the headline: Autumn of the Patriarch.
Very right. I'll take it. I'll take it. You don't take it.
I think lots of options. In a few more hours, the picture becomes clearer. I want to go back to West Bengal, where the gap between the TMC and BJP is widening every few minutes. Rohit, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Rohit, now the lead of the BJP, the NDA seems much greater against the TMC. How do you see it?
Yeah, the gap is widening, but as Siddhobrato was earlier saying, that these are still early trends, a lot of rounds to go. So if you can remember 2 days back, in case of Bhawanipur, leader of the opposition, Subhendu Adhikari, he had been saying that, in first 2 rounds, Mamata Banerjee or TMC may have lead, but later on, I will catch up. So he was talking from the conviction that in Bhawanipur alone, BJP during the Lok Sabha election was leading in 6 out of the 8 wards. So these are the changes that had happened on ground. After that, SIR happened. After that, deletions happened. So if we talk in terms of Bhawanipur only, so the trends will again change. And if we talk about the overall trends that are coming,
but Rohit, what I am seeing on the screen here, a lead of 148 for BJP according to the trends. Yes. Some 50 plus for TMC. This is almost 3 times. You think there is scope for change?
Yes, there is definitely a scope for change. There would be changes, and it's unlikely that as the day progresses, there will not be surprises. But what this trend tells us, that only Lakshmi Bhandar or these sort of financial fund transfer schemes, they are not potent enough to hold the fort for the Trinamool Congress. Bengal needs industrialization. This trend also shows that Bengal needs more jobs as to cater to the aspiration of the youth, to cater to the safety of women, and also what the point that BJP has always been harping on, that the change in demography. So these points, and definitely when it comes to the farmers, what the BJP has been highlighting is that there is a policy change in state of West Bengal, where the potato farmers are not allowed. They were not allowed to export potato. So this time we had a bumper crop, and a lot of farmers, they were impacted. So there are hyper-local issues, there are local issues, and they are macro issues. And when the BJP went into the campaign, they highlighted each of them with the different manifestos they had. So all of these are coming together, and it is definitely giving BJP a stable edge so far, it seems. But as I said, more number of rounds to go, and we can definitely expect surprises.
Definitely. So Rohit thinks surprises may still happen, but as far as the trends are suggesting that BJP is leading in more than 150 seats, and here the gap is widening in Kerala also, where 59 to 41 as per the trends that we are receiving, 59 seats where the UDF is leading, 41 seats where the left combine is leading, and Biju, the gap is now widening, but I want to again focus on the BJP. Will the BJP play a kingmaker or a spoiler?
Which I doubt, because the latest figures that I am getting is 90 for UDF and 47 for LDF. So I see it as a landslide victory for UDF. Because, and NDA is leading in 3 seats, so I don't think they'll play a kingmaker. So
BJP may increase its vote share, but may not make much of a difference, is what you feel.
And also ministers are losing. I mean, people like Meena George, MP Rajesh is trailing. So let's wait for some more time. I wouldn't sort of hazard my guess.
Okay.
But definitely it's a landslide victory. It looks like for India.
Okay.
Right? Let's wait for some more time.
Let's go to Arun back in Tamil Nadu. Arun, the picture seems to be going against the AIA DMK, with the major fight for the top being between TVK and DMK. What went against AIA DMK? Do you think the internal battle between EPS and O Selvam and the legacy has not been taken off well after Jayalalitha?
See, I'm not sure if this is correct, whether ADMK is doing bad. It's doing pretty well, I think. Whatever I'm watching, it shows 80 seats, and DMK has been pushed to the third slot. So if that's true, DMK is the biggest loser in this election. So AIA DMK, if you look at the campaign, Edappadi Palaniswamy had probably the most strenuous, most vigorous campaign. He traveled more distance than Stalin and Vijay. He spoke more. We did an analysis. We asked an AI tool to kind of analyze. We fed them about 1 lakh words of people who spoke, the three leaders, and we found that EPS was high there when it came to covering the ground, literally and figuratively. And he spoke for long. For every 2 hours of rally, he spoke for 1 hour and 40 minutes. And he was relentless in his attack against Stalin. Probably the benefits might have been reaped by Vijay, but then the toil was all EPS, I think. So EPS shows that he cannot be ruled out. The AIA DMK was.
You think AIA DMK has a good chance here?
Not a good chance. If in case of a hung assembly, there's all probability of AIA DMK and TVK joining hands. Now, if you go by the numbers, they together have more than 180 numbers going by the leads. So it's a probability, because even before the alliances were formed, AIA DMK and TVK were in talks. Only the dispute was about who would be the chief minister, because Vijay insisted that he should be named the chief minister candidate. Now EPS cannot bargain for that. So to keep DMK away, of course DMK doesn't make it to even the 1/3 mark, I think. So I think, there is a high probability of a coalition government if Vijay doesn't make it on his own. Because if it's 100 seats, he falls short by 18 seats at least. So he'll need some allies to form the government.
Though he ruled out that he will not align with the BJP earlier, because he wants to be secular. So it remains to be seen how the picture comes out to be, if it's a hung assembly or not. We'll keep tracking that. I want to go back to
to be a moment of joy for them. And as we can also see that, there are trends that Congress is leading in some seats. So it seems that, last time we had Congress and the left front, they didn't get any seats. This time that trend will also change. So far it seems so. So definitely in the coming rounds, it is going to be very interesting, where with the primary trend, it seems that BJP is tightening its grip on West Bengal.
Definitely, it seems like that. And also, if we talk about the victory margins here, eventually if it's not a very big margin and any of the party wins, it's going to be on tenter hooks because Bengal has been a volatile state in terms of defections.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. In fact, this is the question we asked Amit Shah in the last press conference that he had, and we asked if there is a chance that there could be a number of seats in Bengal where the winning margin will be very thin. But Shah seemed to be very confident, and he said that we are going to have a very healthy margin when we win. But again, going by the if you compare 2021 results with 2024 Lok Sabha election results, then we can see there is a chance that there will be a good number of seats where the winning margin will be very thin and it can swing anyway. But the rounds are yet to be complete, so let's see how it pans out.
Thank you so much, Rohit. I know you have to leave because you have other stories to track, and we'll keep coming back to you on and off. Thank you so much for being with us, Rohit. And let's go back to our other guest now. Ayushi, what do you think as far as West Bengal is concerned? The lead is widening. Did the SIR swing the votes in favor or against BJP, against TMC and in favor of BJP? Do you think that is the case?
This is one of the possibilities, though there are many factors involved here. You can't pinpoint on one particular.
What do you think are important factors?
As I said, law and order is again a concern, whether you like it or not. This is a fact. And let me just play the devil's advocate here. One of the things you've probably not mentioned till now is the women's reservation bill also.
Right.
Because you have a lot of parties which are trying to woo women votes. But please understand that it's only reason that all of these parties joined hands and the women's bill couldn't see the light of the day. So this again can play out.
But Mamata Banerjee can say, "I'm doing so much for women already."
Yes, that obviously, as you said, there's so many things that have worked out. And another thing that you mentioned was identity issue. Even the panelists mentioned about it. Please understand, identity again is associated with opportunities, with resources, access to resources. So because rightly said by one of the lady panelists that we have an aspirational crowd, a young aspirational India, which is looking at growth prospects. So any party that offers that has a better chance. So here I think under Prime Minister Modi, with that as the overarching figure, BJP does have an advantage, including in West Bengal. So that again should be seen.
Abhishek, if I were to bring the identity part here, which you just spoke about, TMC made it an identity issue. BJP said the outsider issue. Which do you think had more impact?
I think TMC and Mamata Banerjee wanted to play it on the ground of insider-outsider. That is the argument that they played up in the last election. But what is the problem with the TMC, and what I see is that the TMC and the Mamata Banerjee failed to reinvent their politics, reinvent their political agenda, and reinvent the political contestation that they're going to take up on. You are talking about the Lakshmi Bhandar Yojana, so much of talk on that. But in the last 15 years, only Lakshmi Bhandar Yojana for the women? Nothing else? Rupashri Yojana, but that is addressing only the segment of the rural womanhood. What about the other issues? Law and order ki baat ho rahi hai, the other issues of the recruitment, fair recruitment ki issue ho raha hai. So
and then migration. Migration is one thing that affects both Kerala and West Bengal alike. And Kerala, we know a lot of people go out to Gulf, to other parts of the country. In West Bengal, a lot of people have come back to vote from different parts of the country because there are no good opportunities. There are opportunities, but not great opportunities for everybody. So I think one of the points is why the industrial growth has not happened.
Actually, this election is basically being fought on the local issues, on the regional issues that have affected the track record of the governance in these states, whether it is Tamil Nadu, whether it is Kerala, or whether it is West Bengal. Of course, you were referring to some social welfare programs of the Tamil Nadu government. But what of the corruption charges? As per the data that I have, 14 ministers of the DMK government are trailing in the elections. More than 10 ministers from the TMC are also trailing. The same is also happening in other states also. So I think industrialization, the migration, failure to keep the promises, the failure to reinvent the politics, and only fighting on the issue of Bengali identity, I think that was not able to make impact, that was not able to make connect with the people of the West Bengal. If you see the TMC election, they gave
ticket on more than 70 seats to the new people. But still the anti-incumbency was there, and they were not able to beat that. That means there were much deeper reasons within the governance, within the kind of leadership, within the kind of politics, within the kind of administration that the TMC has been running. So if TMC had to do better, they had to address the changes at that level. Only fighting on the identity issue, on the outsider-insider issue, I think, and only playing the card of Ma Mati Munish, I mean, that had already been played up in the last 15 years, and that is for what Mamata has been brought into the power. But she and the party completely failed on these larger issues, and I think when you fail on the larger issues, this is of course the vote for the change, and that is the biggest takeaway that I can take from this election.
And the big news is the trailing of the CPM candidate and the Chief Minister of the state of Kerala. Pinarayi Vijayan is trailing from his seat, and we have some other news also coming in where a lot of ministers from the state of Kerala are also losing as per the trends. But again, these are trends, not results. I want to go back to Viju here. Viju, what role does religion play here? What role does religion play here? We spoke a little about it earlier. Religion play here? We spoke a little about it earlier. What role does religion play here? We spoke a little about it earlier. The Christian votes have been with the UDF and the Hindu votes have been with the LDF. What about the votes have been with the UDF and the Hindu votes have been with the LDF? What about the Muslim votes? Have they swung? Have the Hindus gone towards the UDF? What has worked in favor of the UDF so far as per the trends?
Absolutely. But this looks like this looks like a UDF wave, nothing else. Because across, I mean, all the sitting MLAs, all the ministers are losing. So absolutely a UDF wave. That's what that's the first statement I would like to make. Because we have been predicting that. Even I had said that we might win earlier. I had said that we might UDF might win around 80 to 85 seats. But the latest trend shows that LDF is just 44 and UDF is 95, and NDA has gone back to 1. That's a trend that's the latest figures that we are getting. I mean, people like P. Rajiv is a heavyweight, and he's supposed to be the next Chief Minister of Kerala. He's supposed to be the next opposition leader of Kerala. I mean, he's a heavyweight. I mean, he's a very good minister, but he's losing. He's trailing. Pinarayi Vijayan is trailing. What more can we say? So it looks like a UDF wave, and as you said, it's not just there are many factors. In fact, we had spoken about it during our earlier podcast in a big way. One is, of course, this high-profile campaign by high-profile PR campaign by Pinarayi Vijayan, which was very unnecessary. I mean, you don't need to do that kind of thing.
You think people didn't like that because that is unlike the LDF or the left style?
Crores and crores of rupees, public exchequer, let's say, was spent. I mean, how can you take the money and use it for the party, for party campaigning? I mean, you see his hoardings across Kerala. I mean, that's what I was trying to say. Kerala is different. Kerala is not like other states in the country. People here are very discerning, very politically sensitive. Arun, my colleague, is a fellow Mallu. He knows that very well. We don't take people for granted. We don't pay obeisance to the leader. We see them as equals. We see politicians as equals. So if someone tries to show that yeah, I mean, I have come on, vote for us, that won't work in Kerala. You have to be like probably like V. Sachithanand. And he was a people's man. Of course, there are different problems. There was different problems with him. I mean, he also became a brand. That's a different problem. But V.D. Satishan, for example, he did that campaign. He travelled across Kerala. He got, as I was saying, he got the community votes. He became very close to the community leaders like Sadiq Ali Thankal, with the Christian Sabhas. He's been working for the last 2 years. I mean, it has paid well for him. So Pinarayi Vijayan, I never saw him on the road. You can't have a convoy of huge vans going wherever he goes. We have this huge convoy of vans going, and he never interacted with people. I mean, that is one. But on the governance part, as Arun was saying, like Stalin, he did quite well. And LDF did quite well. Governance was not bad. There was no corruption issue against corruption scandals against the sitting MLAs. They all did decently. But then politically, in politics, you need to be very that political acumen. Somewhere along the line, he thought that he became larger than the party. He became the brand.
I think that is the bottom line. If the chief minister thought he became the
Kerala is different. I mean, other states, I don't know. I won't comment on that. But Kerala is completely different. Kerala people don't like to be, people don't like people, I mean, you don't like leaders overpowering on you and trying to tell that, see, I am great. I mean, people, it's like that, Kerala. So, it's very important statement.
This,
I feel proud because it's a very important statement that the voters have told today. You can't just,
Viju,
barge upon us and say that, see, I have done so much, I have done this for you. I have done, I mean, after all, you are public servants, no? I mean, you have done, I mean, roads, you construct roads and you construct all your infrastructure, it's our money. You don't have to come and tell us, yeah, I have done this for you. It's
and
like,
Viju, Pinarayi being such a
I
think Arun wants to make a point, Viju. Yeah. Yes,
sure,
Arun.
Sure.
No, I'm saying, adding to what Viju said, when Pinarayi was such a hate figure, and you had these huge hoardings of Pinarayi looking from imposing buildings down on people. So I think that must have backfired.
This is what Viju is saying, that people in Kerala don't like, towering figures and projecting themselves larger than life. Arun, but what is so special here in Tamil Nadu? I have also traveled to Tamil Nadu when Jayalalitha was there, Karunanidhi was there. Every 10 meters you would see a hoarding of them, of their favorite leader, people prostrating, building temples in names of their, leaders and film star. Why it is so in this state? This maddening, yeah.
It's part of the Tamil psyche to have these colossal figures, now it has kind of come down a bit. If it was about 20-25 years ago, if you travel along Mount Road, you have these imposing cutouts of people, of film stars. Now the cutouts have been done.
This is especially Jayalalitha and Karunanidhi, whosoever was in power at that time.
Yeah, all of them. It's even when a small time leader, a local leader would have his cutout installed. So I think that's something which is infectious. Now Kerala has been infected by that bug, I think. I see a lot of flex boards. Here it has come down a bit. But then, this larger than life has always been part of Tamil Nadu politics, Tamil Nadu psyche. I think it's part of the collective psyche of the people. It's not just movies, it could be politicians. Even if you go to villages, if there is a wedding, you have the bride and groom smiling from huge hoardings, you can see them. And girls coming of age, they put up posters and huge hoardings announcing that. So it has been part of the culture, I think. So probably because of the grandeur which Tamil Nadu is steeped in. If you look at the Chola kings, they have built huge temples. The gopuras, the imposing buildings, screaming from the rooftop. That has always been the Tamil way of expressing oneself, I think.
Right. And that has been there, though it has come down a bit. We'll have to see how the electorate reacts to the TVK's performance, because that is going much better than what most pollsters had expected. I'm getting some news from West Bengal, from Bhabanipur, that Shuvendu Adhikari is leading by a marginal vote of 1,558 votes in this constituency against the Chief Minister. Now, these trends are changing very frequently. That means the swing can favor either Mamata Banerjee or Shuvendu Adhikari. But one thing is certain, this fight is getting very, very interesting, because we've seen how in Nandigram in 2021, Shuvendu Adhikari defeated Mamata Banerjee. It was one of the biggest battles, and so is Bhabanipur this time. So we'll go back to more on this with Rohit when he joins back. Arun, if I want to talk about the AIA-DMK, post Jayalalitha, how has the party tried to stitch itself back? The party was in power for a very long time, after which the DMK came. And now it seems there is set to be a change. We don't know who, but DMK may have a tough time. How is the AIA-DMK giving a tough time to the DMK?
Well, much of the credit should go to Edappadi Palaniswamy, because when Jayalalitha passed away in 2016, many people almost wrote off AIA-DMK, but Edappadi Palaniswamy kept the party together and also rose to a position of strength. He faced rebellion in the beginning. He had O. Paneerselvam on the other side, Shashikala Natarajan on the other side, TTV Dinakaran as a rebel. But then he expelled most of them, and Now he has TTV Dinakaran by his side as an ally of the NDA. So he has played a wonderful role in bringing together the disparate group of AIADMK, which appeared to be on the verge of collapse. And he built the party. He put up a great fight in the 2021 election too. Of course, he lost it, but then DMK didn't have it easy. And he kept the pressure up on ministers against the government. So I think the credit should go to Edapadi. It looks like he's AIADMK is going to get about 80, almost 80 seats. Now I think what we needs to be seen is whether TVK is going to form the government of its own. It's inching towards 105 now. That is about just 13 seats away from absolute majority. So AIADMK might support TVK to form the government. So AIADMK continues to be very relevant. Winning 80 seats is not a joke, and pushing DMK to the third slot. DMK is still short of 50 seats when it comes to leads and trends. So yes, AIADMK, I would say that has done relatively well than many people expected.
And if you are suggesting, as per the local trends that you are seeing there, that over the TVK has crossed the threshold of 100, and if it just needs some 10-15 seats more, then there are enough regional partners which earlier tied up with the DMK, whether it's MDMK, DMDK, so many small regional parties. I think they may not even have to look at AIADMK for that.
It's possible. Anything can happen post-elections. I wouldn't read too much into it. There are loyal allies of DMK. There are not so loyal allies. As in DMDK, for example, as you suggested, it's a new ally. First time it's allying with the DMK.
Yes.
So, anything could happen. I wouldn't be surprised even if Congress goes to TVK. Anything can happen.
Right.
See, Congress has been... Girish Chodankar, who is in charge, the ACC member in charge of Tamil Nadu, has made a very pertinent statement on the day before the last day of polling. He said Congress is not going to be a neutral party, which it has been for a long time. Neutral in the sense it has never been part of the government. So it's demanding, if the DMK was falling short of the absolute majority, Congress was giving the message straight that we want to be part of the government. Now it's out of the question. So Congress was saying that either we'll be part of the government or we'll be part of the opposition. So, extending that, tweaking that statement a bit, taking it forward, why not Congress supporting TVK and getting a share in power? It's a possibility. You never know.
Also more, Arun, because Vijay has already said that he doesn't want to go with BJP. So, Congress could be a better option in that sense.
That's a possibility. BJP has been trying hard to get Vijay on its side, but then Vijay resisted the temptation. Despite his Jananayak in the movie facing problems for the Karur stampede, he being questioned repeatedly in Delhi by CBI, but he didn't yield to that pressure. So yes, Vijay might look at Congress, and Congress is winning enough seats, I think, to fill that gap. If TVK is falling short by say 10 seats or so, then Congress may well fill in that gap. So it's a probability, yes.
Also, I want to talk about BJP. We've talked about BJP in Kerala elections. I want to talk about BJP in the Tamil Nadu elections. BJP and AIADMK are together in this election. How is the BJP faring according to you? Last time they got 4 seats and they got 2.6% of the vote share. Do you think it's set to do better this time?
I don't have the latest numbers. If you give me the latest numbers, I'll be able to comment on that. But I think BJP may not gain much from this election, either as an ally or because any which way AIADMK alliance is not going to form the government. So BJP's vote share has always been below 5%. So that's the reason why it has been riding piggyback on AIADMK. So as an organization, BJP doesn't seem to have grown or growing because of its dependence on the Dravidian majors. Earlier it had allied with DMK, now with AIADMK. So BJP as an organization is not winning, gaining much ground. But then I really don't have the latest number of seats they are leading in. So
I think we'll have those numbers. Yeah. We'll have those numbers in a little while as the screen would be flashing. As of now,
the peculiar thing of this alliance between AIADMK and BJP is that BJP is often seen as a burden for AIADMK. But then AIADMK was kind of forced to be in the company of BJP. You know, the bitterness was in full display a couple of years ago, 2020.
So the NDA, Arun, I have the figures as far as the NDA is concerned, not split between AIADMK and the BJP, which says 34 leads from 204 seats to the NDA.
No, NDA
and BJP is one. BJP is leading in one as per the better trend that we have, and 32 goes to AIADMK according to the trend.
I'm looking at the numbers now. AIADMK BJP combined is leading in 76 as per the reports.
Okay, that figure is yet to filter out to us here.
Yeah, okay. So, of which, if BJP might be leading in one or two, I think Tamilisai Soundararajan in Mylapore and Chennai was leading in the morning. That's a probability. So, as I said, BJP as a party is not gaining anything from this election, from this alliance. I think it's high time it looked at going it alone. If it is serious about, if Amit Shah and Narendra Modi are serious about building this party to strength. And that's something which K. Annamalai, the previous state president of BJP, has been talking about. But he was expelled from the, he was sidelined from the party and he didn't even contest this time. So this is the same with Congress also. You know, BJP and Congress, their dependence on the Dravidian majors are kind of stopping them from growing on their own. The two national parties are at the mercy of the Dravidian parties here. So that's a very peculiar situation.
Let's go to Manu. Manu, as far as Tamil Nadu is concerned, the BJP and Congress both have been riding on the Dravidian parties. Now, a new party, TVK, seems to be doing very well, and a good heartening change against the Dravidian parties. Do you think these national parties, the old national parties, could take lesson that yes, they can be without Dravidian partners as well?
Well, politics south of Vindhya has always had this space for charismatic disruption. And what we are witnessing is basically history rhyming, if not repeating itself. So you have a popular artist phase, you have a fairly, what I would call acceptable political ground, and then there is hard work that follows. Typically, if everything lines up, this is a formula for success. And I guess in this case, perhaps it is trending towards that. I mean, we have yet to see the final results, but perhaps this is now entering what we call in polling as the crystallization zone. That is that now the leads that we see will increasingly get converted into unassailable leads or perhaps even results pretty soon. So all in all, very good performance, from a rank newcomer to being at the center stage of the politics. I would say this is the dream start any politician can imagine.
Okay. Let me go to West Bengal again, and Siddha Brata Das from the TMC is still with us. You still think TMC can bounce back from the leads that are visible as of now?
See, only 5% counting has been done. 95% counting is yet to be done. 27 rounds the counting will go, and the results are just first round. So if you want to conclude any story out of it, it will be a wrong impression will go to the people. So right now, 26 rounds left. The countings, as far as I am getting the information, is being quite slow from the previous years, because by this time at least 6-7 rounds counting happens, but as of now one round has completed, the second round is going ahead, so 27 rounds it will go. So
why do you think the speed is so slow this time? Why do you think it's so slow?
I don't know. There has been the rules this time in election commission's rules has been quite different from the last year. So many things happened. In many places, the counting has not even started at 8:30 and 9. That never happens. Generally 7:30 everything starts. So this time you can see from your own screen that there are many assembly constituencies where no trend is seen, right? not 293 assembly constituencies you have a result right now. So
Right.
so
That's
so
okay.
let's
We'll
so
keep
let's
tracking
not
that.
let's not jump into any conclusion, because if you try to conclude what will happen by
No,
seeing
this is
first
not
round,
any conclusion. We are time and again saying these are trends, these are leads and not results. So no point of saying that these are
so
results.
the fight is quite tight, neck and neck,
Okay.
and things can change in a matter of 1 hour. In a matter of 1 hour, everything can change. Completely different story can come up.
Right now, so I have some figures from the Election Commission website, and these are not from any media source. The Election Commission website says that out of 294 seats, the leads have come in for 94 seats, where the BJP is leading. Trinamool Congress is leading on 55 seats, and the others are leading in 3 seats as of now.
That means almost 50% seats the Election Commission does not give any trend. So
Yes, it's yet to.
wide
It's
open.
yet to. We'll keep tracking that. Arun, I want to come to you and talk about Puducherry, a small union territory. Nobody is talking about it, but BJP seems to be doing very well, unexpectedly or expectedly. What's your take on Puducherry?
It was expected, not just BJP, because it's in the company of AINRC.
But that seems to be doing badly, is it?
No, BJP is in the company of AINRC. They are in an alliance, and they were expected to win. No surprises there. So it's on expected lines into the cherry. Because the DMK and Congress are not have not been working together, and that has kind of added to the advantage of Rangasamy and BJP there.
Okay. So has the BJP become the biggest party here? Is it in the dominant role here?
I don't have the latest numbers yet. But
because
what
I saw was it was leading on the highest number of seats. It was leading on 10 seats.
Yes. I think they will form the government. If they, and I think 15 is the midway mark. 30 seats.
I'd also like to talk about the demography of Puducherry. The issues here, not much has been discussed regarding Puducherry. A lot of people go out for jobs, though this is one of the educational hubs of the South. What are the issues here?
No, Puducherry, I think it has been voting for a kind of sense of continuity. And it doesn't have this high volatile politics which its neighbor, the big brother Tamil Nadu, has. And for some reason, the AIADMK and DMK have not been able to make big inroads in Puducherry despite its proximity to Tamil Nadu. In fact, not just proximity, it's almost engulfs Puducherry. So the Congress has been the strong party there, and AINRC was formed as a splinter group of the Congress. Rangasamy came out. Congress split several times, and Rangasamy, mostly because of his down-to-earth image. Rangasamy was that man next door image. He used to cycle. He used to, as a chief minister, he would sit at a tea shop and chat with people. So he tried to cultivate so successfully at that a Kamaraj image. Even his shirt with the long half sleeves was a trademark which he was trying to ape Kamaraj. I think all those optics helped him, and he continues to be on a winning streak.
Arun, I am getting some lead from the TOI website which says that TVK crosses majority mark in Tamil Nadu.
105 is what I see. Majority mark is 118. And these are early trends, of course. I really doubt it would make about 118, 120 because it's the leads are pretty now stable. 105 and 75 for AIADMK, and DMK is hovering around 50, 55.
So you think the DMK would have to be satisfied with the third spot? Is that what the larger picture might be?
Yes. It looks like that. Yeah, it will be at the third slot. Around 50 to 60 seats would be its final tally, looks like.
But what made it slip to the third spot, if not even the second one?
See, always the question was how potential was the disruptive power of Vijay. Now it looks like the disruptor has graduated himself to the challenger and probably the winner. So we always, I had been confessing my inability to read the Vijay factor through this election. For people who have been asking, I said, I really don't know how much this guy is going to disrupt. And he has disrupted big time. So it was all, see, the theory was that if Vijay was to get, TVK was to get less than 20% seats, 20% vote share, then DMK would benefit, which is common sense because, you know, the anti-incumbency votes are being split and Vijay takes away 20%, that leaves AIA DMK at the third slot. But it looks like now Vijay has crossed probably 35% votes, which makes him the winner. So every time he crosses 1 percentage point after probably 25%, which means bad news for DMK. That's exactly what has happened here.
Right. But also the anti-incumbency wave, was it that strong to throw the government out?
It looks like. I think that more than the anti-incumbency wave, there was also, I think, a disconnect with the not just this government, but generally, you know, the DMK and AIA DMK, they were waxing eloquent. If you look at it, they spoke the most, EPS and Stalin. And Vijay spoke in comparison, not even 1/4 of these people. I'm talking about the public rallies and meetings and other stuff. Vijay confined himself to social media. He never gave interviews. So his politics was played on this 5.5-inch device, and so spectacularly at that. So
he played the game as per, Vijay played the game as per the Gen Z wants it. The new wave voter wants it.
Exactly. Yeah. So the youngsters, the frenzy at his rallies was something, because, you know, youngsters especially and women, so in huge numbers, so which showed it was not just the celebrity. On hindsight, I can say that it was not just the fanfare and frenzy, it was also a disconnect with the old guard. They were tired of these old guard preaching them, and they wanted a promise, which was Vijay, and he came along. The timing, I think the timing was everything. Rajinikanth developed cold feet at the last minute. Rajinikanth probably had the best opportunity in 1996 when he spoke against Jayalalitha. He said the famous statement, he said, if Jayalalitha comes back to power, not even God can save Tamil Nadu. So, and she lost spectacularly. So that was the time when DMK and TMC came together and won, swept the polls. That was the time when had Rajini entered politics, he would have become the chief minister probably, not likelihood. He missed the bus. Kamal Hassan never had the mass appeal of Vijay or Rajinikanth, and he was conceptually confused. So the timing, you know, Karunanidhi and Jayalalitha had vacated the political stage, and Stalin badly needed an opponent in the collective psyche of Tamil people. Here was his man who was unchallenged, and Edappadi, of course, was posing a big challenge when it came to the real politics. But then they also looked at a fresh face who could give a tough fight to DMK. And Vijay came along at the right moment. Had he come probably 10 years earlier, he wouldn't have made it. Or had he come 5 years later, he wouldn't have made it. It's all about the timing, and that favored him to a large extent. And his celebrity status, of course, helped a lot.
I think you rightly said that it's all about the timing. It was not so much about anti-DMK vote. It is more about pro-Vijay vote, right?
It looks like both. We couldn't read that there was such a huge anti-incumbency wave. This is a bit of an intangible stuff, you know. If you look at the governance part of it, as Vijay was talking about Pinarayi's government, this government has done a lot of good things. That
is the reason I said the anti-DMK vote or the anti-incumbency wasn't that strong to suggest that it will be thrown to the third spot.
Yeah, I think it was more of a people just wanted a fresh breath of air in Tamil Nadu politics, and yeah, Vijay happened.
We also have Arun Anand, senior journalist, joining us. Welcome to the show, Arunji. What do you make out of first Tamil Nadu, where the TVK might be in a position to form the government if the trends are to be taken seriously?
I think if you look at the writing on the wall, there is a very interesting broad trend which is emerging. that a party, on one hand, there are two kinds of parties which are winning the elections now. One are those like BJP, which have strong organizational cadre and an ideological commitment and a clear ideological roadmap, as we have witnessed in West Bengal and Assam. And on the other hand, in Tamil Nadu, there is a party which does not have a very substantial organizational structure at place. The ideological roadmap is also not very clear, and still it is winning the election because governance has become the key issue. And if there is a
Arun, it's
new
99
entrant
seats.
who can, just like what happened in Delhi with Aam Aadmi Party in the earlier years, so if they can, people want a whiff of fresh air. They are tired of the traditional parties.
Arun, Aam Aadmi Party did that in the state of Delhi, which is a comparatively much smaller state. It's not even a state, full state. But here in Tamil Nadu, a big state, doing something as spectacular as what Vijay has already achieved, as per the trends, it is something very, very remarkable and historic.
No, it has happened earlier in the past also. You see, when NTR had entered Andhra.
That was long time back in 83.
Yeah, so I think there was a growing concern about, see, whenever a party wins the elections, there are multiple factors which come around. It's both mathematics as well as the chemistry. And in states like Tamil Nadu, in larger states, chemistry matters much more than mathematics. And because of TVK leaders' popularity, I think the chemistry overrode the mathematics. I think that is basically what has happened. But it's an alarming bell for the traditional parties that if they don't put their act together, and if a new entrant comes who can, whose chemistry can defeat their mathematics, then they are in for big trouble.
Right. Also, there is a statement coming from Suvendu Adhikari on the Times of India website, where he says Hindu people of Kolkata have rejected Mamata Banerjee. How do you read this? You think the identity politics really played against TMC?
See, what has happened in West Bengal, what Suvendu Adhikari is saying, it's actually a consolidation of a trend which started in 2014 with Narendra Modi's victory. For the first time in the history of the country, the M factor, what we call the Muslim factor, because the Muslims didn't vote for BJP largely, and still BJP was able to gain majority. Then subsequently, in states where one could not think of forming a government without Muslim support, like Uttar Pradesh, Bihar, Assam, the BJP was able to form the government and even able to repeat its governments. And in West Bengal, it has finally won, the next bastion, where with 30% of the Muslim population, one could not think of forming a government without Muslim support. And Mamata's basically key support base was, the Muslim support. So BJP has been able to overcome that factor. I think this will have big implication for the national politics. It's not only about Calcutta or it's not only about West Bengal, but the M factor is gradually basically, going to go down further.
How do you read the M factor, Manu, in the West Bengal election? Well, especially there were two M's actually, the Mahila and the Muslim. I want to talk about both.
And I would suggest that reading any factor in perpetuity would be a mistake. See, so yes, M factor was definitely there, both Mahila and the Muslim factor. But the extent to which it can be helpful to a party and the extent after which it becomes counterproductive, that's the key. So over here, what we've seen perhaps is that, if these trends hold, then TMC perhaps over-relied on these two factors. And what we've seen is that the rest of the electorate, which is X of these two, perhaps responded to that over-reliance by a counter-polarization or consolidation. So, and which is something, that is quite normal in Indian polity. We've seen this happen over successive states in different electoral cycles, that when you have, so for example, there used to be this very famous social alliance called KAM or Ajgar in Western India, and it used to be quite successful working for the Congress. But then what we saw was that suddenly there was counter-polarization against that social coalition. Similarly, in the north, once you had the Jats, do really well in northwestern India, but then we saw a counter polarization against them in terms of other communities. So yes, this factor is operating, but to read this into perpetuity, I think that would be taking it slightly far. But other than that, I guess
I'll come back to you, Manu. We have some update from the Election Commission website where, according to the Election Commission, TVK is leading the trend on 104 seats. ADMK is leading the trend in 66 seats and DMK on 39 seats. PMK 7, CPI 3, Congress 3 and CPM 2. So DMK effectively number 3, ADMK doing much better as number 2, and TVK it seems is going to romp home with a majority if the trends continue in this fashion. I want to go back to Arun. Arun, we have been getting reports that security has been beefed up around Vijay's home, though his lead from Tiruchirappalli East is not that much. You think he'll be easily coming home with a good margin? Because somebody of his stature not getting a very big margin is surprising.
No, I think he has exceeded expectations because, all said and done, as a first time contesting elections, TVK had its handicaps. It's another matter that his fan following has helped him more than negate that. But then TVK, see, look at it, beyond Vijay, there is nothing. So all these 105 people who are leading are because of Vijay, nothing else. He doesn't have a second rung leadership. He doesn't even have a first rung leadership other than himself. He doesn't have a grassroots workers. He hasn't really transformed his fans into cadres. There is a process which you have to go through, right, to turn the fans into a well-informed cadre and the party into a well-oiled machinery to face the election. So despite all these handicaps, he has got more than 100, he's leading in more than 100 seats.
The figure that we just flashed, Arun, sorry to cut you in, the figure that we just flashed for Tamil Nadu said 173 leads to TVK. That's like landslide.
It's more than, it's just around 107 now, leading in 107.
Probably we'll have it updated, because 173 was showing here.
No, 173 cannot be because DMK is leading in 53 and AIA DMK in 73. So it leaves around 105 seats for TVK as of now. So it's a huge number. For nobody expected this. So in fact, when Vijay started the campaign, he said, I am contesting in 234 constituencies, so it should be considered as I am contesting everywhere. So that was the message, and that's the truth. Nobody else is known. Maybe but for the 2 or 3 leaders of TVK, nobody knows the names. And he got a fantastic symbol. That is something which we need to discuss. The whistle. It has a great connect because Vijay had a movie by the title Vigil, and whistle was the symbol even then.
Yes.
So he has blown the whistle on the Dravidian parties now.
Actually, you're right. Blown the whistle on everybody despite all the limitations of being a debutant. But what a spectacular debut this is for superstar Vijay. But if he were to actually form the government on his own or with allies, as the picture looks like according to the trends, it will not be an easy road because lots and lots of expectations. He's promised what not to women, even gold.
True. Governance is a different ball game altogether. Winning an election is something, and but then I don't think it will be difficult. Just because he is a novice, it won't be difficult because the Tamil Nadu has a fantastic, robust bureaucracy. I think it's the strength of every government. So whoever be the chief minister or ministers, they have a fantastic bureaucracy which works on policies. That's why I would give much of the credit for the great indices that Tamil Nadu boasts of to its bureaucracy than its politicians. Probably despite the politicians, Tamil Nadu has been doing well because of its bureaucracy. So I don't think if Vijay surrounds himself with the right people, right officers, if he tries to educate himself on governing, he would be as good or better than anyone else.
Right. I want to go back to Kerala now. Biju, now it's almost 11:15. Has the picture become any more clearer now? Is the UDF coming to power?
Absolutely, absolutely. They're coming to power, and the latest figures is 96. UDF is leading in 96 seats, and LDF in 43, and NDA 1. So absolutely, it's a landslide victory, no doubt about it. We can very well say that, no doubt.
So UDF is heading for a landslide victory, and who could be the potential
They've already
CM?
started celebrating. BD Satish, no doubt about it. They've already started celebrating. You can see at the KPCC office, you can see workers, party workers, Congress party workers in a very celebratory mood. BD Satish is the obvious candidate. Of course, we had other contenders like S.C. Venugopal and Ramesh Chinithala, both senior Congress leaders. But BD Satish ran the campaign. He was at the helm of the campaign. Both these people were there, but then BD Satish, one thing is that BD Satish was opposition leader. I mean, it's a natural choice. I mean, we had Ramesh Chinithala, who was the opposition leader in the last election in 2021, but it was an abysmal failure. LDF got 99 seats. So, natural choice would be BD Satish for sure, and the fact that this landslide victory, he can predict the landslide victory. It was always BD Satish versus Pinarayi Vijayan, and Satish, in fact.
So what makes him the natural contender? What are the things that favor him for the CM post for people who don't know him outside Kerala?
That's true. He's a very low-profile kind of politician. One thing is he has never been a minister. I mean, that is one drawback probably we can talk about him. He was last during the last Congress government during Umman Chandy's regime. He was almost given a cabinet post when there was this AI group fight, and in that he became a victim, and he was not given this post. So he was given apparently the rumor was that he was given the post to the speaker, but he said, I'll give the post to Karthikeyan, who's quite senior. I mean, so, and he sat as an MLA, and post the debacle, last debacle, he was given the post of opposition, and ever since that he's been running he's the best part about VD Satish is he's very quiet. He was quietly during Umman Chandy's time, and after that there was this distrust. During Ramesh Chinithala's time, there was this distrust. This whole Muslim community and the Christian community had sort of distanced from UDF for various reasons. But Satish quietly bridged that gap. I mean, he had his Bible series of lectures. Imagine he went to all those Christian community, what you call Idavagas, and he lectured on Bible. I mean, he spoke about how Jesus Christ was a savior. I mean, that created a lot of impact. It was done very quietly, and with even with Muslim community leaders, he had made this very controversial and very significant statement where he praised Islam. The tenets of Prophet Muhammad. I mean, it was trolled. But then these are all things that matters in Kerala. Kerala is a very secular state. As I was telling you, we have a demography of 23% Christians and 28% Muslims. If you want to win in Kerala, you need to get their votes. You can't.
What about the Christian vote? Because the church has been playing a very crucial role in the electoral politics and swinging votes. How is this work?
Looks like that's true. Looks like he has got the Christians' vote as well. He's got the Muslims' vote and also the secular Hindu votes. You can't win without that because 58% is Hindus. They are a majority. But overall, this, I mean, the overriding factor here is not only VD Satish, I would say. The overriding factor is anti-Pinarayi. That is the anti-incumbency, and I would call it the anti. Imagine the CM is losing. The CM is trailing. This is the first time ever in the history of Kerala.
So it could be curtains on his political career if Pinarayi Vijayan was to lose.
Definitely, for sure, no doubt about it, for sure.
Right. So, let's go to Arun Yahapur. We have Arun Anand. Arun, let's talk about Assam here. The opposition seems to be doing quite badly as per the trends suggest. What do you think went against them? Why they couldn't bounce back to a respectable figure as per the trends?
So there is no substitute to hard work. Wherever BJP is gaining, also especially in Assam. So there are two things very clear. One, BJP continuously works on expanding its organizational base. And again, as I said earlier, its ideological roadmap is very clear. It has got strong cadre. It also in Assam you also have a strong presence of Rashtriya Swayamsevak Sangh and many organizations inspired by it, especially in the tribal areas, which continuously work for the welfare of the people round the year. So by default, the advantage also goes to the BJP. Second, if you look at Congress is in shambles, the way Congress conducted its campaign, there was no specific campaign. They were not able to in the governance issues. There was no specific agenda. And most importantly, there are no boots on the ground. So until and unless you have boots on the ground, you cannot take the message across the people. And this is what is happening with Congress across the world. And I think,
but Arun, this time they seem to be unified against the government as compared to the last time. You think that also failed to cut ties?
See, the leaders are unified, but to convert whatever, even if there is a small anti-incumbency, you need cadres, you need workers on the ground to take the message to the people. So in the media headlines, it looks pretty good, with photo ops that they have closed the ranks, but the impact reaches the ground only through the cadres or the workers. So I think that is what is actually basically making a big difference. The BJP is able to take across its message because it has a strong network of cadres and workers, whereas Congress is not working on it.
We'll get somebody from the Congress to share their side of the story and discuss this in further detail. But let's come to Ayushi here. Ayushi, if we were to talk about Assam, Hemant Biswa Sarma was very aggressive in his campaign, plus the social welfare schemes for women and others. What do you think tilted the balance in his favor to return a hat-trick for BJP if we were to go by these trends?
I think this Assam mandate was the most certain one. Because he has worked apart from the rhetoric, the Hindutva vote or, being that icon, the Hindutva icon, which I think India is now ready for. Apart from that, he's definitely kind of delivered
he's
on
pitching
a lot
for the national role also.
Absolutely. You have to keep that in mind, that he's not just a regional figure. It's not just that anymore. And when you were talking about the M's, please do understand the media also has played an extremely important role. The media optics, whether it's narrative building, like for instance, when you're talking of TVK, I don't know why a lot of people feel that this was not expected. Somebody coming from South India, I'm a South Indian, and I can say that apart from as I said, the star power, that a lot of, and especially in Tamil Nadu, call it larger than life, call it psychophancy, whatever you call it.
The media wasn't taking Vijay seriously enough. Are you saying that?
No. In fact, Vijay, like it or not, he had a huge fan following. And they made sure social media, the fan network, the college campus, all this worked in favor of Vijay. And this was expected. I mean, for me, it doesn't come as a surprise.
It was expected that he'll be number one.
Not number one, but he will be a player. Either a king, king is the best thing that could have happened, but a kingmaker for sure. Or else a very big spoiler. But love him or hate him, he couldn't be ignored, because that's how Tamil Nadu politics works.
This is a watershed moment for Tamil Nadu politics also, because for the first time in electoral history, apart from the two Dravidian parties of the AIA-DMK and the DMK, a new party, a debutant party which doesn't talk about Dravidian politics but talks about change, is actually seems to be going to the secretariat and forming the government if we were to go by trends. According to the Election Commission website, which gave the trends so far, more than 105 seats seem to be going to the TVK. They need some 118 for the majority, so it's not much behind and can easily get through that number.
Yeah. And one more thing, Richa, here is the underlying, when you're talking of the M factor, the Muslims you have mentioned, but this is all about minority mobilization. Please understand, it's Joseph Vijay.
Okay.
So the Christian factor also has to be kept in mind, because you have a lot of political parties even looking at that minority chunk, which seems to be playing, because ultimately they are the educated lot. The church is now supporting them. So they are also looking at a piece of the pie. So that again cannot be overlooked completely.
Okay, I'd like to take this to Arun Ram if he's still with us. Arun, are you there with us? Arun, Our studio panelists just spoke about the Christian factor swinging the votes in favor of Vijay because he's a Christian by religion. How do you see this playing out?
I think Vijay's appeal transcends religion and caste. Of course, he being a Christian would have helped. And of course, the Christian votes, it looks like got split between DMK. And he took away a large chunk of Christian votes. Christians constitute about 6% of population of the electorate in Tamil Nadu. And Vijay has never projected himself as a Christian, but yes, his religion must have helped. Traditionally, projected himself as a Christian, but yes, his religion must have helped. Traditionally, Christians and Muslims have stayed with religion must have helped. Traditionally, Christians and Muslims have stayed with the DMK alliance. This time, it seems that it has been split. And even the churches in the southern part of the state, churches were divided. Some people, the southern part of the state, churches were divided. Some people, despite the church heads, priests openly giving an appeal to vote for DMK, many people voted for TVK is what we hear. So yes, he being a Christian did help there, but he did not overtly play the Christian card anywhere.
Maybe because he wants to keep his image secular, something that was playing on his mind, saying that he would not go with the BJP.
For the optics, he has been going to mosques, dargahs, churches, temples.
Yes.
The last 1 week, he has been on a pilgrimage of religious harmony.
Yeah.
That, as you said earlier, Arun, like he's playing his cards very well at the right time, at the right place, and with the young people, for them, by them, and through them, I think, because his team is comprising of a lot of young people, young guns who are rooting for him.
Yeah, he represents the right angst, the anger, which kind of related, a large number of people seem to have related. And his speeches were atypical of a politician. He was, of course, a bit of a screenplay kind of stuff, but then he was not the regular Stalin Medapadi kind of speech. So he related, he was a little more conversational with people. His campaigns were very limited. But then he had a raw, rustic appeal. And, you keep comparing him with MGR. He was everything that MGR was not. In terms of looks, feel, dialogue delivery, everything. So that exactly, the times have changed. And this is what probably the Gen Z want.
And also because the Gen Z demography in terms of numbers in Tamil Nadu has really grown. The people in the age group of 18 to 40 is quite significant to swing the elections in any party's favor. And this is where the Dravidian parties fell back.
Demographically, I think Tamil Nadu is aging because of the low fertility rates. The population is aging. But then I think the biggest thing that happened this election is, and a lot of credit should go to Vijay, he brought out youngsters who never voted. Now, they were expressing themselves. They thought that they have a say, if not a way, in matters of politics. Because the Gen Z, the previous election also, the younger people were not willing to go out and vote. Of course, they had their political opinions, but they never bothered to participate in the electoral process. But
I have some figures, Arun, here that 12.5 lakh first-time voters who exercised their voting rights, and nearly 2.5 crore voters under 40 who were part of Vijay's vote bank.
Yeah, 2.5 crore would add to more than half the total electorate under 40. That is his constituency. See, Vijay cuts across all ages, all genders. But then I think the youngsters below 40, yes, that's a crucial number. 2.5 crore means it's almost 55, 56, 55, 56, 55, 56, 55, 56, 55, 56, 55, 56, 55, 56, 55, 56, 55, 56. But then I think the youngsters below 40.
That's the most
That's the big story of West Bengal election. That I think that's the big story of West Bengal election. That the guard of Trinamool Congress, which has been the Mamata Banerjee stronghold, including her own constituency, is kind of experiencing winds of change.
Yeah, so the North 24 Pargana, just outside Kolkata, out of 27 leads which are coming, 13 is with TMC and 14 is with BJP. So that's a huge, it also comprises of the Mathua belt. So it looks like the anger with the SIR deletion hasn't really affected BJP. So that's the big takeaway, I think. And even in Kolkata, I can see that BJP is ahead in 4 out of the 11 seats where they were blob last time. So where BJP was absolutely absent, it is doing reasonably well, and BJP is holding on to its traditional bastions, or I would say where TMC was always weak, even in the left zamana, or before TMC the Congress was weak. TMC is not doing well. BJP has hold.
So if we talk about regions, Arghe, which regions is the BJP doing exceedingly well, where the TMC is outperforming, if you could tell us?
BJP is doing very well in the north, like Coach Bihar, Alipurduar, it is currently all the seats are with BJP. Coach Bihar, only 2 seats with TMC. And Dinajpur, North and South Dinajpur, BJP is doing very well. Malda has 50% Muslim population, as we all know. And BJP and TMC are almost neck and neck there, which is significant. And Jalpaiguri, it's BJP is ahead 7 out of all 7.
These are North Bengal areas. North Bengal BJP has been strong.
Which has a heavy SC population also, and it has, and Mamata Banerjee tried repeatedly to wean them away from BJP. Said she complained that you always vote for BJP, but I still don't discriminate. I don't differentiate. But it looks like the tea gardens, the green tea gardens, seems to have gone all saffron. So that's the big takeaway.
How big is this, the tea garden population of the North Bengal, which might have tilted the swing in favor of the BJP, and how have their issues been addressed by the TMC so far in 10 years?
It hasn't, that I think closed tea gardens, lack of proper funds for the workers. These are
your audio is not very. Your audio is not very clear to me. I'll try to improvise this and come back to you. Your audio is not.
Is
very
it audible
clear
now? Is it audible?
No, it's there, but it's kind of muffled.
Okay. So what I was saying was that in the North Bengal, the closed tea gardens, the lack of proper remuneration for the workers, those are huge issues. And it seems like BJP has latched onto it significantly.
Also, the identity politics, the identity politics that was overplayed, did that backfire on TMC?
It may have, because it always has a limited reach. End of the day, identity politics can get you so much. And this time, I think the BJP also was very clever with Narendra Modi's entire Jhalmuri thing, going to Kali temple, and they didn't really, put the Jai Shri Ram was kept a little mellow, so that kind of helped them to dissociate from TMC's identity politics, and end of the day, identity politics has a limited reach, so that's the biggest thing. And even TMC, they have used likes of Yusuf Pathan to defeat Adi Chaudhary. So that was aggressively said, like you're giving Rajya Sabha seats to outsiders of Bengal. So where is your Bengali priority? That wasn't never there. So that was.
I'll try to come back to you. Lots to discuss on West Bengal. Abhishek, you'd like to say something here on what Arghe is sharing, that South Bengal also BJP seems to be making good inroads, which has been the TMC bastion.
I mean, the areas which have been the TMC bastion, for example, in Malda, BJP has been gaining, in Murshidabad also BJP has got good vote, in South Bengal also, in the presidency area. I mean, this Bhadrlok dominated area which had been aligned with the Mamta on the issue of Mamati Manush, on the issue of being a son of soil leader, on the issue of identity politics. I think it also, this constituency also resented against the Mamta Banerjee, and it resented primarily because the track record of the 15 years of the TMC government was not something very fulfilling to the people and not something very promising to the people. And I think, and also you have to give credit to the campaign. You see the Havra BJP has been gaining, the rally and the road show done by the Prime Minister Modi. Similarly, the Jhalmuri video that created a huge impact. I mean, more than 100 million of views in just 24 hours. So all these incidents and all these issues have been able to take the BJP, their message, their campaign, their popularity into the areas which have been TMC dominated. And as I told you earlier also, that the problem with the TMC and Mamta was that she completely failed to reinvent the kind of politics in terms of its ideology, in terms of its program, in terms of the vision for the West Bengal. So I think the BJP manifesto, the BJP campaign has led, I mean, BJP has been able to mainstream their ideology, and the winning margin and the kind of support that BJP is getting, it's like all over the Bengal, they've got good number of support. So if there is a minority consolidation, there has been a Hindu consolidation. If there has been a if there has been a poor bad record, then there has been a report card with the BJP. So on all the levels, governance, leadership, ideology, organization, campaign, reaching out, outreach, BJP provided an alternative, and when people saw that BJP can be a credible alternative, and you must also remember that Amit Shah was constantly saying in the press conferences to counter the Bengali identity argument that the Chief Minister of the Bengal will be from the Bengali people, a Bengali speaking people. So I think the identity card did not play up much in favor of Mamta, and that is why what we are seeing in the trend is that BJP is getting a thumping support from the Bengali community, from the Bhadrloks, as well as from the areas which
and
are also.
When we talk about the Bhadrloks, one constituency that is making a lot of headlines is the neck-to-neck fight that we are witnessing in Bhabanipur between CM Mamata Banerjee and Shuvendu Adhikari of the BJP, the leader of opposition, and the chief minister are in a very tight race. Any moment the tide can swing in anyone's favor. So sometimes we get news of Mamata Banerjee leading. Right now, she regains the lead in Bhabanipur as a tight contest is underway in this super prestigious constituency of West Bengal. And I'd like to go to Arghya again. Arghya, can you hear me?
Yeah. So I wanted to make a point about Bhabanipur. That Bhabanipur, there are two wards, 77 and 82. Bhabanipur, there are two wards, 77 and 82. Those have a very high population of Muslim, so wherever those wards, wherever those wards Muslim, so wherever those wards are counted, Mamata Banerjee will get are counted. Mamata Banerjee will get are counted. Mamata Banerjee will get are counted. Mamata Banerjee will get a huge amount of lead, which is something even Mamata Banerjee will get a huge amount of lead, which is something even Shuvendu Adhikari alluded to, but huge amount of lead, which is something even Shuvendu Adhikari alluded to. But when the other wards will be counted, that's where the real battle will be. How much Shuvendu can cut down on that lead. The real battle will be. How much Shuvendu can cut down on that lead, which Mamata will get from those two wards. And 82 is where which Mamata will get from those two wards. And 82 is where Bobby Hakim, Kolkata Mayor's ward. So Mamata is expected Bobby Hakim, Kolkata Mayor's ward. So Mamata is expected to get a significant lead from that ward.
If we were to talk about the demography of this area, Arghya, the Bhabani. Talk about the demography of this area, Arghya, the Bhabani. If we were to talk about the demography of this area, Arghya, the Bhabanipur constituency is often referred to as Constituency is often referred to as Manipur constituency. Its constituency is often referred to as mini India because there are Bengalis in large numbers, 42%. India because there are Bengalis in large numbers, 42% Bengali speaking population, 34% non-Bengalis here. A lot of traders from the Marwari, Gujarati communities, Matuas. How is this playing out for or against? How is this playing out for or against communities, Matuas? How is this playing out for or against these candidates, both Mamata Banerjee and Shubhendu Adhikari?
I think typically it has played. I think typically it has played in favor of Mamata Banerjee because the Gujarati community we know has been a very die-hard supporter of Mamata Banerjee here. Some may find it ironic, but this time BJP has done a lot of outreach to get their support, and even the Mahamaitros FOPA about Gujaratis, and in ward number 70, which has a high Gujarati population, the councillor Ashim Bose, he had to apologize to all the Gujaratis that don't take whatever has been said in face value. We don't dislike you and all. So a lot of micro level management has gone, and someone like Devendra Fadnavis was there, and then there are Punjabi voters. So Ravneet Bittu also went there, and there's a very famous chai shop called Balwant's Dhaba, and Ravneet Bittu went there to talk to the Punjabi community. So Smriti Irani was there. So BJP has done its best, and I've been to Bhawanipur quite a few times in this election campaign, and places where BJP could never even put up a flag, they were very much there in the contest. And TMC said that okay, they have hired agencies to get it done, and they're not really in support.
Even if you look at the congressmen who are with the party today, Well, people don't know how many of them actually have very good connections with Himanta Biswa Sarma. How many of them actually have very good connections with Himanta Biswa Sarma?
Actually, it's a curious case, I would say, in Assam, because a lot of people who didn't get ticket, they hopped on to the other side. Whether it's BJP, Congress, they hopped on to the other side. Whether it's BJP, Congress, I mean, it's like some ek hi thali ke chote
So
bade
one is
types.
that, and that is because Himanta Biswa Sarma has inroads in both parties. So he has his people in
He
the
was
Congress
in
as well.
Congress till
He was
2015.
in the Congress and
Was in
as well.
Congress till
He
2015.
was in the Congress, and as chief minister, or before that as finance minister in the last government as well, his patronage to his old colleagues has been there. Other than those who rarely opposed him and who rarely stood by the Gogoi faction, his patronage has been across the board. So he's got his people in the Congress as well. So Assam is an exceptional case where there's practically in the Congress as well. So Assam is an exceptional case where there's practically no strong opposition. Bengal, on the other hand, you have the BJP, which has been trying since 2016 to come into power. They have always, Bengal has been that big target. Like
One of the final frontiers to cross.
It's conquering the east finally. The second is it's a state with 42 Lok Sabha seats. It makes a lot of difference. So if you can control Bengal, you control a lot. So BJP has been trying hard, and finally, after 10 years of very aggressive campaigning, lot of ground level work, they seem to have finally got the results of their labor.
Right, I'd like to go back to Arghya here. Arghya, if you can hear me, I want to talk about Mamata Banerjee's role at the national level. She's been one of the fiery leaders in the India bloc who always wanted things her way. If the TMC takes a beating this time, do you think her national ambition also gets reduced or cut to size?
Definitely. I mean, I just see the kind of TMC candidates for Rajya Sabha. That's clearly aimed, someone like Maneka Goroswamy and all, they're clearly aimed for a national profile. She going to Supreme Court for SIR hearing. These are all signaling for the national media, national politics. And yeah, definitely this time if TMC loses its own vote, then it's back to square one for her. She has to get it sorted. She has to first win back Bengal before she can again harbor any national ambition. So yeah, I mean, it's a bad news for Indie bloc, but maybe it's good news for Congress in that sense, in some twisted way, that still Congress remains the numero uno force which can take on BJP. So that's it.
You'd like to comment? Good news for Congress then?
Well, good news for Congress only insofar as one is, of course, that if Mamata Banerjee isn't as strong as she was and if she loses Bengal, she wouldn't have any negotiating power within the India alliance, right? In that alliance. The other thing is, of course, that the Congress might get some space in Bengal to revive itself, especially in North Bengal.
Why won't it revive itself in the state of Assam, where it ruled for a long time?
Well, Assam, as I told you, Himanta Biswa Sarma controls half of the Congress probably. So many people within the Congress would be patronized by him for years. So if you don't get a ticket, you go to Himanta Da.
So he may be out of the Congress, but the Congress...
and he was a very popular, he was fairly popular in the Congress. I think if you look at the...
And he was tipped to be the chief minister after Tarun Gogoi. But
that was a time when in the Congress, when the Congress lost a lot of leaders, younger leaders.
I have a quick comment on that.
Yeah, so you look at Jyotiraditya Scindia, around that time only, he left the Congress with
my colleague has said, you have to put into the political hardship, and that is what missing in the Congress. I mean, whether it is the organization, whether it is the leadership, whether it is the kind of politics they are into that. If you take the case of Assam, I mean, Priyanka Gandhi was made the head of the screening committee, and there was that Gaurav Gogoi leading the campaign, he will become the face. But what happened? I mean, Assam from the early trends were that it's going to be a walkover for the BJP. Same happened in the Bengal. Same happened in the Tamil Nadu. So I don't think that Congress should take much from
I
these
think
results.
walkover, I won't use the term walkover for BJP in Bengal. They really had to shed a lot
In
of
Assam, I mean.
a lot of sweat there in Bengal to reach where they might be aiming for.
Political hardship, that is what I'm
Yes.
saying. I mean, that is missing in the Congress. I mean, and without that, I mean, you can say there's a vacuum in Delhi, vacuum in Chennai, vacuum in Bengal. But to fill that vacuum, where is the political energy, where is the organization, where is the cadre? Where
I
is the
think maybe they can take some lessons from the Kerala Congress, which seems to be bouncing back here. I don't know if we have Biju still with us. Do we have Biju with us to talk about Kerala? So let me go back to Arun. Arun is still with us. Arun, what happened to the Congress? It seems to be, nowhere in the picture in South except the UDF making a comeback in Kerala. But how has the Congress fared so far in Tamil Nadu? I know it's always been on the fringes, but how is it doing?
I think still in trends show they're still in single digits, but then let's not jump into conclusions. But see, if TVK is falling short by, as I said, a few seats, Congress could gain.
As per what I can see on the screen is 137 leads to TVK. Are you getting the same picture from the ground?
No, 107 is the latest.
Okay.
137 looks unlikely. Is it the EC numbers? I don't think so.
EC number is 108.
No,
for
these are
TVK.
not the EC numbers, but these are what we are getting from our trends that we are receiving here.
I think it's more like 107, 108. Now,
Okay.
something we need to look for is how are DMK allies doing and how are they behaving. They're trying to figure out what's happening behind those closed doors. There is Congress, there is VCK, there is DMDK. They might be winning a few seats. And if TVK is falling short, they might jump ship.
So who are the loyal ones that you think would stay with the DMK and who might smell an opportunity with TVK?
What's loyalty in politics?
You only used it a little while back, Arun, that there would be loyal partners.
You're loyal when there is success. You are not loyal when there is an opportunity on the
So
other
it comes with a caveat.
So, I mean, every party has aligned with every other party. But for AIA, DMK and DMK, every other party, all permutations and combinations. DMK has sailed with BJP. AIA DMK has gone with BJP. PMK has been a perennial cat on the wall. So VCK is considered one loyal party. But then if Vijay is going to dangle a ministerial berth, why not? VCK can jump ship. DMDK would be a sure shot for TVK to adopt because, Vijay and Vijay Kant were pretty close. They were considered brothers. So Premlata speaks so fondly of Vijay, even when she was on the other side of the battle. So
And they are the latest entrance to the SPA alliance led by DMK. So they've not been with the DMK for long.
Yes. Only thing is, they've been, some of these parties have been promised some Rajya Sabha seats that they will easily forgo if they're getting a ministerial berth in the TVK government.
Okay. I want to talk about the women vote here, Arun, with you. The women voters have played a significant role. They've been wooed by all parties in all the states which have seen elections. If we talk about the women voter of Tamil Nadu, they've been given a lot of sops by the incumbent government, DMK government. But when it comes to Vijay, how has he gone a step further apart from his stardom to get them on his side?
No, all parties were trying to pamper the women voters because they constitute a majority. More than 52%, I think 52% of Tamil Nadu's electorate are women. If you look at the government programs, DMK has done a lot for them. They have given 1,000 rupees every month as doles to head of a family, a woman head of a family, which they promised to increase to 2,000 if they came back to power. And Vijay offered 2,500 rupees. AIA DMK also offered money. They are given free bus rides. But then an irony is that if you look at all the parties, they have not given many seats to women. That's the irony of it. So women voters are in demand, but women legislators may not be many. Even TVK for that matter. The only party which gave 50% seats to women is a losing party called Nam Tamilar, which is Seeman's party. So yes, all the parties have done a lot and promised a lot for women. And it looks like, of course, they've taken the doles from all of them and voted for Vijay, it looks like.
Right. And as far as the Kerala election goes, we have a clear picture coming out. Kerala is going to the UDF. That means essentially the left has been wiped out from every state of the country. Kerala was the last bastion of the left, which has been taken over by the Congress-led UDF. And V.D. Satishan, we are learning, is poised to be the new Chief Minister of Kerala. So left earlier used to rule in Bengal and Tripura, and Kerala was its last state. And the voters have clearly made a choice and they have reverted back to the revolving door politics. Every 5 years we've seen Kerala giving a chance to the other party between LDF and UDF, and the LDF had a run for 10 years. So kind of people were looking for change, and UDF seems to be winning big time here. UDF is making inroads into the LDF vote bank of the Hindu votes that have traditionally voted for the left. And also reports suggest that CM Pinarayi Vijayan could also be trailing from his own seat. This could be curtains on his own political career. He's already crossed 80 and had thrown in everything that a left leader may not be expected, from branding himself personally in the run-up to the elections to a lot more other things which Keralites, it seems, did not like. I'd like to get back to Biju, our TY editor from Kochi, who's been with us and decoding all these trends. We'll try to get him as soon as possible. And the big story coming from Tamil Nadu, where TVK seems to be playing the most crucial role here. TVK may be close to forming the government with allies or on its own. TVK led by Vijay, the superstar, who in its debut is making an enormous impact. Except one exit poll, nobody predicted that he could be a force to reckon with. And Vijay has proven everybody wrong. Am I right, Arun? Has he proven everybody wrong?
Well, almost. Axis must be grinning now.
Yes. Axis My Poll was the only exit poll that gave him the chance of being the leading party. Some reports suggest that he is already crossing majority, though we don't have a confirmation through trends yet.
Yeah. In fact, I fell in love with Axis when Pradeep Gupta started crying in 2024. So now I think he has every reason to rejoice, smile, grin. So yes,
definitely, I think, because here this was a big bet on him.
Yeah. So see, the problem was it was Vijay, as I said, was quite unreadable. Congratulations to Axis, by the way. Very unreadable because it was not just a fan frenzy, but he also seems to have created a wave which was silent, and he turned it against the DMK and the AIADMK. We all thought that by splitting anti-incumbency votes, he is going to benefit DMK. But right now, it looks like he has taken away votes from both the sides, and more so from DMK, pushing it to the third slot. So there was definitely a silent wave, which could have been a combination of anti-incumbency and the fan frenzy for Vijay.
Right. Let me go back to Dhananjay here. Dhananjay, first Kerala. Pinarayi Vijayan did everything that a left leader is not expected to do in terms of branding, popularizing himself, some things that...
Even investor summits.
Probably he was giving it all out, thinking that this could be his last attempt at coming back to power. What do you think?
Well, yeah, and
did it
in
go
Kerala, having 10 years, a run for 10 years...
Did it go against him?
Well, I think 10 years is a long time in a state like Kerala, which does 5 and 5. And they haven't really been routed. The left is still at 40 odd seats when you look at the leads. So they are not routed. They had a run for 10 years. And that's also because the Congress failed to fight the last election properly. They were, around 2019, 2020, I think that was the worst phase for the Congress. So they could have managed last election as well. This time they got their act together, and the long-term trend of Kerala politics that they change the government every 5 years, just, it's a repeat of that. So Kerala doesn't surprise anyone, I think.
So we can conclude in terms of Kerala that the last election was an aberration.
Right. Yeah.
Right?
Because it's I think after many years, an incumbent party came back to power.
Right.
And credit, I think, goes to the opposition of the time, which was the Congress, and the left came back, and of course they had a strong chief minister.
So let me flip it the other way, Abhishek. If the Congress can come back to power in Kerala, putting its house back in order, what stops it from doing it in 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 28 to Congress alliance, 83 to 80. That's a huge difference. That means what just didn't work for Congress.
Yes.
Plus alliance, 83 to 80. That's a huge difference. That means something just didn't work for Congress.
Yeah, so after the Himanta Biswas quit the Congress party in Assam, the organization was shattered, there was no one to take up the leadership issue, and 10 years of power consolidation under Himanta in terms of he positioning himself as a son of soil leader, also positioning himself at the national level through his remarks as a Hindutva poster, also identifying himself with the Assami identity politics, and then all these things, all the badges that he were holding on himself was not easy to be countered. As far as Gaurav Gogoi is concerned, Gaurav Gogoi again coming from that sophisticated, soft-spoken, the dynasty politics of background, and not able to cultivate that much of the political constituency, apart from that Barak Valley area. So if he had been able to put a judicial challenge and organizational revival, maybe there could have been some kind of chance or some kind of contest. But I think it completely failed on behalf of Congress party, Gogoi and the other leaders who were involved in the process.
So let's go back to Bengal, where TMC is leading in 98 seats and 167 seats. Lead goes to the BJP as per the latest trends that we are receiving. We also have some news on the two key constituencies in Bhabanipur, the Chief Minister's constituency. She is leading by 8,482 votes. In Nandigram, which is another high-profile constituency of the state, sitting BJP MLA and leader of opposition Adhikari, Suvendu Adhikari, is currently leading the count with over 7,000 votes. TMC's Pabitra Kar is trailing at 6,452 votes, leaving the margin of 662 votes between the two. Suvendu holds the seat for BJP, and he also has a record of defeating the Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee last time, 2021, in the seat of Nandigram. We'll try to decode that. But Dhananjay, if we were to talk about the clash between Suvendu Adhikari and Mamata Banerjee, they're fighting in Bhabanipur, and the lead is fluctuating. Right. Sometimes she was trailing, now she's leading, but it's not big. The margin is not big.
If we were to look at all the reports through the election, so BJP put in everything in that constituency to defeat Mamata, and it's just very similar to what they did in Delhi, in New Delhi with Arvind Kejriwal. They put in everything to defeat Arvind Kejriwal, because then the message is big, that you could actually defeat the chief minister who could lead the whole party.
And you can dent the den.
You can dent the den, and then you can really break the back of everybody who drew power from that chief minister, who drew power from that leader. So if you can actually manage to defeat a leader like Mamata Banerjee, the message is big. So let's see what happens. It's a close contest as of now. And I wouldn't be surprised if it goes that way, because they put in all their might.
They put in all their might, and Mamata Banerjee was also somehow sensing it, because I remember a few days back in one of her last rallies there, There was a rally just 100 meters away from where she was doing in Bhabanipur, and she left the stage saying that they're not even letting me speak. They're so loud.
So she's been a strong politician on the ground, and from her Youth Congress days, NSUI days, whatever. So she knows the ground very well. I'm sure she had a sense of things. Plus, she had pollsters, she had data. So TMC did their job as well, and they did a fairly good job to hold themselves for all these years. But now it's a long time, and change is something that had to happen. And with the BJP making such strong efforts, finally we see that it's time for a change in Bengal, and going right from that left to the right is something interesting. If you look at 2.5, 3 decades, so the way the left went, if you look at Jyoti Basu's time to a BJP chief minister in Bengal, it's real transition in every sense,
And
in the cultural sense as well.
Exactly. In the last 50 years, the people of Bengal have just chosen change once.
Yeah.
After 34 years of left rule, Mamata Banerjee came knocking in 2011, and now if things go the way they are, the BJP might be knocking her out after 3 terms.
The interesting thing would be to know what are the variables of Bengal politics which have been constant. Certain cultural points that were there in left rule were adapted by the Trinamool, and now have been finally adapted by the BJP to be able to woo the voters of Bengal. And I'm sure there will be certain consistent points, whether Jhalmudi or whatever. So.
And also we're getting reports, as far as Bengal is concerned, that BJP has been able to make inroads in the tea garden belt, the workers of the tea gardens, which were traditionally earlier with the TMC. So we have to see the full picture to understand that which all groups have moved towards the BJP and where the TMC has lost its power. Also striking part is that BJP seem to be doing well in South Kolkata, in Bengal, which has been traditionally a stronghold of the Trinamool Congress. I'd like to go to Arun Ram again. Arun, we are hearing reports that TVK workers are distributing sweets outside the party headquarters in Chennai as the party continues to consolidate its lead in the state and is poised to become the single largest party. What are you hearing? What are you hearing? Poised to become the single largest party. What are you hearing? What are you hearing?
educated people, young people as his candidates. In Chennai, he had Adhav Arjuna, who was with VCK, with a political background of Dalit politics, and incidentally the son-in-law of we call Lottery King Martin. So he had a right mix of people for candidates, and he didn't have any big political slogan. The biggest political slogan he made was on the last day. Vijay said, and it was quite effective. He said, I'm asking you for one thing, once vote for me, and I will, you can ask me anything for the next 5 years. So that rang a bell for many youngsters and women, it looks like, and they seem to have voted in very large numbers across the state. And DMK is the biggest casualty. And the important thing to look at is that AIA DMK is holding. ADMK has put up a good show in many places compared to DMK. It's around 68 seats against DMK's 1 seats, which shows that despite the anti-incumbency votes being split by Vijay's candidates, AIA DMK has held on to his constituency. And if you look at it, the history of Tamil Nadu elections, even the worst year, AIA DMK and DMK had got about 25% votes, even when there were sweeps. They were huge in terms of seat conversion. In 2001 and 2011, J. Jayalalitha swept the polls. But then if you still look at the vote share of DMK, it has been pretty high in the late 20s. Similarly, when Karunanidhi made huge victories, Jayalalitha's AIA DMK had got more than 25% seats. So but then right now, Vijay has barged in and broken, demolished the duopoly of Tamil Nadu politics, which has been the hallmark. There's just 2 parties since 1967. And the biggest casualty here, unless, Congress gets to be part of a government led by Vijay, the national parties seem to be the losers otherwise, because they have always worked with or under the shadow of either the DMK or the AIA DMK. And ironically, Congress was in power. DMK was a party which swept Congress away from power in 1967 when Annadurai's DMK came to power. And the same Congress is now at the mercy of DMK. So if you look at the history of Congress and DMK, DMK had systematically, progressively sidelined Congress, right, from 1967 and again 1971, when Karunanidhi forced Indira Gandhi's hand.
So I just want to, sorry, can I come in there? Arun? Arun, sorry, there's a change of guard here in the studio. As you see, I have joined in and given a relief to Richa, who was holding fort since morning. But just very quickly, Arun, the last time when we spoke, and since I'm speaking to you for the first time since this morning, you said Vijay is no MGR. That was after the exit polls, and you said that there is no way that Axis My India's prediction of Vijay getting a large, and this is almost matching Axis My India's prediction. So now what do you say? Is Vijay the MGR?
No, he's still not MGR. He cannot be MGR. Vijay is Vijay, nothing less, nothing more.
Okay.
Why I said he cannot be MGR is because MGR was a thorough politician when he launched the party, much before he launched the party. He straddled politics and cinema for a long time before AIA DMK was founded in 1972. So Vijay that way is a political novice. There is no doubt about it. But then he has proved many people, including me, wrong by getting this many number of seats, 105 seats. So the times have changed, the realities have changed, the politics has changed. And as I said earlier in the day, he never tried to play the nice guy in his movies. And that was unthinkable during MGR's time. MGR never smoked or drank on screen. MGR was very polite with his women. MGR was fair, figuratively and literally.
Got it. No, what I meant really was that him getting any kind of numbers the kind of numbers that was obviously not as personalities or as even film stars or even political, but looking at the sweep that Vijay is getting, what do you think happened? What do you think went in his favor? Was it his personality? Because he hardly said, you know, all throughout the campaign, one could make out what his policies were, right? What were his key talking points? He was just there. He barely said hardly anything. What is it that worked in Vijay's favor then?
So I think, the celebrity status, of course, but then as I said, the timing. Had he come 5 years earlier or 5 years later, he wouldn't have won. He wouldn't have made this. So he was at the right time. Karunanidhi and Jayalalitha had left the scene. Stalin was almost
of the Trinamool Congress. I'd like to go to Arun Ram again. Arun, we are hearing reports that TVK workers are distributing sweets outside the party headquarters in Chennai as the party continues to consolidate its lead in the state and is poised to become the single largest party. What are you hearing?
right time. So something which
right place, right time is what your assessment is. Let me get you in, Dhananjay, at this point. Right place, right time. Anything else? Because that, the last few film stars in Tamil politics, Rajinikanth, Kamal Hassan, they didn't, even Vijay Kant, didn't really do that well.
So it was a matter of right time. I remember elections when it was the right time for let's say Vijay Kant to come in, and even for Rajinikanth clearly missed the bus.
Yeah.
Kept on procrastinating and said, okay, next election, this election. So I think this is a classic case of right time, right place. And I would also agree that he is no MGR, because MGR also had a large ideological Dravidian politics background. Now here, as you very rightly said, you don't know what the policies is, you don't know what the ideology is, but it was right time, right place, with a bang, star power, and here you have a result that would surprise many. But if you look at Tamil Nadu politics, okay, this has happened before, and this might happen again.
Yeah, but this hasn't happened before in the sense that it's always been Dravidian politics, and correct me if I'm wrong, Arun, it's always, the Dravidian parties do not, it seems that they have not, that era seems to be coming to an end, and maybe I'm speaking too soon, and Vijay is just a one election trick. But Vijay is a Christian. He does not subscribe to the casteist politics which each of the Dravidian parties so far have been subscribing to. Would you call it that?
No, see, Vijay is not, if you look at it clinically, Vijay is no different when it comes to, even if at all he has a political ideology and a political philosophy, it doesn't look any different, because he has co-opted all the icons of Dravidian politics. He has co-opted Periyar. He has taken as his icon Kamaraj from Congress. He has adopted Anjalai Ammal, freedom fighter. So he has kind of, his pantheon is full of people who have already in the Dravidian landscape. He speaks about Dravidian politics. He's talking about Tamil pride. Nothing new. So it's just a continuation of the Dravidian ideology that he's also professing. So there is nothing new there. But I think that the time for these philosophies, political philosophies, ideologies is all past. Because people are not interested in your ideology if you have one at all. People want delivery. People want promises that can be delivered. People want jobs, education. That's what these youngsters search.
So I want to, sorry I'm interrupting you, as somebody who's been in Tamil Nadu and been tracking the rise of all these parties and the delivery of Stalin, what do you expect in the next 5 years if Vijay turns out to be the next chief minister? And I'm saying a big if there. If he comes in, because in terms of policies, and I'm going to come to you, Smita Gupta, after this. I know you wanted to come in, but I just want to listen to Arun's understanding of Vijay, what he will bring to the table.
See, a good thing about a dramatic persona is that he may try and do something dramatic, which is not bad. For starters, if he can take some action against corrupt people, Because corruption is so ingrained in this government. The government is very efficient. It's an irony that it's a very efficient government and very corrupt government. It's not just about Stalin. I'm talking about the last 50 years. Tamil Nadu has seen corruption to very high levels. It has become institutionalized, it has become normalized. That's a scary part of it. So I hope Vijay's biggest promise, of course, was transparency in governance and clean governance. I think he would try and deliver that. That would at least to make an impact. I'm getting a very urgent call. Can I take this?
Sure, absolutely. Can I come to you, Smita Gupta? You wanted to come in at that.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that, I don't think Vijay has won simply on the strength of his stardom. He has several organizations, including the Vijay Makkal Iyakam, which have been working among people and which has also helped to build his grassroots appeal. That's number one. Secondly, I think it's the Gen Z, which has, is probably, it's not anti-Dravidian, but it is tired of these two DMK, DMK, these kind of established parties. And in the case of the DMK, it is now beginning to look like a dynastic party. As much as it is a Dravidian party. And this is something I think young voters didn't like. And then, if you recall, during his campaign, Vijay was appealing to children also, saying that please tell parents that this is not what we want. So it isn't that he has just come out of nowhere. Of course, I think the message from his movies has helped. Certainly, making him a big face in Tamil Nadu. And the second thing, which is not a good sign for the future, but he didn't give any interviews, so he didn't, he couldn't make any mistakes as such. And his appeal, his message was, his spokespersons, they said it'll be secular anti-BJP kind of party.
Right.
So, number two, that it would be an anti-corruption party. Governance. It's kind of Aam Aadmi Party plus secularism, in a way. So I don't know.
So yeah, because even as you're right, Smita, because even Vijay's TVK, they also promised 6 free LPG cylinders annually, 2,500 rupees monthly support for the female heads of houses. So the freebies, bus or bandwagon, even Vijay had gotten onto.
So, how this is going to pan out, Vijay may well be the next chief minister. The question is, will he last? What will, we have to see. The DMK obviously is better organized. The Anna DMK suffers from the fact that it doesn't have a clear leadership. And I think in this particular election, the fact that it tied up with the BJP, if you recall, just a few weeks ago, we had the bill in Parliament brought in the issue of delimitation, which, annoyed the entire South because it would affect the kind of power they would have.
But even then, the AIADMK and the BJP is emerging as the second largest.
No, but if people were unhappy with the DMK, you would have expected them to go with the Anna DMK BJP, combination. But that hasn't happened. A complete outsider, a first timer, has emerged as the number one. So
exactly from zero to, I think this looks like almost a 30% vote share. Let me come to you, Manish Jha, with that. Manish Jha, psephologist, is joining us in the studio. In fact, he's been here but has not had a turn to speak. So Manish, your thoughts on Vijay's rise?
Knowing Tamil Nadu politics and the current scenario last, I think January, February, I was there, and when I spoke to a few people there, they were this time they were very much good with the regional parties, regional atmosphere, and Tamil Nadu politics has been regional for long. So it is DMK or AIDMK or any regional party. This time both parties have aligned with Congress and BJP, the national parties. So people somehow have rejected the national party's influence or national influence in the regional politics and given a chance to Vijay's promises, his persona, his padayatra, the way he was being treated by the government, the state government, the kind of attacks he has been facing. Come on, he is a celebrity, he's a superstar, he's a youth icon. So you can't directly go and attack every single time. And without his any political, like Smitaji said, he has never spoken anything wrong about politics. Whether he had made no statement, no wrong statement that could boomerang him. So it is clearly giving an opportunity to a regional party. This is what I can see.
All right, giving an opportunity, and I see Viju.
This is what I can see.
All right, giving an opportunity, and I see Viju has joined us from Kerala, of course, and he's a Kerala resident senator of the Times of India. Viju, your thoughts on what's exactly happened in this, and is there the biggest surprise? Is there a surprise in this election, in these results for you, if the numbers that are on our screen hold?
The numbers we had, in fact, as you know, we have been predicting UDF as an edge and UDF will come back to power. But the numbers are slightly surprising because it looks like a landslide, like a UDF. Yeah. I was just looking at the numbers. I mean, it's like in 2021, LDF had 99 seats and UDF had 42 seats. It's almost reverse now. 43 for LDF and UDF 96 seats and NDA won. That's the results are just pouring in, but it's almost like a reverse. And the panelist, the expert who spoke before, was saying that yes, Kerala, we have this alternative parties coming to power every year. I mean, you can't boycott LDF for sure. I feel that LDF as a party will think very strongly, because if you look at the people who have lost, I mean, the Red Bastion in Kannur, I mean, imagine people like Pinarayi Vijayan was trailing, now he is winning, but then Pinarayi Vijayan, I mean, in his panchayat, around his house, he was losing. So it's a big, I would call it as not only an anti-incumbency, it's an anti-Pinarayi. And all the ministers are losing, all the big, like Veena, for example, Veena George, the health minister. MP Rajesh is quite good. As a minister, he was quite good, but he's losing. Then in the Red Bastion, you have TK Govindan. He was the district secretary here. I mean, rebels have all won. Shyamala teacher, who was Govindan Master's wife, she's losing. I mean, Govindan Master, the secretary, CPM secretary, people are, even the CPM workers, very unhappy. Why did even Shyamala teacher stand for election? Nobody knows. Kunji Krishnan, the whistleblower, he is Kunji Krishnan was a CPM worker. I mean, CPM party bearer, and he was a whistleblower, and he was expelled from the party, and he's won. G. Sudhakaran used to be the brilliant, very good PWD non-corrupt minister. He had to go out of the party because of, and he's winning from Ambalapura. Kunji Krishnan is winning. So all the rebels, CPM rebels, are all winning. I mean, that is one thing that CPM needs. Yeah.
So that is one thing. Like really, yeah. And one person who must be really happy right now is Mr. Rahul Gandhi. There's finally a green mark against his name which has come up. I mean, I've already heard reactions from Shashi Tharoor coming in and talking about how it's time for a change and how it's a new Kerala that we are going to see. How do you see what will change now in Kerala? First.
No, more than Rahul Gandhi, I think the credit goes to V.D. Satishan for sure. Because V.D. Satishan's campaign, it was
absolutely.
So Rahul Gandhi, of course, we have credit should be given to Rahul Gandhi for making him the opposition leader in the first place. But then V.D. Satishan, Congress, there is so much of infighting happening within the Congress. But V.D. Satishan's community outreach, it's a big thing. I mean, nobody spoke about it because he did it very silently. Over the last 2 years, he's been meeting the Christian community leaders. He's been meeting the Muslim community leaders, Muslim Sadiq Ali Tangal, for example. Entire Muslim community has sort of, if you look at the results that is poured in from Malappuram and all those areas, UDF has won quite handsomely. So this community outreach was quite it was quite important, and
has quite
and
paid
whereas
off.
whereas the LDF moved away from that. I mean, they had a chance. I mean, I always say, like, the first term of Pinarayi government, so the Muslim community actually supported Pinarayi in a big way, because he had married to his wife had married to a Muslim, Riyaz, and all those things was. I mean, there were a lot of people thought
And
he was
plus
part
also
of.
he was a hero back then. The
He
COVID
was the
era,
hero
the
back.
daily
He
press
was the hero back, and
conferences.
he had lot. Yet he had good. The community had. I mean, it's very important in Kerala to have this community outer, because the demography is quite. Muslims and Christians are.
Do you see? Sorry to interrupt. Do you see Mr. Venugopal now go from the center as CM of Kerala, or do you see a chance for Mr. Satishan?
There is a visual right now coming on TV wherein V.D. Satishan is giving cake to K.C. Venugopal and Ramesh Chennittala. So I think it's been all sorted out. And my sources in Congress from Delhi told me, now I think I need to believe that Satishan was given a sort of surety that no one from Delhi will come and sort of become the CM. But don't talk about it right now. If you talk about it right now, you know how the other aspirants will sort of create problems. So just keep silent, let them have their fun. And the important thing is that now, since everyone wanted to become the CM, they all work together. I mean, it's a very nice strategy. So let them all talk about becoming CM, and they all work together. And now sort of they can decide. Now the High Command can decide. So that is a very nice strategy that Congress took.
Okay, let me bring you in, Dhananjay Joshi, at this point. How do you view this, the Kerala apple, that the win and the impact on national politics, because this is a win by the Congress after a long hiatus?
Right. So I think last win was Karnataka. After that, this is a real win for the Congress, and they really needed a win as well. But the other thing is that Kerala was a state where the government typically changed every 5 years.
Right.
And last time the Congress's house wasn't in order. Like we just heard that, all the factions of the Congress fought together because everybody wanted to become the chief minister, and that is a traditional Congress model. So there's a famous Rajni Kothari article called The Congress System, where it's spoken about, that the Congress is a faction party. So if all factions, the central leadership can manage all factions to get maximum number of MLAs from their faction, then that is when the Congress actually forms a government. And when there is no control over that, one person is given the entire charge, then typically the Congress loses out, because other factions would rather be in opposition than have somebody from their party being the chief minister and being penalized for not supporting that guy or sabotaging that guy. So that's the Congress model working well in Kerala this time. So
okay, I just want to come back to you, Biju. If you're there, okay, he's moved out. If he's still there,
I'm here.
Okay, cool. I just want to have one question from you. Now that the Stalin, there were already murmurs of Stalin being uncomfortable with the Congress.
What is it?
I'm saying there were already murmurs of a rift between the Congress and the DMK in Kerala, that's obviously in Tamil Nadu. So because we were talking. Okay, Arun is not here, but okay, never mind. Let me go to the other Arun that we have on our panel, Arun Anand. Do you want to talk about this? What the for Bengal so much, but I will come to that. Let me, yes, Smita, you have a point to make?
Yeah, I was going to say that while the victory of the impending victory of the UDF in Kerala is extremely good news for the Congress, if you look at the recent elections and where the Congress is also in danger of becoming a South Indian party. It is there in Kerala, it is there in Karnataka, it is there in Telangana. But in the northern states, it's, almost not visible. With Assam also, they are facing a huge defeat for the third time. Along with this, two of their allies in the India alliance, the DMK, with which it was in partnership this time, and now it appears that Mamata Banerjee is, it's touch and go, but it looks unlikely that she will form. This is bad news for the India alliance and therefore bad news for the national opposition.
Yeah, that's and let me come to you with that, Manish, and then I want to go to Orko. I'm just telling the PCR out here that I'd like to go and discuss West Bengal with Orko. But before that, let me just come to you, Manish, and talk about the national implications. And we will now start looking at the national implications of these results and the impact on India alliance particularly. Of Mamata's defeat and the fact that Rahul Gandhi, because Rahul Gandhi was the one person who and TMC is an alliance partner, but Rahul Gandhi went to West Bengal and he campaigned against Mamata as if willing for her, talking about corruption, etc., as though knowing that if she wins for a fourth time from West Bengal, then his position as the leader of the India alliance, so to speak, would be in jeopardy. Would you agree with that sort of an assessment? Because there are some people who already started talking on those lines.
Yeah, no, not only Rahul Gandhi campaigned or given a statement against the TMC government, it was the cadre. I talk about Murshidabad, Malda, Midnapur, all the Muslim belt where TMC was strong. There was a whisper campaign going along, simultaneously that all the Muslims or all the minority votes should come back to Congress. And all the community leaders were met. They were, given an opportunity to come to, Congress, and if they form government or if they come into power, so everything will be taken care. So there was a whisper campaign against TMC, not BJP. Against TMC, I am specifically saying where TMC is already strong. If I am a alliance partner, whether I am fighting against you, it could have been a friendly fight, and they could have fought together just for sake of it. But actually, the results which I am seeing on the screen now, it is purely Congress that I think has dented the TMC bastion. Voters. The triple M factor, Mamata, Muslim and women. Women was taken by I think won by BJP, Muslims Congress, and Mamata is already losing. So Mamata, wherever Mamata is strong, I think I just saw that Mamata is leading in Bhawanipur. So Mamata has worked, but Congress somehow, I think that in relation with the this Tamil Nadu, I think the same thing that I said. The same thing that I said, 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 the same thing that I said. No, if AIDMK would have fought without BJP or DMK would have fought without Congress, I think the results could have been better.
Okay, that's for AIDMK without BJP in any case is scoring quite heavily, as you can see. Yes. But DMK without Congress is not scoring that.
That is a trend. Tamil Nadu, Kerala, Karnataka, every 5 years they change.
They change, and Therefore, here is what we see. But let me just go to Orko for a moment and talk to him, because I had a conversation with him. He is the one person from one of the many people from our team who traveled in Bengal this time. And Orko, if I can bring you in, I don't see you on the screen, so I'll go to Arun on this. Arun Anand.
Yeah, if you can. Hello.
Okay, Orko is here. But Arun, I'll come to you next then. Orko, I remember speaking to you on your when you came back from Bengal, and you said it's a tight race and there's a lot of polarization. Talk to me about that polarization in light of the results that you see on your screen. So identity politics
couple
versus...
of points I just wanted to make. Sagarika Ghosh has just tweeted that regarding the tight race thing only, that why is ECI VP not releasing trends for all 293 Bengal seats? More than 70 plus seat trends have not intentionally not shown by EC. Please immediately release the data for all 293 seats. And TMC handle has also retweeted it. And if you see the gap in the EC website, the gap is around 3%. Between BJP and...
So your voice is a little distorted for me, but if the audiences and the viewers can hear, please let's just carry on.
Yeah, so if you see the gap is 3%, as one of my colleagues just said, that Congress may be badly denting BJP TMC here. Like TMC's Congress's vote percentage is around 3%. So it's roughly the gap which is currently between BJP and TMC.
3% gap.
And yeah. And regarding the polarization, you saw what Shubhendu Adhikari said today, Hindu EVM, Muslim EVM, and it was very sharp, the polarization across Bengal, especially in seats where there is a significant Muslim population. A lot of experts, even I thought that all the votes, Muslim votes probably will go to TMC, but clearly it isn't going because of SIR, but there were other things which were deeply distressing for the Muslims. Some of it was that the OBC reservation thing, and another thing was the Waqf issue. They thought that TMC was not really vocal about it, Waqf bill. So those are the couple of things. And if you see Rahul Gandhi, I would say sensed an opportunity. And in Shamsherganj and in Metia Buruz, Rahul Gandhi really went hammer and tongs against the TMC. Like he kind of got probably an input that, this is a chance for me to get back some of the Muslim votes back to the Congress fold. And Rahul Gandhi did that. We thought that Rahul Gandhi would be mostly attacking BJP, but he attacked TMC, and that energized Congress voters and supporters on ground. I know about Murshidabad where I was there, and Shamsherganj, we know about Hargovinda Das, what happened, and some of my TOI print team, I saw they have even gone there. So those are things which did help them. And while Congress may not win a lot of seats, but if you see Malda, how Malda with over 50% Muslim population, BJP is currently ahead. So while Congress definitely may have dented TMC in quite a few key constituencies. Another thing I would like to say about Shubhendu Adhikari is in his own district, East Midnapur, it is 16-0 currently. What he had said he envisioned even in 2021 is currently getting it done this time. And that will not harm his chances of becoming CM if BJP indeed crosses the line. That he's getting a clean sweep there, not easy. This East Midnapur historically has been a Congress and then TMC bastion. So to get a 16-0 lead there.
So what's the latest? Sorry, I'm interrupting you because I personally can't hear you very well, but I'm assuming that everybody else and the viewers can hear you, so therefore I didn't know where to interrupt you. So it might have been abrupt, but broadly, if you can tell me what's the status right now with Shubhendu Adhikari? Nandigram, he's obviously locked and loaded, but what about Bhabanipur? What's the race looking like?
Bhabanipur currently it is Mamta Banerjee is ahead by around 16,000 votes.
Okay, so now, so clearly she's going to then get Bhabanipur and
No, we can't say that because these are the seats, these are the wards which has a heavy Muslim population. So, but again, Ashwindu Adhikari himself said that there are other wards where he can do well. So, we have to see. But yeah, Mamata Banerjee as of now in Bhabanipur is clearly ahead.
Okay, so quickly, I just want to, ask you, Arun Anand, which I was going to ask you before this, is largely that how much do you think Bengal's character, and then I'm going to come to you, Smita, on this, how much is Bengal's character going to change given this? I remember when Mamata Banerjee came to power for the first time, she painted the entire city blue and white, all the bridges, all the government buildings, every flyover in the city of Kolkata and outside also several places were painted blue and white when she stormed into power 15 years ago. 15 years later, now it seems the BJP is storming again. Are we going to see a saffron and white? Who knows? But in terms of the city, the changes in the character of Bengal, do you see anything like that happening?
See, there are three things which are going to happen. BJP has a set template for especially states where the system is broken. So one, they are going to focus immediately on the law and order issue, especially the safety of the women. Second, they are going to focus on rebuilding the infrastructure, especially roads and power. And third, they are going to basically focus on reviving the industrial investment so that as to create employment. I think BJP is going to go there with a very positive agenda rather than targeting the TMC workers. There might be some clashes might be happening. BJP generally doesn't, we have seen that in contentious states like even UP or Maharashtra, where there have been the BJP has refrained from making a counter attack when they came to power. But one of the most important things which we are going to witness is that they are going to identify the illegal Bangladeshis and they are going to help deport them with the help of the local law and order situation, with the help of the local law and order machinery. So I think infrastructure, basic governance facilities, but you would see probably the results of all this, 2 years, kind of, it will take a couple of, I've spoken to a few BJP leaders. And, if you remember, Aditi, in the last conversation, I told you that one of the senior leaders had told me that BJP is winning the election with 10 to 15 seats. It's majority. And kind of basically, I've been a little way off the mark, but largely in the sense. So the same set of leaders I've spoken to, and they've told me that we are going to focus basically on governance. And that's how basically, we are going to now, but that remains to be seen basically whether who is going to be the chief minister.
What actually happens, because, that's what was expected from Mamata Banerjee when she came in after years of 3 decades of uninterrupted left rule. Many voters who were wary of a long period of political stagnation and the perceived cadreism, they wanted a change. But 15 years later, those hopes really have evolved into more complex debate about governance in West Bengal, and that's where I'm coming from. But I just have one question quickly, and then I'm going to come to you, Orko, from Smita Gupta. And Smita, this is about the women voters. The women voters of Bengal supposed to be very close-knit, as supposed to be very pro-Mamata all these years. They stood by her side. Her welfare schemes over the last decade sort of worked. Women's safety, however, over the last several years have become a key issue of this government. RG Kar, Sandesh Kali, state patronage for these kind of acts, and Mamata coming out and victim blaming. Has that worked in BJP's favor? Have the women of Bengal gotten disenchanted with Ms. Banerjee?
Firstly, on the whole, Bengal is one of the safest states for women. But yes, there have been episodes like the ones that you mentioned, which have got a lot of attention, and which the BJP made part of its, campaign plank. And Mamata Banerjee did not help herself because she did not really handle the RG Kor, and if you remember, even the Park Circus, Park Street rape case, she did
Yeah.
not handle them well. So it is possible that it was a reason. But I would like to add something responding to the previous speaker, that when you talk about that BJP is going to bring peace to Bengal, that I do not believe at all, because that is if you don't understand the Bengal at all. Because during the CPM years, the left rule years, there used to be a lot of violence, and there were these goons, the CPM goons, who were not ideological. But as soon as the Trinamool came, that band of goons shifted to the Trinamool. I can assure you, BJP comes to power, that same band of goons is going to move to the BJP. And Mamata was not able to deal with it. I wonder whether the BJP will be. Secondly, on the question of this Ghuspetia infiltrator, the BJP hasn't been in power already at the center for for a long time. The real job of guarding our borders is that of the BSF, which comes under the Union Home Ministry. So why has the Union Home Ministry? Maybe Mamata is letting in people, but what is the Union Home Ministry doing on it? And finally, I'd like to point out an incident that happened last Thursday. Our acting High Commissioner in Dhaka was summoned by the Bangladesh Foreign Office to lodge a complaint about Himanto Biswa Sharma's polarizing speeches, which they objected to strongly. So now you'll have a Himanto back in Assam, and you will have some BJP person in Calcutta. And if the same kind of rhetoric is there, it's going to badly affect Indo-Bangladesh relations as well, which is ready for a reset right now. I mean,
While that's a valid point. I'm just sorry I'm interjecting, but I just want to go to Orgo, who wants to speak his thing and then leave. Orgo, if these results hold, and which seem to be holding, and if BJP storms into Bengal from 3 seats in 2016 to 77 in 2021, and now of course what we are seeing almost at 181 at this rate, I'm surprised they'll not get 200 plus seats in Bengal, which means that the voter has overwhelmingly voted for the BJP. But then Mamata Banerjee obviously and Trinamool will come out and blame SIR, blame everything else, but anti-incumbency, or because that seems to be what's at work here. Your sense, because there has been a lot of question marks about the SIR exercise in Bengal. So therefore, your sense when you went to the ground, what did you observe, what did you see, and what exactly has influenced this outcome?
I think firstly, there was huge amount of silence among voters, especially in South Bengal. Like people even off camera weren't really willing to say, a lot of people. But what they said was, "Ja korbo bhote kore debo," and like whatever we have to do, we will do it in the elections. But whenever people were actually sharing some anecdotes, it was about cut money, it was about syndicate. So that is where the real anti-incumbency came. People were fed up with petty corruption, and also the law and order issue. I think there was a tipping point on the Arjikar incident, which kind of showed the collective disenchantment the civil society had. And that the Bhadralok class, even in 2011, the Bhadralok class came out. Here they were less vocal, but in the Arjikar issue, they did come out. And TMC tried to think that it's one-off and that will not have any political bearing. But clearly it had, as we can see, that people were greatly angry with what was happening. And while the NCRB data and everything TMC repeatedly said all about, but the perception was women were not safe. So even with all the schemes which were given, that didn't really till the mattress, which we can see. So that's and it's ironic. Like if Mamata Banerjee rose to power with Nandigram and Singur, and today in Hooghly, uh, TMC is doing fairly badly. Singur they are losing, Nandigram they are losing. So it's like a full circle for her. And one of her trusted lieutenant at that time, Shuvendu Adhikari. Shuvendu, while Shuvendu is falling behind in Bhawanipur, 19,000 votes now, but Nandigram he's well and truly ahead. So that's that. I think Mamata Banerjee has to go back to the drawing board, and rather than blaming everyone, she needs to have a hard look at her governance model. What went wrong? Because TMC, if you just see, had a much bigger organizational hold than BJP. No two way about it. And I when I went to Kolkata, I asked Shamik Bhattacharya also about that. That how will you match with TMC booth to booth? So he said that we have learned from our mistakes, especially in the Kolkata presidency area, where they did 109 seats, where they did fairly badly last time. And he was candid enough to say that, yeah, we did mess up. Even in Lok Sabha, they didn't do well. But they had their plans. They looked to bridge the gap. And obviously, PM Modi and Amit Shah being the main players there. But Sunil Bansal, another key person, who look to get the cadre up and going. And so tactically, they couldn't match TMC's booth level prowess, but tactically they did what they could do. And obviously the huge amount of central forces being there. So no amount of, there are terms like scientific rigging, jamming, chappa vote, which are, there's a left era legacy. Those things couldn't be done. I mean, so that's all those things did, I think, in the final analysis did help BJP. Although we don't know what for sure what will happen, but as of now the trends do look one way. 193-92 we can see, and a lot of people did think that there was a lot of infighting within BJP, especially in North Bengal. But Shamik Bhattacharya told me that all things said and done, finally we will get it sorted. And if you see North Bengal, there are districts after districts where TMC has not even, opened their account.
Right out
so
here.
That's a serious cause of concern for them.
Right. So the big picture emerging here that TVK has had a superstar entry into politics with Vijay leading it like nobody imagined. He's actually very close to the majority on his own. That means what we saw in terms of exit poll results, in terms of exit poll predictions, one exit poll is bang on it, and TVK is romping home with something that nobody had actually imagined. The security has been beefed up around Vijay's home, and he seems to be doing wonderfully well across Tamil Nadu. So we will decode what factors led to this rise and how it's going to pose a very serious challenge to the Dravidian politics in coming times, especially the DMK, which has been kind of routed, being pushed to number 3. Another story emerging here is the left has been wiped out from Kerala, and Congress-led LDF has strongly come back into power. I have a lot of distinguished guests with me. Smitha, I'd like to come to you, senior journalist joining us. What sense do you make out of the Kerala outcome? Was the last time a blip on the radar where every 5 years the government was changing, last time was different, people wanted change, or something larger that you read into the story in Kerala?
Well, one, traditionally, as you pointed out, Kerala does change its government every 5 years. And last time the CPM managed to, win the election. But I think we can see that, I don't know what the result is for Pinarayi Vijayan himself, the chief minister, but he was trailing for a long time in the morning, and so were people like his health minister, the one who was held up as a model around the world during COVID. So there was obviously, if their top leaders had a tough time either winning the seat or they're losing the seat, it tells you that there was something that had upset the people about the CPM government over there. Secondly, not that the BJP has done a little better this time in Kerala, and the votes that they have cut into are those probably of the left, because they traditionally, the Congress was seen as a Muslim Christian party, whereas the CPM, the left front, was generally attracted votes from the different Hindu communities. So perhaps that also played a role. The fact that the BJP may not have done very well, but it has won 3 seats, and I can't see what percentage of votes they've got. But certainly, I think they would have cut into the left votes, just as they did in Bengal. When the left front fell, the BJP attracted the Hindu votes from the left.
And the celebrations have already begun, as we can see in the pictures coming from Thiruvananthapuram. We have Shashi Tharoor also there. We see the people, the party workers and leaders cutting the cake, already celebrating. And seems like V.D. Satishan could be a natural choice. I want to go to Dhananjay Joshi, who's with me in the studio. I'll come back to you, Smita. If we were to talk about Kerala model, a lot of emphasis was being laid on social welfare or on growth also. Unlike the left in West Bengal, the left in Kerala in the last 10 years was slightly different.
Right.
But what threw everything off the castle?
Well, there are 2 things to it. One, the left has typically lost, and both the UDF and the LDF used to change after every 5 years. So left had a 10-year run. So that's one thing to be.
That was more than enough for the people.
That was a lot for the people. On the other hand, the Congress managed to get its house in order in Kerala. So, which is of course something we see very rarely in the Congress these days.
Actually, this is what I want to discuss. That what is it that works for Congress in Kerala, but it doesn't work anywhere else?
No, so this is something that works for the Congress wherever it works. So the Congress has a structure. Congress is not, I'll just take a minute to say, it's not a cadre-based party. It's a faction-based party. So there are different factional leaders. They get their own supporters, workers, and then they fight for tickets in the screening committee. Whoever gets maximum tickets tries to get maximum MLAs, and then with their clout and with the blessings of the High Command, the Chief Minister is made. So typically we've seen, and I'll take an example of, let's say, Madhya Pradesh, where last few elections we saw that Kamal Nath was one person who had the entire command. And what happened is, ultimately Scindia said, I'm going to quit. That was a balancing fact. So there was no balance. Here there were multiple factions, and somehow what has happened in Kerala is that the central leadership could balance that out. Maybe because Rahul Gandhi and later Priyanka Gandhi were MPs from that state. Also because there was a very good prospect over there. And they knew that, if we put our house in order, we'll at least get some ministerial berths in our faction. So we'll have some control. We've been out of power for a decade. So maybe that was the reason. But ultimately, the house could be put in order. They could actually contest an election like one Congress, managing all factions together. In most states, we see that doesn't happen. For a moment, look at a state like Karnataka, where again they came into power,
right,
because D.K. Shivkumar and Siddaramaiah could be put together and they could fight the election together.
They could put their differences together, as you said.
They could be put together by the central leadership.
Right.
But you've got to fight together, whatever the giveaways are.
Right. Let me go across to Manish. Manish, if I were to take the case of Assam, why, despite the regional opposition parties coming together with the Congress, it didn't work out ultimately? It's been 10 years for the BJP there. It's another 5 years with that hat trick coming in with Hemanta at the helm. What didn't go for the Congress here?
I think they were never prepared for this election. They have been, BJP has been working for 5 years. The day from today, you will be seeing people coming in, BJP leaders coming in and starting the next election, the UP, Uttarakhand, Punjab, Goa and everything. While Congress in Assam, I have seen they were nowhere till I think October, November. Everyone was busy in the Bihar elections that point of time. But BJP, since it is a cadre-based party, they have so many cadres to handle every state, 5 state elections simultaneously, and every leader, every national leader, regional leader was there in the state, while Congress has only few celebrity faces or star pracharak, so they couldn't manage that campaign so far. Second, they were again banging on the minority votes, while BJP in Assam, BJP banged on only development. The development Himanta Biswa or BJP government
How can it be
has
just development? What about polarization?
done. So development is again a polarization.
No, what about the speeches?
So speeches,
what about
are
the
given.
Mia speeches that were made to polarize the
Speeches
atmosphere?
are given to make cadre active and energetic. But the people who voted, they voted for development.
But don't you think, Manish, that the office of the chief minister has some responsibility to keep the house in order in terms of at least appear to be secular, if not sound secular? This was totally against that grain.
So I am saying whatever they have done, the results are in their favor. So जो जीता वही सिकंदर, बाकी सब बंदर. हाँ, so if they would have lost, this could be one point of debate, that they should have sounded secular, or they could have taken minority votes, at least the local caste or small caste vote. But they have won. They have shown the development. When I talk about development, it is about the people who are there and who have voted in the favor of BJP.
I think the other picture that is not being discussed by most people when we talk about Assam elections is that, okay, cash transfers are happening through Arunodaya and other things. But what about the real issues? Nobody talks about flooding in Assam, which is a regular feature, an annual feature. Nobody talks about unemployment. Nobody talks about only the blue collar jobs. Nobody talks about migration, because people do not get enough employment. They have to move out to other places. And this is not just limited to Assam. This is a story in other states as well. But these real issues are often overshadowed by cash transfers. Smita, am I right? Because it's easy to dole out cash through schemes that we are seeing across different states, be it West Bengal, be it Assam, be it Tamil Nadu. This is the easy way out.
I would agree with you, certainly. See, the BJP has a standard way of dealing with things. For instance, today many people have been discussing West Bengal and saying there was a lack of jobs. So how is lack of jobs an election issue in Bengal, but it's not an election issue in Uttar Pradesh or in Assam? So the main thing, you pointed out very correctly to the way the BJP polarizes the elections, by using the communal card. And we have seen Hemanta Das Sharma, he, no holds barred kind of, election speeches. Having said that is how BJP wins elections. But BJP, on the positive side for itself, works extremely hard, which is the failure of the Congress party.
I agree on that yes, BJP works for long term.
Full long term. And the Congress party, see, the thing is that Gaurav Gogoi was given charge in the Congress. He's a very fine Congress MP and all that. But let us not forget that there is a younger generation which doesn't want to look at this. It's dynastic. After all, his father was chief minister of that state, I think, for at least 3 terms. And we also recall that Hemanta Biswa Sharma was a congressman originally, and the major reason he left that party was because he thought he was a successor to Mr. Gogoi Senior. But because of Mr. Rahul Gandhi's affection for Mr. Gogoi Senior, he felt that he should promote Gaurav Gogoi, and Hemanta Biswa Sharma, as we recall, left the party saying that Rahul Gandhi wouldn't even give him time. And Hemanta Biswa Sharma now is such an important figure in the BJP. He is not just the chief minister of Assam. He is in charge of the entire Northeast. And so clearly, if we leave aside his negative qualities of the kind of speeches he's been giving, he is a good organizer, clearly. He's a good manager. So the Congress should have possibly used those, the That is where the Congress errs again and again. And also, I think they came too late to Assam. So while I don't think Mr. Hemanta Biswa Sharma is, the best person to be ruling Assam because of the kind of polarization and communal speeches, and as I mentioned earlier, his speech has, has reverberated in Dhaka, where the new government has objected to his speeches. So, and now if we have Biswa Sharma in Assam and we have a BJP government in Bengal, I really, shudder to think what will happen next on that front.
So basically, BJP has won, seems to be winning. I'm saying seems to be winning because until the results are totally out, these are trends. BJP seems to be winning one of the last frontiers, especially in the northeast, where the regional parties like Trinamool were holding strong. And Dhananjay, I want to talk about Hemanta Biswa Sharma with you. With the kind of speeches that we've just discussed, do you think his aim is bigger at the national level? Do you think after some years he could be headed to the center?
Whether he will or not is something that time will tell.
But he's ambitious.
He's ambitious. He's never shied away from saying that he's ambitious. And the point I want to make is, look at the man. He was in the Congress. 10 years ago, he shifted to the BJP, and he was in the Congress for a long time, wooing Muslim voters, having his secular hat on.
He was secular then.
Yeah, and then I'm very sure that there wouldn't be such a Hriday Parivartan or a change of heart that he suddenly became.
Made a very good point.
He suddenly became communal and suddenly was against Bangladeshis and
I wanted to ask you this before you go. I know you have to go. Dhananjay, is this communalizing of the election atmosphere actually a ploy to divert the attention of the electorate in a particular direction?
Well, of course, an election is multivariate. Caste is a variable, and then things like employment, economic issues, these are variable. Gender issues, we are glad that now they become issues in elections, and religion has been a major issue. So it works in favor of the BJP if there is polarization. If Hindu votes are consolidated by saying that the Congress was is the Congress whose party or any political party, Samajwadi party, any political party, so lame that they would think that 20 or 25, 30% of the population is going to make them win. They would need more votes in a bipolar election, right? So they know that they would need. So if you look at Congress in this election, and once poll data is going to be out, I'm very sure Gogoi being an Ahom from Upper Assam, they would have substantial support from there as well. And Congress traditionally has depended on Ahom vote. Hemanta Biswa Sharma's own caste in Assam is a very small number. So he has to transit his caste identity to be a pan-Assamese leader.
And also,
so these are variables one has to look at in a very pragmatic way. Hemanta Biswa Sharma is a very pragmatic politician.
Another thing which has not been talked about is that though he as a leader might be saying he doesn't need the Mias or the Bengali speaking Muslims, but the BJP has tied up with AGP, which says that it's a secular party and has given 13 tickets to the Muslims.
So AGP hedges that to an extent. AGP traditionally was again a party that came from the Assam Andolan, and
it ruled twice over Assam.
It ruled twice. Also, AGP was a party which was led by caste Hindus and traditionally. So Hemanta Biswa Sharma is again a caste Hindu. So it has had a Hindutva angle, but they have never taken RSS brand of Hindutva as their ideological position. They've always said that they are Akhomia, where they accommodate Assamese Muslims, not Bengali speaking Muslims. So Assam is a beautiful state. When you look at polarization and you look at Muslim voting, if you just split it by language, you're going to see the real polarization. Bengali speaking Muslims and Assamese speaking Muslims have traditionally had different voting patterns. And AUDF has been a party which has depended more on Muslim speaking, Bengali speaking Muslims. So these are the dynamics, and of course, but the truth is that if you have consolidated 65% of the population, and you get 2/3 votes out of it. You are
Right.
in a bipolar election or in a triangular election, you get your number.
Right. I'd like to go back to Smita here. Smita, in West Bengal, with the massive deletion of over 90 lakh voters during the SIR, do you think it tilted the the balance in favor of BJP? Did it work for BJP and against the TMC? Is that something you agree with?
Well, certainly it is an issue that needs to be investigated further, because the whole point of this exercise and the manner in which it was done is, forget the result of the election, it's not good for electoral democracy, because you cannot go to an election where so many people's lives, votes hang in the balance. If they didn't have the time to go through, adjudicate on those who had objected to being deleted from the rolls, they should have gone with the old electoral roll, or postpone the election. I mean, I don't think it was possible to postpone the election, but, former chief election commissioners have said so, that they should have gone with the earlier electoral roll, or they should have started the whole exercise long before. Nobody is saying that you shouldn't revise the rolls, but you cannot do it in a way that you disenfranchise so many voters, because that puts a whole question mark on the result, whatever it is, So we don't know who are the people whose names have been deleted. Many people who have been deleted are, even civil servants. I know of a civil servant friend of mine in Calcutta. He said in his building, a civil servant friend of mine in Calcutta. He said in his building, one of his former colleagues, his whole family. He's a Sardar. He was born in Bengal. He's been a West Bengal cadre officer all his life, and his wife and family, their names were all deleted. So I mean, there are this exercise was done in a hurry, and it was also done, I think, with a purpose. And having a question mark on the conduct of the election commission, this can't be a sadder day for our country. We have always taken great pride in our election commission and its independence. It has been a role model in the world. And today we have reached a situation where, the election commission itself is being seen as a party in an election. I mean, it is tragic.
And also India, has been taking pride as a country with the largest democracy. Somehow, like you said, the electoral spirit of the country, the legacy that we've had over the more than 75 years regarding elections, somehow that has taken a hit with so big a number of voters being deleted. I want to go to a report. I'll come back to you, Smita. I want to go to a report by our reporter Tamagna Banerjee from Bhabanipur. Bhabanipur is from where Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee is contesting against Shuvendu Adhikari of the BJP, the most prestigious battle of West Bengal. Let's go to from the sources, especially in Bhabanipur, this is her playground. This is from where she was chosen MP 5 times. This is where she has grown up. And Shubhendu Adhikari seems to be giving a good fight here. In Nandigram last time, he defeated Mamata. Can Mamata hold her ground here?
A couple of things. Obviously, about Bhavanipur, Shubhendu Adhikari initially was doing very well, but now after what I'm finding from the sixth round of polling, counting, Mamata Banerjee is currently ahead by 19,000 votes. So that looks like a comfortable lead for now, and it looks to be hard for.
And how many rounds are still left, Arghya? Because she's saying that you will win. She's saying to her cadre, you will win after sunset. So how many rounds are done?
That is for overall. Overall, on an average, around 20 rounds of counting happens. So currently, it is like 6-7 rounds in most places. So lot of rounds still to go. Regarding this, so Bhavanipur looks to be relatively settled for Mamata Banerjee. She has some breathing space, that can be said. But regarding the overall pattern, what TMC has just tweeted now, that ECI is deliberately slowing down the counting process to create confusion. Even now they're harping on this point repeatedly. Even now they have not released trends for all 293 assembly constituencies. This is a calculated, malicious attempt by the extremely compromised institution, Fund for ECI, to psychologically weaken us and buy time for their masters. So TMC obviously not willing to give up, and they think that the gap is just around 3%. So it's still, they do sniff a chance for a dramatic, maybe Haryana style comeback, where we saw BJP coming back rather abruptly. But overall, you can sense that TMC, even in some of the very strong pockets, TMC is losing seats. TMC is trailing, and the lead seems to be kind of settling in. So that seems to be ominous for TMC's fortune.
So are you saying, Arghya, though your voice is not still very clear to me, but are you saying that South Kolkata, South Bengal, where the TMC has always held strong since a very long time, does it seem to be shaking here? Does it seem to be losing the ground this time to BJP? Are you suggesting this?
It is eroding. Its base is eroding, definitely. In North 24 Pargana, TMC and BJP are roughly at even kill. It is doing very well in South 24 Parganas, and in Kolkata, out of 11, TMC is ahead in 7, where last time they won 11, all the 11. And in Howrah, TMC is currently ahead, I can see, in 8 out of 16. Last time they were ahead in all the 16. They won all the 16. So yeah, BJP has definitely eroded TMC's base in Kolkata, in the larger Kolkata presidency, and that's what feels like a troubling signs for TMC, that it is unable to.
I also want to raise, Arghya, I also want to raise with you the Matua vote bank. A part of them were unhappy because their names were also deleted in big numbers, and BJP had been promising them citizenship. How did that play out in your opinion?
So I went to the Matua heartland, Thakurbari, Thakurnagar, and I interviewed Subrata Thakur, who is the part of the first family. Subrata Thakur is a candidate from Gaighata also. So he said a very important thing. He didn't deny the fact that Matuas are angry, but he said a very interesting thing, like almost in a self-reflection, that when you do house cleaning, unintentionally some things do get broken. So that was the thing they said. I think what I sensed was Matua voters largely are too much now invested in BJP, so to not support them. And you saw Modi went there, and in nearby Nadia, Amit Shah did, Ranaghat, Amit Shah did a rally, and they kind of tried to assuage the fears the voters have, Matua voters have. They said that the CA route is open, and while the CA thing has been very slow, the clearances given has been very slow from the MHA, and Subrata Thakur also agreed to that. But it looks like the Matua votes so far has largely stuck with BJP and TMC. Like, there's a faction of Matuas who are currently with TMC also, the Mamta Bala Thakur, who is a Rajya Sabha MP, but it does look like the Matua voters have largely voted with BJP, which you can see in the Bonga subdivision and overall in North 24 Parganas and Nadia, both have supported BJP. The leads show that. So there were largely three factors which we say that in Bengal, especially in South Bengal, which would dominate. So the Matua, Muslim, and the Mahila, 3M. But all three, like Muslim, it hasn't only gone to TMC, which has kind of eroded their support. And Muslims and Mahila, Matua and Mahila, again, hasn't really supported TMC. Like there is no way to distinctly say they have supported TMC. It looks like an even kill for the Muslim Mahilas, and the Matuas have supported BJP like they did the last time around.
Right. Let's go to Smita here. Smita Gupta, from what we've seen in the BJP government in Assam in the last 5 years in terms of the drive against illegal documents, do you see that happening in Bengal if BJP were to come to power here as the trend suggests? Because the central government has been quite vocal about it. Rather, it was a big election issue.
Well, that is the trend. I mean, I would imagine if the BJP came to power, it would do that, because if these are the states that share borders. In the states that don't share borders, such as Uttar Pradesh, for instance, we have seen how the rise of bulldozer politics, which is a euphemism for, getting rid of Muslims, destroying their property. That is the core. That is a central sort of item in the BJP ideology, So they will, I'm sure, continue to do that in Bengal as well. Hemanta is doing it in Assam, and now on the other side of Bangladesh, West Bengal will do this. Because that is the only way because as far as creation of jobs in the other states, we have seen they haven't been able to do that. Welfare schemes, all political parties, whether it is the BJP or whether it is Mamata Banerjee or, it is the DMK, everybody, it's become now like a staple. Anybody who comes to power hands out, these welfare benefits. Each one trying to compete with the other. So in that sense, yes, the welfare programs will continue definitely. But will they be able to bring industry? Will they be able to create jobs? I really don't know.
I think, like they say, the double engine ki sarkar, touting it as a pedestal for higher growth. We'll have to see how it works out. And let's look at the Election Commission numbers that we have from the website as far as Bengal is concerned. Out of the 294 seats, Election Commission website is giving trends for 289 seats, out of which on 189 seats, the BJP coalition is leading. The Congress is nowhere in the picture. Trinamool Congress is actually leading on 95 seats, but Mamata Banerjee is not yielding defeat yet. The other parties are leading in single digits. So I also want to take up the issue of Mamata as a national leader with you, Smita. She has been one of the very fiery leaders of the India Alliance. With her party seem to be taking a beating here in her stronghold. Do you think her national stature is also going to get affected as a person who was kind of prime minister material or was being looked at as an alternative in terms of national politics?
Certainly, if Mamata, after so many years in power, if she goes out of power, her national image will take a huge beating. Also, the Trinamool Congress has really, though it has attempted to fight contest elections in many other states, it has really not had very much success. And just as her national image will take a beating. And in a way, she kind of led the way, because she's like a never say die person. She worked round the clock like the BJP leaders. She, is, fought every inch of the way. So just as Stalin, I mean, I would say actually the entire opposition, national opposition, will take a beating. First with the defeat of Stalin in Tamil Nadu, and secondly, if Mamata Banerjee doesn't manage to become the next chief minister, it's a big blow to the opposition as a whole.
Definitely, and nobody had expected that DMK would do so badly, or rather the TVK would do so handsomely.
Yes, clearly, it's like an AAP of the South, Aam Aadmi Party of the South, plus, except that the Aam Aadmi Party that was not ideological. The TVK has, clearly stated that this is a secular party and it is opposed to the BJP. But yes, the same kind of spirit has probably brought, Vijay and his party into the limelight. It's the party that has excited young people. I think they have been a major factor. As people are saying, Gen Z has played a huge role in the rise of, the TVK in Tamil Nadu.
Definitely. And I have Indrajit Rai with me in the studio, editor TOI Online. Indrajit, what is the highlight for you? If you were to write headlines, what were the first two?
First will be like in dirty picture, Vidya Balan saying entertainment. It's Vijay.
Wow.
And then of course BJP is winning West Bengal.
Something that the exit polls were saying as far as West Bengal is concerned, Assam is concerned, but yes, only one was saying in terms of Tamil Nadu, and he doesn't seem to be even looking at allies. He's actually very near or almost made it.
He has almost made it. So in last 50 years, I don't remember any other incident apart from Aam Aadmi Party and Arvind Kejriwal.
But Delhi is a very small
Yeah,
space.
Delhi is a very small state. But Tamil Nadu has a history of, you can say, chemistry with film stars. MGR did it, Jayalalitha, even Karunanidhi partly. So there was but it's not that every film star could do it. We know Vijay, Kamal Hassan could not do it. So credit must be given to
Rajnikant couldn't
Rajnikant. I mean, he flirted with the political idea, but I mean, did not take part in, we can say, active participation in politics. Kamal Hassan, of course, he was active, but he could not do it.
But I think there's a difference that needs to be made out between MGR or NTR, if we were to compare their successes with those of Vijay, because they were fairly active in politics, active politics as far as NTR is concerned. Vijay took the plunge. He might have been preparing at the back end, but he wasn't in active politics like that. So he in actual ways is a debutant in politics, and what an entry.
Yeah, but the one factor which may have gone in favor of Vijay, that he has made a political debut during his prime.
Yes.
So that matters. And that's, we know, it's the Gen Z kind of election. First time, I mean, in Tamil Nadu, we can definitely call it a Gen Z election.
Also, the population that is under 40 is almost half of the electorate, which is about 2.3 crores or so. So I think that has swung the tide in favor of Vijay here. And I also want to talk about Kerala here. Kerala anti-incumbency seems to have played a role. Do we say that last election was an aberration?
Yeah,
every 5 years we see the government changing, but last time it did not.
Yeah, definitely last time was aberration. It came on the good governance of Vijay, but that has become the downfall of, I mean, you can say LDF. But what is more remarkable is that now for the first time in 50 years, there will be no left government anywhere in India.
Yes.
So it's in a way, it's the literally and figuratively beginning of end of left in India. Almost is such ended. And now what will be interesting in Kerala is that it may provide an opening for BJP.
I think we'll have to see how many seats BJP seems to be winning, because earlier in the morning when I was talking with Binu, it was 4 or 5 seats where they were leading, but the real figure needs to come in. But definitely BJP seems to be gaining in terms of the vote share. So because last time they could not win a single seat, but their vote share expanded, and we have to see how it has hurt the LDF, because it seems UDF has drawn votes from the LDF vote bank of Hindu votes also.
True. And BJP in Kerala is growing organically. In some states like Northeast, in Assam, we have seen it imported Himanta Biswa Sarma and then wrote a success story. In Kerala, they are trying to grow organically. It may take time, but once it happens, like West Bengal, of course, they have got some leaders from TMC, Suvendu was in TMC, but still they have grown organically from rural area to urban areas. The same thing they are trying to do in Kerala. And with less out, not definitely out, but I mean, you can say on a declining curve. So BJP may see upward trend in Kerala.
So BJP, as far as the Election Commission website goes, it is leading on 2 seats as of now. That means the trend that began with 4 seats in the morning has shrunk to 2 seats as of now. And
even exit polls are giving some 0 to 3 seats in Kerala. So,
but I think what needs to be underlined here in terms of BJP's expansion in Kerala is whether it is the municipal polls where they captured Thiruvananthapuram, or whether the Lok Sabha elections of 24, they managed to win seats here, which was kind of not thought of. So maybe 5 years, 10 years down the line, you could see somebody like a TVK doing it there.
Yeah, it could happen. And another interesting point of this election is, I mean, one is the interpersonal chemistry between India bloc, that now suddenly we have Congress. Congress has government in 4 states, Himachal, Karnataka, Telangana, and then now they will have a government in Kerala. So Congress will have government in 4 states, DMK is out, TMC is out. So India bloc is mainly, I mean, you can say now Congress. So
effectively it's good for Congress?
It's good for Congress. It's very, very good for Congress.
I think this is another aspect, Barish, what do you think?
I agree with this. Congress will be leading the India alliance now, because they have shown and they have 4 states. To fight election, to remain in politics, you need states, you need power. So they got Telangana, it's a rich state. Karnataka, it's a rich state. Kerala, it is a rich state. Himachal, yes, they are facing some problem, but it is again, they are in 4 states. While their alliance partners who were actually showing, laser eyes to Rahul Gandhi and everyone, they are nowhere. Samajwadi is nowhere. RJD, they are nowhere. DMK, they are nowhere. So everywhere the small allies party or regional parties are vanished. So only national party is remaining is Congress. And 4 states, that means more Rajya Sabha seats from these states. So upper house will also be led by the Congress. So we should consider this. The second thing, despite of winning West Bengal, I think the real change will happen when local body election, BJP wins the local body election, because still the local bodies, the municipalities and the panchayats are with TMC. So functioning or giving all the promises or doing everything right will become difficult for BJP, and TMC, the Mamata Didi's latest statement is actually giving a reason to their cadre, their all the leaders, local leaders, to fight against BJP. So they will not let the BJP work if they win.
So that is what we know Mamata for. She's been a fighter, and she is expected to be so even if the party loses. As far as the Election Commission trends go in terms of the West Bengal state, let's have a look at the final picture of the trends. These are still the trends. I would like to repeat again and again, these are not the results. But the lead is pretty significant now. BJP and allies are leading on 192 seats. Out of 291, 192 seats BJP is leading. Trinamool Congress is leading on 94 seats. That's almost a difference of 100 seats. But Mamata Banerjee is not giving up yet. The other parties are leading in single digits here. So what went against Mamata Banerjee here? Despite giving it all the cash dole-outs and all the other things, what went against her?
So obviously, first and foremost thing is anti-incumbency, 15 years of anti-incumbency. Second thing is that she was too distracted. Rather than focusing on her governance, she was too much fighting on SIR and other issues.
Did SIR make an impact on this election in favor or against her?
Going by the data, so far I was just looking at the Election Commission data, and whatever the deletion and subtraction and addition you can say, this mandate is much more than SIR. So you can't accuse that BJP is winning simply just because there were deletion of SIR happened in West Bengal. SIR has happened in Kerala, SIR has happened in Tamil Nadu. We know.
But the level of deletions have been highest in Bengal.
But even the mandate, the difference between the vote share difference between BJP and TMC is much more than what anyone can rationally attribute to SIR.
Could it also be because of the number of new voters having joined the fray?
Right, number of new voters, then extra voters. I mean, we know that highest percentage, it has happened in West Bengal in around 92% kind of thing. So that all over the extra voters, mainly they seems to be come from the BJP. So there was definitely I mean, we can say it, a vote for change. There is no denial about that.
Do we have Smita? Smita, if you are there with us and can hear me, I want to talk about this huge voter turnout. It seems to have gone against the ruling party, whether it's Tamil Nadu. Okay, Smita is not with us. It seems like the huge turnout, the unprecedented turnout, whether it's Tamil Nadu, whether it is West Bengal, where more than 92% people voted, not just the fear of being left out, but also anti-incumbency.
Yeah, out of 5 assemblies, we can say. Puducherry is a union territory, but it's 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 it was in favor of government. But this time it's definitely in Kerala, in Tamil Nadu and in West Bengal. It's definitely a vote for change.
Also in terms of national politics, I've been saying this, that West Bengal had been one of the final frontiers for BJP in terms of expanding its Vijay Rath. Seems to have succeeded there in the northeast here, and routing the TMC was a big on agenda. What next?
Obviously, I mean, Tamil Nadu, Kerala, Karnataka, they have lost this time, but they may win again next time. Telangana, they are doing part, they won in municipal elections. Andhra, they are in alliance. So, as of now, it's Kerala and Tamil Nadu. These are the 2 states which are holding against the BJP. But for how long?
Tamil Nadu is given.
Holding against the BJP. But for how long?
Tamil Nadu is given. I would try to look at it. I would try to look at it that people of Tamil Nadu have given hope for beyond Dravidian politics with the entry of Vijay. Can BJP over time take up that space?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, either DMK, AIDMK, whichever party is going down, it's open up the space for BJP to make an entry to Tamil Nadu.
So when we talk of opposition here, AIDMK has made a comeback with BJP. What made it do so? What went in their favor?
One is obviously anti-incumbency. See, DMK has never won back-to-back. That was the challenge for Stalin, that can he do it? And unfortunately, he could not do it.
But on this ground, the sense was not that people are unhappy. It's maybe people were looking for a change in Vijay, but they didn't seem to be too unhappy with Stalin or his government. Am I right?
Yeah, you are right. So this is why we are almost moving towards the hung assembly in Tamil Nadu. Otherwise, they always used to vote in.
There are reports that he could get the majority of the vote.
Yeah, he could. He may touch the 118 marks out on his own.
Yes. So as of now, let me give the latest from the Election Commission website, where we have the trends for 224 seats of Tamil Nadu. TVK is leading on 109. And ADMK is leading on 57 seats, DMK is leading on 49 seats, PMK 5, Indian National Congress 4. So BJP is running here in alliance with ADMK. Did it help ADMK or was it a marriage of convenience, compulsion?
We will have to wait and see the data in more detail. Because nobody was predicting, I mean, that DMK will be the third party.
Yes, exactly. I think this is the biggest surprise.
There was a majority of exit polls were in favor of DMK coming back to power.
Yes.
Axis My India got it right, saying that TVK and Vijay will be winning around somewhere between 90 to 120.
But so Vijay has exceeded almost 90, yes.
Almost not 90. They may win. Vijay may go and win majority on his own.
On his own, yes.
So nobody predicted this much of. It's a kind of route for DMK if you are going by the exit poll predictions and pre-poll predictions.
Right.
So we'll have to wait and watch that what actually went wrong, so wrong for DMK.
maybe so wrong, or the winds of change that could not be sensed by both the Dravidian parties?
It could be it's very, very likely.
Because the Gen Z voter or the young voter, even if not the Gen Z, over 25 voter, there's a big population of the Tamil Nadu electorate that is not just a supporter of actor Vijay and now a politician Vijay, but also they were looking for change, and maybe the Dravidian parties were kind of out of sync?
No, so I have stated earlier, this is Tamil Nadu, West Bengal, Kerala, Assam. All these states fight, there is a fight between two parties, two major parties. Whether it is regional Bengal, it was Communist, CPM and TMC before 2021. Assam, it was Congress and BJP before 2021. Kerala, it was always Congress versus left. And Tamil Nadu, it was always DMK versus AIDMK. So the results are always almost same. If TVK was not there, AIDMK would have won clearly, because there was a change. They change every 5 years. Tamil Nadu, Karnataka, Telangana.
But Tamil Nadu has had the AIADMK government with Jayalalitha continuously for 2-3 terms.
And they were overconfident this time.
The DMK was
the
over.
AIDMK too.
Okay.
AIDMK was also overconfident. So I win every 5 years, alternate 5 years. So I'm okay. There's a change, and everyone predicting this. Only excess
I want to differ here, Manish, because under Jayalalitha, AIADMK had successive terms. It's not just always 5 years, but yes, DMK could not repeat every 5 years. But AIADMK under Jayalalitha could do that.
That was only once.
No,
2011, 2016.
Before that, MGR also managed to win back to back.
Yeah, MGR was there.
MGR
Yes.
But you are right. In Tamil Nadu and Kerala, there is a trend that government changes every 5 years.
There is a fight between two.
Yes, there's a fight.
And this entry of TVK, like Smita was also saying, I was also saying, I'm also saying, this is another AAP. This is another version of AAP for South of India, and this will encourage Congress to fight in Andhra Pradesh, because they are the third party now. After this recent 2024 elections, the YSR Jagan is almost out second, and Congress Sarmila is trying to uproot Congress in Andhra Pradesh. Now with Telangana, Karnataka and Kerala, they will definitely do something good this time. So Congress will hold back. If they are able to hold back these 4 states in South, they become they were termed as South Indian Party before, at the time of Atal Bihari Vajpayee ji, 2004, they were termed as South Indian Party, and I think they will settle with this.
I also want to talk about the larger picture in terms of the regional politics. If icons like Mamata and DMK
follow. We'll have to wait and watch. Not being a politician may work in his favor too.
Okay.
If you are a politician, you know that you, by nature, you fall for this compromising kind of politics. You have to make some compromises, give all those spoiled things to your party members and to your MP MLAs. Vijay, as far as of now, has no such obligation. He knows that everyone has one in my name. And he is starting with a clean slate. We will have to wait and watch. He is not a regular politician. Whether politics makes him a regular politician, that is a challenge for Vijay to, confront. We have seen it what happened with Arvind Kejriwal. Right. He started with saying that I will not fight elections. When I'll fight elections, I will not ally with either Congress or BJP. I will not go for government bungalow. Everything, but slowly and slowly, we all know now that he is as regular. We all know now that he is as regular. We all know now that he is as regular. We all know now that he is as regular. We all know now that he is as regular. We all know now that he is as regular. We all know now that he is as regular. We all know now that he is as regular. We all know now that he is as regular. We all know now that he is as regular. We all know now that he is as regular. We all know now that he is as regular. We all know now that he is as regular. We all know now that he is as regular. We all know now that he is as regular. We all know now that he is as regular. I mean, post-poll wise is a history.
More so in Bengal.
More so in Bengal. So we know. But the kind of mandate BJP is winning, almost 200 kind of seats. So if you can slice and dice the data the way you want. BJP will be winning in almost all indicators, be it among, you can say urban areas, be it among, Gen Z, even with women.
Right.
Apart from the Muslim constituency, which we know that they don't vote for BJP. Largely, they tend to vote for TMC. In any other constituency, you can slice and dice the data. The mandate itself is saying that BJP is winning comprehensively everywhere.
Yes, the numbers seem to be suggesting that BJP seems to be winning there. But when it comes to governance, what we've seen in Assam in terms of drives against section of minorities, the Bengali speaking Muslims or the Bangladeshis as they say, do you see that happening? Do you expect those things? Because the BJP is saying that.
It may happen. And Bengal is it's a dream for any party once you get power. It's not easy to dislodge. Left rule for almost 34 years. TMC is 15 years, and it's a very, very fertile ground for BJP. Now right. BJP is winning Bengal, and they may continue for 15, 20 years. And you can't blame any political party for fulfilling their poll promises. They are very, very vocal what they want to do.
Yes.
There are 3 points I would like to take
please.
here. So, one, we saw, huge increase in the vote share, and we have also seen people going to Bengal and Tamil Nadu. Right from Singapore, people are taking flights and coming to Tamil Nadu, Trichy especially. Trichy is Tiruchirappalli East is Vijay's own seat. Yeah. So people were taking flight directly to Tamil Nadu. People were taking train, bus, everything to Bengal to make this change happen. Number one. Number two, एक कहावत है जो चाचा है वही भतीजा है. So if post-poll violence happened now, it is in Bengal. It is between the same cadre, because the same cadre which Suvendu Adhikari ji has brought in or has built over the 5 years are the same bhai. So they will be either fighting or settling down.
The DNA is the same.
DNA is the same. So जो वो है वो तो चलेगा ही. तो fight हो रहा है दोनों में होगा. And the third very big point that we missed, Gen Z vote. We are saying Gen Z has voted very well. So now with the power of social media, I was covering Tamil Nadu 2011 and 16. That time social media was not too vocal. The typical traditional campaign vehicles and audios and the loudspeakers were there and rallies and everything. And Jayalalitha was the only face. And the second hero was poll promises. Tamil Nadu is, I think, known to start freebies, and they had started with pressure cooker,
yes, I remember
fridge, and one more, TV. The first poll promise was TV when Jayalalitha won, and I have seen people taking TV on their heads. So Tamil Nadu government is ready.
I'll just like to intervene. We can see the visuals coming in from West Bengal, the clashes that have already started between the Trinamool and the BJP workers on ground. We are getting reports from Cooch Behar. We are getting reports from Asansol where the violence has already started, and Mamata Banerjee is not ready to give in to defeat. She's saying we will be winning, and the election commission, she has alleged, is not giving the real picture. Mamata Banerjee and her party seems to be going out of power. We have the leads here. 79 seats seem to be going to Mamata's party, and 196 seats going to be seems to be going to the BJP as of now. From 294, we have trends on 279 seats. CPM seems to have come back on one seat where it was wiped out earlier, and Congress has not been able to open its account yet. You can finish quickly, and then I'll go to the next.
So CPM ka abhi zikr hua. So CPM votes have gone to, so I was talking about this earlier. This has been always fight between two parties.
Yes.
Earlier it was TMC versus CPM. Now it is BJP versus TMC. So all the CPM votes are shifting to BJP. So TMC is not losing so many of votes. So only 3% of difference is there. I was seeing there are 20 seats BJP leading where the margin are less than 30. 30, 100, 150. So this can swing anywhere. So CPM's vote, I think, has shifted to BJP. I am very sure that they have shifted to BJP because it will remain a fight between two parties. Congress has just dented TMC. I don't know, they wanted TMC to win or they wanted themselves to win, whatever they wanted, but they have dented TMC in all the minority votes, the M factor, and everywhere through an extensive exercise. Humayun episode have also dented TMC. AIM fighting, there are independent candidates. There have been independent Muslim candidates in all the constituencies where they just got 50, 100, somewhere 30 votes, 20 votes. They just damaged TMC. This time they could not manage to, consolidate the Muslim votes. That's one, because their IPAC and their agency was
not there on the ground.
Was not there on the ground. IPAC se yaad aaya, I will take PK. So Prashant ji went to YSR Jagan. First he went to Nitish Kumar ji, and Nitish Kumar ji lost. Mahagathbandhan was not there. 2.5 year, जैसे तैसे करके JDU ने government बनाया. So they went to YSR lost. They went to DMK lost. They are managing TMC का whatever happens, we'll see. So is PK a B team of BJP? This is a question we could ask.
I think that.
And Bihar, he himself lost.
Yes, he himself lost, but whosoever is winning big time here, whether it's TVK, whether it's UDF. You want to come in?
No, I mean, whoever is winning is a mandate for changing three states, and it's massive. BJP is winning massive in West Bengal. Vijay, I mean, has surprised everyone. Maybe he surprised himself too. And then UDF is winning on expected line, but the magnitude of victory is very, very huge, even going by the Kerala standards. And Assam, even Himanta Baswa Sarma is winning more than Amin. When he said that we will win over 100 seats. So it's a sweeping mandate, wherever it's coming.
So it's not a tight finish anywhere that we are seeing, that we were anticipating it could be a nail-biting finish, but that nail-biting finish is actually not happening anywhere. The voters have given their mandate very clearly, very distinctly. And I also want to talk about something that has not been discussed so far in terms of West Bengal. We've talked about loss of industry there. We've talked about loss of jobs there. No jobs, no growth in terms of economic development. Now, if the BJP seems to be coming to power with a double engine ki sarkar, do you foresee the big ticket industrial units, economic projects coming to the state, the loosening of the purse strings of the center for the state?
We should hope so. Bengal is an enigma in the sense that in last 50 years, as I said earlier, there has been change of government only once.
Yes.
BJP, if you count BJP, is 2 times. So government has changed 2 times in last 50 years.
True.
And if you plot the per capita income of West Bengal versus rest of India, it's been going down. Now it's catching up again in last 2-3 years. So BJP has a chance to industrialize and make it, permanent place, one of the safest state for BJP in India. It could be. If the base is very, very low.
Right.
Whatever you can do. The growth, it's just a numerical, statistical, you can say, jugglery kind of things. The base is so low, even a smaller change will look like very huge.
So it will be a long time before the change is actually visible on ground, is what you're saying. Right. So if you've just joined us, it's 2:01 right now, and if you've just joined us, let me recap you the highlights of this election results so far. These are again trends, but the trends which seem to be solidifying into results very soon. The biggest story of this election has been the TVK. TVK seems to be romping home in Tamil Nadu with almost a majority on its hands on its own, and if not on its own, very smoothly ready to form the government. A very blockbuster big entry for superstar Vijay into Tamil Nadu. The people of Tamil Nadu has clearly voted for change and rejected Dravidian kind of politics. What is shocking is that DMK, the incumbent government, has been pushed to the number 3 spot, something that most people were not expecting. AIA DMK along with BJP has come second after TVK, but TVK's performance has surprised everyone. Maybe Vijay himself would not have expected such a landslide win here in the heart of Tamil Nadu. Second big story coming from West Bengal, where the BJP seems to have managed to uproot Trinamool Congress and Mamata Banerjee from power, though Mamata Banerjee and TMC are not ready to concede defeat yet. Clashes have already broken in Cooch Behar and Asansol, we are told, and Mamata is saying that the figures are not being told genuinely by the Election Commission. But the big story remains that the BJP has been able to dent into the vote bank of Trinamool Congress in many key areas, including South Bengal, which has been a fortress for Trinamool Congress for a very long time. From Assam, the news is Himanta Biswa Sarma is back in power with the BJP doing a hat-trick this time. Himanta is the incumbent chief minister, and the Congress coalition seems to have done very badly here. We can see it's almost routed a landslide win against the Congress here. And we have well-known psephologist Yashwant Deshmukh joining us today here. Big welcome to you, Yashwant. The biggest story coming from Tamil Nadu. Did you expect it, or did you expect the magnitude of this win for Vijay?
What I expected was there was a huge anti-incumbency at the ground level and anger against the government. And I was, in a more traditional way, expecting that because that anger is getting split into 2 opposition parties, basically TVK and ADMK, this is going into uncharted territory. We said that TVK will be X factor, but we never expected, honestly, and that's an honest admission that this would become an Aam Aadmi Party kind of movement in Tamil Nadu politics that happened in Delhi in 2013 and after that in 2015. So yes, the expectation was the level of anger against the DMK government. What was unexpected that it will kind of get consolidated in urban areas for TVK and in rural areas for ADMK. So basically throwing DMK completely out of the equation.
The anti-incumbency was there, but the extent to the fact that DMK would be thrown at number 3 was something that most had not anticipated. What went against it, in your opinion?
Well, first things first, that, sometimes people win and then they win barely and then somehow look at their victory as if they had got an absolutely resounding victory. That is what has happened with the last time when DMK won in assembly election. ADMK, even in the absence of Jayalalitha, did not get wiped out the way the Tamil Nadu politics is known for going one way or the other in complete ways, And somehow their results in the Lok Sabha election back-to-back 19 and 24, they felt that the division of the BJP camp and the ADMK camp going disarray, and they winning almost all the Lok Sabha seats. That gave them kind of overconfidence that it's done deal, it's in their pocket, without realizing that it was more of an electoral arithmetic of division of opposition votes which worked their way. And they were hoping for the same in these assembly election, honestly speaking, but that was a very passive policy to start with. I think there was quite an extreme level of anger against the sitting MLAs, against their government. Almost the similar kind of thing which you have seen even in Bengal, where CM was not that unpopular, but her party rank and file and her governance and her government and the organization on the ground was extremely unpopular, getting extremely unpopular. So sometimes there is a way that the leaders of parties, they misread the ground situation. They feel that I am not unpopular, so I will carry the day. That happens sometimes, but that doesn't happen all the time.
Right. I want to focus on Bengal now, though Mamata Banerjee is not yet ready to concede defeat. But going by the trends, the BJP seems to be comfortably in. What factors went in BJP's favor? They had been working on the ground since a long time now, but they seem to have cut into the significant vote bank of South Bengal, which has been the TMC fortress actually. So what went against Mamata apart from the violence and other issues?
Well, I believe, and I genuinely believe this, that her strongest vote bank was the female vote bank, which got split. They have certainly gone against the TMC, and the only reason they have gone against the TMC is the law and order and the way that the safety and security, question of safety and security, got worked up among the females, particularly in the urban Bengal as well. And that made all the difference. I think at some point of time, the TMC will realize that SIR or without SIR, this election was in BJP's pocket because of their own misgovernance and anger against them. I know a lot of them, including Didi, will not accept this fact, and they will say that SIR did the way. The fact remains that actually her performance is way better in the areas where maximum deletions happened than the areas where the minimum deletions happened. So these are the facts which go completely contrary to the narrative that BJP is probably winning Bengal because of SIR. And the similar trend we had seen in Bihar, where maximum deletions happened, BJP actually lost, even in those sweeping victory for JDU, BJP combined. So this entire hopalla on the SIR, this entire debate against on the SIR, I do not think that is the real thing, and it will be great disservice to themselves if they feel that they are losing the election because of SIR.
So SIR, you think, did not tilt the balance in favor of the BJP here, but when we talk about the Muslim vote here, did that also had a chink in the armor? Do you think that also got split from TMC? Could it have played a role?
Not much. If you look into the micro trends, be it in Bengal, be it in Assam, wherever the Muslim vote, I mean, their Muslim candidates in the Muslim seats are winning, and the contest over there is not with the BJP, but largely with the in Murshidabad, in many areas with the Congress. So basically, the overwhelmingly majority Muslim seats, BJP doesn't stand a chance. What has happened in Assam? Look at that. In those seats, it's a Congress versus AIUDF. BJP or BJP ally partners like AGP, etc. They are not even in the number 2 position over there. So it's more of it's a very convenient way of saying or blaming others. But the fact remains that in and this I've been saying this more often than not. In India, you can very well win an electoral ballot being pro-Muslim. There is no problem in being pro-Muslim or being seen pro-Muslim. You still can easily win elections in India. Problem arises when you get branded as anti-Hindu. I think Assam Congress is paying for that, and Mamata Banerjee did not learn a message, something from that. What was happening was that slow and steady, their party, her rank and file, her entire political existence, from being pro-Muslim, got slow and steady, started converting into being anti-Hindu. And one very weird equation, which nobody is talking about, I think BJP should send a big bouquet of flowers and a lot many sweets and sandesh and rasagullas, not to anyone else but Muhammad Yunus in Bangladesh. Because the way the happenings in Bangladesh have tangentially affected the results in West Bengal. This will be a subject to research for years to come, I'm telling you. If you look into Jamaat seats on the West Bengal border, on the Bangladesh side, where Jamaat won, and look into the mirror image areas on the Indian side of the border, that tells you a lot of story. And I think Bengal has never been studied, particularly from the perspective and context. Everybody blames as if BJP brought in communal polarization to Bengal. People forget that outside Punjab, Bengal was the second state in India which actually was affected by the partition of India in the most religious ground. And there were deep lines in Bengal society which got exposed over time. It's not just that it has happened, people have discovered all of a sudden a Hindu-Muslim politics in the last 10 years or so. It was always there, deep-rooted in the society. It's a false claim that it wasn't there. Anybody who is saying that basically knows very well deep inside that he or she is lying. It's not true. It just was a matter of time it got exposed, and Mamata Banerjee's governance in the last 10 years, where overtly her failure on the law and order front in order to protect her minority support base got herself into the moving into the territory.
So in a nutshell, the appeasement politics of parties like TMC and Congress seem to have gone against them, and in your opinion, right?
Totally backfired. It has totally backfired, and I think the first person to read the sign was Mr. A.K. Antony of Congress, who in after 2014 debacle, there was an A.K. Antony report, which all the opposition leaders actually should study very carefully. He had very clearly written that it is not the pro-Muslim tag that has doomed Congress, it is the anti-Hindu tag that has doomed Congress.
I think that's a very important statement that you are underlining here, that the Congress failed to learn from its mistakes. Apart from this, of having an anti-Hindu tag, what went against the Congress in Assam, because it was trying to nurture a coalition to prevent the opposition votes from being fragmented like last time, but nothing seemed to have worked here.
Well, you see, if you look into the Kerala politics at the moment, Congress managed to win Kerala purely on the minority votes right now. But what has happened there is that Congress still has an alliance partner in Muslim League. Now, they have positioned there that Muslim League is doing the Muslim politics and we are doing rest of Kerala politics. Right. 5 years back, Congress did the same experiment with AIUDF, but then they went back and they said that no, we are not dealing with AIUDF somehow. Unfortunately, by dumping AIUDF, they became the Muslim party of Assam. Because if they would have probably continued that equation, they could have still played that, okay, AIUDF is the Muslim doing the Muslim politics and we are going to do the Hindu politics. Now, when Dhubri election results came in the Lok Sabha, and Congress won that election with the all-time greatest possible world record of 1 million plus votes, not polling, but the margin was 1 million plus votes. What happened was they won the Dhubri seat by 10 lakh plus vote, but they lost 10 seats by 1 lakh plus vote. That was the telling sign that the Assam delimitation and the composition of the Assam, electoral map has changed for permanently. And if the Congress is only going to restrict itself to Muslim Assam, they will win almost 20 to 25 Muslim seats of Assam, but they are going to lose 100 odd seats of Hindu seats of Assam.
So that means delimitation also played a big role in the results that we see today in terms of routing the Congress here. They failed to win what was on the wall, and BJP played its cards very smartly.
That's true. Delimitation had its own role, no doubt about that. But that was bound to happen. And and people, again, those who are analyzing Assam as if Assam is looking at this problem of illegal immigrants only because BJP is there. No, AGP's formation was on the issue of illegal immigrants coming into Assam. That was the core territory where AGP was formed. BJP just took it a step further. So everywhere you will realize that, while it is very easy to criticize the communal line politics and communalization of politics and these kind of things, no matter what me and you personally feel about it, there is a basic difference of line of thought. That is, so far in my 3 decades of professional experience, every time, without failing, whenever I talked about Muslim polarization against the BJP, it was taken as strategic voting, tactical voting. That strategic or tactical voting was never discussed as communal voting. But every time there is a retaliatory Hindu polarization, it is taken in as a communal voting. I think there is a basic fault line is this way of looking at the things. You can
the way the narrative is being set. In that perspective, Yashwant, do you see the identity politics card that TMC was playing of the Bangla culture, of the language, of the eating habits, that has fallen flat in Bengal?
It had fallen flat 80 years back, otherwise they would not have been East Pakistan or Bangladesh. You see, please try to understand there are things which got over, but there are things which are not healed, or the things which have not been reconciled. So when you are talking about Bengali Asmita, Bangla Asmita, Bengali identity politics, yes, that is important. That is why Bangladesh was formed coming out of Pakistan. So of course these identities do matter, but you cannot deny that there is no identity on the religious politics or religious lines beyond that identity. There is. That is why you had to face partition to start with. So you cannot wish that, okay, I am going to cover up. And then most importantly, you are not doing enough in your governance to say you are truly secular. The moment you are securing criminal side of one side in the name of your own political coverage, that very moment people start looking at you that, okay, you are looking like secular, but actually what you are doing, you are giving a free pass to criminal elements of one part of the society, and your entire law and order system has started looking almost like partial towards the Hindus. And that
I think this is a very important point, because I had a personal experience. I have no political leanings in terms of left or right, but when I visited Bengal a few months back for some personal work, I realized this when I asked some a cab driver who was driving my car that why people coming from the wrong side are not caught by the West Bengal police. While there are so many of them deployed across roads, why don't they catch them if they are present in big numbers? So he simply said, because these people know they will not be dealt with strongly, they'll get away. So somehow that perception was there. This is what the Aam Aadmi felt.
That's
there.
it. And you are exactly hitting. You have narrated a personal incident. Now I would say multiply that time 100 times over into harrowing incidents and the serious crime of political, not just political violence, but sexual
persecution.
I mean that way against the female. So who is, when you realize whenever there is a great sense of violence in that way, who is at the receiving end? You realize it is only the females largely who are at the receiving end of that kind of gruesome political violence. And you may be a very good female leader, but if the message goes, then at the end of the day, any female voter would first think of her own personal security and her daughter's safety and security. I will give you a very good counter image of that one, from coming, because people might think, nahi, aisa nahi, but let me take a back step and look at the state of Uttar Pradesh. When last time Yogi Adityanath won, people said females big time voted for him because of law and order issue, because he was doing bulldozer politics. Now law and order was an issue. In our survey trackers, we were finding law and order was the biggest issue for females to vote for Yogi Adityanath, but not for bulldozer. That was an issue for the males. For females, it was the toilets at home, because when the toilets were constructed at home, they were not forced to go outside in dark hours in the morning or in the night when the majority of the sexual crimes happened against them. So to get away from sexual crimes, toilet became a huge thing for them. So it was an issue of law and order. So many a times when we look at the things in binaries, we do not realize the layers which is actually working. In case of West Bengal, the law and order was a direct and most serious, clear and present danger against the female voters. They were big fans of Mamata Banerjee, but they realized it is not Mamata Banerjee, it's her rank and file to the bottom which is creating trouble, and they are getting away from the law enforcement agencies because they belong largely to a certain group, which is considered a captive vote bank of Mamata Banerjee, and this is where Mamata Banerjee probably erred in the narrative. She failed to provide governance, एक न्याय सबको नहीं दिला पाई वो, कहीं ना कहीं उनके रैंक फाइल ने उनको समझौता किया, and that message.
अगर हम बड़ी पिक्चर की तरफ देखें यशवंत, if you look at the larger picture here, do you think this election result has posed a big challenge to the regional parties, whether it's TMC, whether it's DMK, and the national parties like the BJP, and Congress is also kind of picking up now with Kerala also in its fold, that the regional parties have to do the rethink against the expansion and the Vijay Rath of BJP, which is crossing all frontiers now?
Well, I think the regional parties are a kind of fact that India and we have to, all the analysts have to deal with. They are going to remain there. You know, you say TMC going down, Vijay comes up. You know, in that way. All right. We know we are talking about Congress victory in Kerala, but is it a Congress victory without IUML? No, we know for that for sure. So regional parties are going to remain there. I think what used to be a pan-Indian national party tag with the Congress is now clearly with the BJP with this West Bengal election.
The dominant pole of that.
Yeah, and it's a 1:2 ratio. In all our trackers, we have discussed this so many times. In our Mood of the Nation survey, we have discussed this so many times. Mr. Rahul Gandhi's ratings are half of Mr. Narendra Modi's ratings. In other words, Narendra Modi is double as popular as Rahul Gandhi. BJP's national vote share is almost touching 40%. Congress national vote share is about 20%. So it is a ratio of 1:2, whichever way you want to look at it. So that national pole position is now shifted to the BJP with this Bengal thing.
But the defeat of icons like Mamata Banerjee and Stalin, is it good for Congress in the big picture?
Honestly speaking, I don't think so. Even though Congress campaigned against Mamata Banerjee, but the fact remains Mamata Banerjee is still 40% plus votes. Where is Congress? Actually, the complete meltdown of the left and the Congress has attributed to Mamata Banerjee's fall. What has happened is that last time, if you look into it together, left and the Congress polled roughly about 11-12%. This time they have polled only about 6%. So that 6% has swung to the BJP. What was that 6%? That was the residual Hindu votes of the left and the Congress in West Bengal. So I think Congress can pat itself for the victory in Kerala. They lost probably a chance when some of their leaders were asking their high command to go with Vijay. If they would have probably gone with Vijay and they were taken a piggy ride on Vijay's popularity, it might have been probably a better sight for them. They lost that bus. Vijay, like Jagan Mohan Reddy, will not be anti-BJP because he has to run a state and he has to remain cordial with the center. You know,
but he said before election that he did not like to go with BJP. He wants to be seen as secular. Yeah,
he will not go with the BJP. He will not go with the BJP. But just like you have seen Jagan Mohan Reddy supporting every bill in the parliament to the BJP.
Right.
Even though BJP's alliance party TDP is in power, right? So you can expect that whatsoever DMK was doing in the parliament, I mean, not that TVK has any member of parliament, but in some due course of time, they will have some Rajya Sabha members by virtue of this performance, you know. So their performance right now, in any way, I think somewhere look at the big picture, as you said. Let's start with the BJP. They won West Bengal. They retained Assam. It's a big day for them, you know. So they can go pumping that we have won. They have nothing to lose. They have opened the account again.
And we can see the pictures coming in from Bengal where it's the celebration all the way in the BJP camp. We can see how the party cadre is celebrating over there. When we talk of the bigger and larger picture, Yashwant, a big question over left. It's nowhere now. This was the last state and revival again could be very difficult.
It is a historic day in that proportion. Actually, when you say it, all of a sudden I realized the gravitas of it, because it was way back in the late 50s when India elected the first ever elected communist government, no matter how weird that sounds to you, but it was globally world's first elected popular communist government in Kerala. That was 1957. In 2 years, they were shown the door by imposing president rule, and that's a different story. But since then, probably this is the first time there is no state which is governed by the left. Left has always been in power in one or the other state. Now that's something which is an existential crisis. More so because when I am explaining Indian politics to all my global friends, I find it very difficult to explain how the communist votes transferred to BJP in Bengal and became the core voter of the BJP. That kind of swing nowhere in the world, nobody can explain on ideological lines, from extreme left to extreme right. Same thing I am thinking that over the next 10 years is going to happen in Kerala. Now that left is out of power, all of a sudden you will realize that big chunk of Lok Sabha seats in Kerala will become Congress versus the BJP in the coming Lok Sabha elections, and that will further intensify into downfall of left, which will in the short run benefit the Congress for the next 10 years in Kerala, but in the longer run probably is going to go the West Bengal way, where BJP will keep on pushing its envelope further and further and taking the vote share up and up and up. At some point of time, they can wait and watch and wait for their time to come. That's where it is going.
And there's a big breaking coming in that Gaurav Gogoi, who's been the MP from Jorhat and who was running for the assembly here, has lost big time here to BJP's Hitendra Nath Goswami. Now, we have to underline the importance here. His father, Gogoi Senior, Tarun Gogoi, actually started his politics from Jorhat, and he was trying to reclaim that legacy in the assembly elections, but the route that Congress has faced along with its allies in this election in Assam is actually the story of Gaurav Gogoi's losing also big time. It was a battle of prestige, and it seems that Congress could not read the writing on the wall. Thank you so much, Yashwant, for joining us with your views. Thank you, all the panelists, for such thought-provoking discussion. I think we can go on and on till the night, and that is the beauty and fascination of Indian politics, that you keep decoding and analyzing, and it will be on for a few more days. Thank you so much for being with us. Stay tuned for the latest on Times of India.
Mahila, Matua and Mahila, again, hasn't really supported TMC. Like there is no way to distinctly say that they have supported TMC. It looks like an even kill for the Muslim Mahilas, and the Matuas have supported BJP like they did the last time around.
Right. Let's go to Smita here. Smita Gupta, from what we've seen in the BJP government in Assam in the last 5 years in terms of the drive against illegal documents, do you see that happening in Bengal if BJP were to come to power here, as the trend suggests? Because the central government has been quite vocal about it. Rather, it was a big election issue.
Well, that is the trend. I mean, I would imagine